Again, good morning. Let me welcome everyone. On behalf of council, let me thank you all for being here to do what we can do to make plans for our great county. So let me just call us the chief to order. Now, you all received a second agenda, very recent. Let me just briefly speak to that. After a careful review of the agenda, and that was myself, Mr. Domo, and Ms. Myers, one of the questions we asked ourselves was, what is that we want to get out of the retreat? And when we looked at the agenda, what we realized was there was a lot of presentations on the agenda that just give us information about things, but it wasn't clear in terms of where on the agenda we're going to talk about what we're going to take away from here in terms of goals and priorities and so forth. And we thought that was extremely important for us to do, which is one of the primary purposes of a retreat. So as a result of that is the reason why we decided it was extremely important for us to make those changes to the agenda. So when we move, for us to move forward, I would strongly urge you to please consider amending the agenda to the more recent one you have for us to move forward this morning.
That's this one right here, Paul?
Yes,
Okay. You need a motion?
yes.
I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda as amended.
I'll second that.
It's moving properly second. Any discussion? There being none, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The new agenda is adopted. Thank you so very much for accommodating us with that, but we think this is more important for us to be able to move forward. And let's keep in mind, there's a lot on the agenda, and the intent today and tomorrow is not for us to resolve everything, come up with solutions for everything, but for us to just get information and ideas about where we want to go. To give the administration guidance in terms of what we need to do in that respect. So there may be times when we get too deep in trying to resolve the issue. I may bring it back to our attention that, that's not really why we're here, but let's talk about how we want to move forward on that in the future. So I really appreciate your attention to that issue too. So with that said, let's move on into the agenda as it relates to introductions. I know that we have, as council members know each other, we have staff members that we do not know, as well as staff members who may not know who the council members are. So why don't we just, Mr. Jackson, if you start over there, just at least introduce yourself and your district.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Calvin Chip Jackson. I represent District 9 in Northeast Columbia.
My name is Allison Terratio. I represent District 5 in downtown Columbia, Shandon, Rosewood, the campuses of Allen and Benedict, and part of the University of South Carolina.
Good morning, I'm Jim Manning, I represent District 8.
Good morning, Bill Malinowski, District 1, Northwest Richland County.
And I'm Michelle Oley, I'm the Deputy Clerk of Council.
I'm Joyce Dickerson, I represent District 2, that is Broad River Road, most of Broad River Road, Cedar Creek and Blythe Road.
Good morning, I'm Yvonne McBride, I represent District 3.
Good morning, I'm Shakese Newton, I represent District 11, which includes parts of Southeast Columbia in the City of Columbia, Hopkins, and Eastover.
Good morning, I'm Dahlia Myers, I represent the companion portions of Ms. Newton's district in Southeast Richland County and the Lower Richland area, parts of Casey, Columbia, Pontiac, the Northeast, and Old Percival Road.
Good morning, Paul Livingston. I represent District 4, which is downtown and north of all that I-20.
Good morning, Chair Livingston, Vice Chair Myers, and members of council. I would like to give you an update as we currently stand on our county's financial status. I would ask council if they would indulge me to turn first to pages 119 and 1-20, 1-19. I would start by saying, when we developed this presentation at the time, our December financials were incomplete because we normally close the month and it's the succeeding month. So December was still being closed. So our most recent month of completion is the month of November. So what we'll be looking at is financials through 11/30, 2018. 11/30/2018. So on our chart that you have on page 1-20, you will see a fund level summary. And again, I apologize that it's not on the screen, but those particular pages were not included in the slides. But I wanted to call to your attention our fund level summary. As you know, the county operates on a fund level basis. We have several different types of funds. We have the general fund, several different types of special revenue funds, which derive their name because they derive their revenue from a special source, which must be used for a specific purpose. We have several different capital project funds, where we track things like detention center expansion, vehicle replacement, computer technology, magistrate offices, and the like. We have our debt service funds, where we track our debt service expenditure, not only county owed debt, but debt that the treasurer collects taxes for to pay for the school districts and other millage agencies. We also have our, what we call fee-for-service funds, our enterprise funds, like our utilities, which they'll talk about later, solid waste, and things of that nature. And of course, obviously, we have our millage agency, where the county acts as a fiduciary capacity. We simply take the money in and we turn it over to the school districts, library, recreation. I failed to give you some examples of our special revenue funds. We have something like road maintenance, stormwater, school resource officers, things of that nature. But basically, the way you read the chart is, it gives you the adjusted budget at the time, 11/30/2018, what we have spent year to date through FY19, which began 11/30/18, and for comparison purposes, to see what we were doing a year ago from that time. So as you'll see in the third column, as you compare just the general fund, we had expended, in the second column, we had expended $62.6 million. Last year at that time, we had expended 61.7, so not too much of a difference. So we wanted to include something for illustrative purposes so you can compare how we were now to how we were at that point in time a year ago. The next column, total to date, is really a rehash of the year-to-date column. That's not the most important though. The last two columns are the columns that I did want to call your attention to. The balance as of November 30th. That shows you what we have left in each fund after expenditures year-to-date and after your encumbers. And the last column is percentage expended. I like this column because it really tells the story of how we're doing on the fund level. Now, we have a simple threshold measure that we use by taking the month that we're in divided by 12. November is the 5th month of the fiscal year. 5 divided by 12 is roughly 42%. So you want to be at or below that threshold. So as you can see on the fund level, all the funds are doing quite well. We're trending very well because as you can see, the general fund is 35%, but the threshold would be 42% for November. So as long as you're at or below your threshold, overall, the funds are trending well. There are some issues, however, on a departmental level basis that I did want to share with council. But before I did that, I would entertain any questions you may have on this particular chart.
Do we have a question for the chart? Proceed.
Now, on the departmental level basis, my staff and I track expenditures, and we noticed that our salary line items for some departments are projecting to have a deficit at the end of the fiscal year. We're going to work with those departments so that they can, where they have the capacity in their operating budget to move money from their operating to cover their deficit. But I asked myself, why is that the case? I have two primary theories for that. I'm not sure how well the previous budget staff budgeted according to the position control. Now, position control is what we call the Bible in terms of payroll and HR, because it lists every county employee and their salary, including vacancy. But if you don't account for the vacancies, or if you don't budget according to the position control, you're going to end up in a deficit. We have made it a point in the upcoming budget process to make sure that we budget according to position control, so that we account for every vacancy and the actual salary of every employee. Another theory, and I recently shared this with administration, is I'm not sure how well department directors have managed their budget in terms of knowing where they are in their personnel line item. Historically, budget has not been a part of the PAF process, payroll action form. So we have not, because we track every expenditure, so we know what we're projecting to look at 6:30. So I talked to the administration to say going forward, budget needs to be a part of the payroll action form to see whether or not there's capacity for any salary adjustments.
I have a-
Oh, yes.
When you were doing your calculations for personnel,
Yes, ma'am.
did you include the vacancies, budget allocation, or you excluded?
Yes,
that?
ma'am. That's what we're doing. On our sheet, on our staff sheet, we get an update from finance every 2 weeks of the position control, which has vacancies on. So when we're projecting out where a department is going to be, it gives me two numbers. It tells me what it's going to be if those vacancies are filled, and it tells me if those vacancies are not filled. So yes, ma'am, we do account for that.
So it could be where we may not be as far off if the vacancies are not filled in terms.
Absolutely. That's what happened. If the vacancies are not filled, you will have a higher number. But if they are filled, that is actually a great point, ma'am. So it gives me both numbers. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You said that there were some departments. Can you give an idea of, is it a small number of departments?
No, it was quite a few of them. On the last time I checked, it was quite a few. I can get you a specific number, but it was quite a few of them. And again, I think the problem is endemic of the fact that historically budgets have not been budgeted according to actual. And I hate to say that, again, that was before my term, before me. But that's something that I have made a priority myself for this upcoming budget process, is the budget according to actual. That's how you budget. You don't stick a number in just because it was the same number the prior year.
Right.
You look at what your trends have actually been and budget according to actual. So that's been my priority. Okay. Now, the other issue that I did want to highlight to council, and all of this is on page 1-19, it has to do with solid waste. I did want to do council justice by bringing out the issue with solid waste. And solid waste has two primarily sources of revenue. Our landfill revenue, which is a dedicated millage on the tax bill, and our solid waste collections. Well, our actual revenue in solid waste has not kept up with budgeted revenue. Last year, we budgeted solid waste roll card collections at $28.7 million. We actually took in only $22.5 million. Overall, last year we took in, between landfill and solid waste collection, we took in $28.6 million in revenue, but we spent $32.4. So that fund lost roughly $4 million. I think my understanding is because we haven't had a solid waste rate study in a while, the rates have not kept up with expenditures. And this problem is going to, of course, continue for FY19 because the rates have remained the same, but expenditures have continued to decline. Again, like I said, unfortunately, the budget was put down at a certain amount to match expenditures, but you would never reach that budget level because the revenue has not been set up to do that. So those are the two problems that I did want to highlight to council this morning. And I can entertain any questions you may have.
Ms. Myers.
Do you know when the last rate study was for solid waste?
I don't want to say for sure, but I think it was 2008, Stacey, what?
2009.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Just to expand, clarify, we have issued a solicitation for
Oh.
a rate study for the solid waste division.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that takes care of that.
These recommendations.
I did want to give council a brief update on the budget process. This year, we automated the budget process instead of being Excel-based. Dr. Udisi had the great idea of last year when I took the position to see if our current financial system had the capability to manage our budget process. And my staff worked with IT staff, and we utilized the budget module. So the departments, instead of submitting their budgets by way of Excel, they actually underwent training with my staff and IT to submit it by way of the budget module. So that process was done in December. So we have received the department submission. Right now, the budget is being reviewed by the Budget Review Committee. This is a new committee that was put in place during the first biennium budget, where it's just another set of eyes on the budget before we turn it over to the county administrator and, of course, ultimately gets to council. where they rank and score the requests based off of priority. A priority 1 would be core critical items, items that may be federal or state mandated, items that may, if the county does not fund, may cause an adverse impact. Or they'll score it a 2 if it's an essential item, which is an important item, but maybe a step below core critical. And then they'll score item a 3 if it's simply a departmental request. I call it a wish list, if you will. But anyway, so the budget itself is in the review committee, and they'll be turning it back over to our staff, and we'll be putting it together before it's turned over to the administrator to be a part of the administrator's recommended budget. Now, on pages, the next several slides, pages 1-1 through 118, let me start with 1-1. I wanted to show council, as you all know, the legislative authority to set a budget in South Carolina, which is statute 49-140. Next slide. I think Ms. Myers had a question during one of the council members, in one of the council sessions it had to do last year. There was some discussions about should a budget be presented in a millage or dollars?
Right.
Right, so I did find that statute that cites that, section 6-180, line 7, says estimated millage in budget dollars. So a group cannot just submit a millage. The state code said the millage must be in budget dollars, you know, so I did want to make sure we had a reference to that. And this is a tentative budget calendar that we sat down with administration to come up with. Obviously, we will sit with the council administrative staff to see if those dates work with your pleasure for work sessions and things of that nature. So that's why I put subject to change. So I will work with your clerks to see if those dates work well with you all schedule.
I think Ms. Myers have a
Just
question.
a follow-up
Yes, ma'am.
on the statute,
Yes, ma'am.
6180 B7.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a lot of discussion last year about millage caps and can we just get the millage and if we give you our budget and it doesn't, the actual is different from the estimate, can we just come back and get the rest? How does your department sort of view the analysis between the budget and the millage and hitting the cap as opposed to giving us an actual number?
Okay, well, like I said, historically, the number that in the spring, we're concerned about getting a budget dollar. We need that.
Right.
And that's historically was passed in June is the budget dollar. Then of course in the fall, you come back with after the county auditor has gotten final numbers,
Right.
he gives you a final millage.
Right.
In between those times, obviously, the millage can
It's a
be
lot of flux.
adjusted because the number has already been set.
Right.
But if there's no number to be set, in other words, if we don't have a set number, that will cause, in my opinion,
Right.
confusion in the fall. So you actually do need a budget number to be set because the millage number can be adjusted,
That's
you know,
right.
depending on, because if you have a higher mill value comes in, what do? You roll the rate back to still achieve the budget that you passed in July.
Thank you.
And all the other slides, I know I don't have time to go through. These are just historical information. I wanted to show council from pages 1 dash, what is that? Yeah, from pages 1-5 to 1-18, budget, the actual information on the different slides. So we have information on the general fund, all our special revenue funds, debt service, millage agency. So, you know, I can entertain any questions you may have on a particular one, but it's really just budget, the actual information that council can look at to see how we have trended over the last 5 years. You know, like the first slide shows the general fund expenditures over the last 5 years from FY15, what we budgeted versus what the actual were. Okay. And the rest of them pretty much all the same. Same thing with special revenue and debt service.
Pardon me, I have a question on
Oh, yes,
special
ma'am.
revenues, and you may not be able to address this question, it may be for another area.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Looking at the special revenue expenditures, the way that I read it, there's a significant amount more budgeted than actually spent, and I was curious about, why that's happened consistently.
Okay.
And if I'm reading it incorrectly.
Oh, no, let me get to that page, man.
What page?
Page 1-7.
7.
Oh, right, so you want to know why actual has actually come up a little less than I would have to drill down specifically to see why, but in premise, that's actually a good thing. You want to actually spend less than what you budgeted.
Sure.
The adverse was down in particular to see if there were some particular issues going on as to why so much more was budgeted than actually was spent. You know? Okay.
Not asking you to spend it, just curious to know why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's a critical need area, you need to spend it. Good luck. You know, you don't want to
And-
see. One of them is fire.
You,
It's
you
about-
do the mic.
And I guess the reverse on your following slide, 1-8, where looking at road maintenance as a line item, which is on the bottom, there we are exceeding the amounts that we budgeted consistently.
What? Page 1-8 special?
Yes,
Okay.
except for 17. I just didn't know,
Oh, you mean on the revenue side?
yes.
Which is a good thing. Obviously, if
Okay,
you
this
take
is- so
in
this is
more
not
than
our-
you,
so these are revenue
Right, so they would work.
Sorry, I read that wrong.
Okay, I got it.
I feel better about that number.
Exactly, because you want to, on the expenditure side, you do want to spend less than what you budgeted. On the revenue side, it's always good to take in more than you budgeted. You know, so that's a win-win in both cases.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
misread.
Again, Kent was saying, I'm one of the staff attorneys with the South Carolina Association of Counties, and I'm here today to talk briefly to you about form of government, and specifically the council administrative form of government. So I think you already have the handout of the slide that I'm going to do here. I'm going to just jump through these because I understand I have a very limited amount of time, so I want to just kind of cut to the chase. But basically, these first couple of slides just talk about the whole history of how we got to where we are with the forms of government for councils in South Carolina. And basically, these first couple of slides just talk about what the general powers are, which are common to any form of government, form of council government in South Carolina. So these apply to everyone, regardless of the form. But we'll go ahead and get on specifically to where you guys are at. Again, just for informational purposes, you all in the majority in that there are 34 counties that are currently under the council administrative form of government. So I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but again, the majority of the counties have decided that that's the form of government that they want to operate under. And those are the list of the counties there, and then that's a breakdown of all of them throughout the state, just if you wanted to know that. So specifically dealing with your form of government, as I said, there's 34 of you under 4-9-610, which is the Code of Laws. Basically, it says that you have to have no less than 3 and no more than 12 members, and in your case, you have 11, so you're there. Further, it goes on to say that you are to be elected for terms of 2 to 4 years, and I understand you all are elected to do 4. So again, no problem there. Legislative power resides with council in an administrative form of government. And your administrator basically is charged with carrying out your legislative wishes. The administrator is hired by you, they serve at your pleasure. Pretty straightforward. And then there are a number of things that the administrator, and essentially the administrator, if you will, if you look at it this way, is kind of the CEO for the county. Basically, you all set the policy, and it's then his or her job to carry out whatever policy that you set. Whatever reports that you would want from him or her, you're allowed to do. But again, it's that the administrator's job is essentially to carry out what you set in the form of ordinance, regulations, policies, things of that nature. So that's it, pretty straightforward. One of the things, of course, well, obviously one of the biggest things that the administrator is responsible for is to prepare the budget that comes before you that ultimately you're going to approve. And as a part of that, what he or she will do is to tell you what the projections are from a revenue standpoint and what potentially it's going to need from a taxing standpoint to reach the goal of the budget that's being put before you. But ultimately, that authority lies with you as council as to whether as to approving the budget. But once it's approved, then it's the administrator's job to carry out as been approved and to monitor and to report to you as you deem and see necessary in order to make sure that things are on course with what you all have approved from a budgetary standpoint. But that's also true with any other policies. One of the things that you are able to do is you set employment policies. So again, the administrator's job is to carry out the policies that you've set. Any salaries that you set, again, it's the administrator's job to implement it. Again, whatever you set in motion, it's the administrator's job to carry it out. And like I said, at the end of the day, the administrator answers to you all. Now, some things that the administrator, or for that matter, you as council, do not have authority over, and that's over other elected officials. Now, I know the reality is, under, for better or for worse, our state in its infinite wisdom has decided to put what clearly are a lot of state functions within the purview of county government. You're having to house them, find office space for them, things of that nature, and so you have to deal with them. But unfortunately, if they're a bad actor, and sometimes in families there are, you're pretty much limited in terms of what you can do, because you can't do anything about their office. If you're having problems with the treasurer's office or whatever, I'm just throwing that out as an example. David's a good friend of mine, so I can use his office, but you don't have any authority over that. And from the administrative standpoint, the only thing that the administrator would be responsible for is within the county building, setting up who is in what particular part of it, if someone needs to be shifted around. Those are things that can be done. But as far as actually stepping in and doing something with any one of those elected offices or any of their employees, it's off limits completely. The other thing along with that is when it comes to the actual county employees that under the various departments that you're responsible for, the person to deal with them is your administrator. They have hiring and firing authority. Anything that has to go on that you may need information is to be fed through your administrator. Now, the one exception to that may be if you have a situation where, let's say there's some kind of an investigation that needs to be going on. Let's say there's an allegation of embezzlement or fraud or some kind of money improprieties. In those situations, there may be an occasion where you may need to bring an employee into as a part of your investigation to discuss it. But again, as much as possible, that needs to be channeled through your administrator. Obviously, you all live in the communities that you were elected from, and so you probably know a lot of the county employees already. That's not to say that when you see so-and-so suddenly now, you can't talk to them, anything like that. It's just when it comes to dealing with the scope of employment, let's say, someone comes and complains to you about a drainage situation or problems with the road, and you know the person over the roads department. You don't get on the phone to make a call to them. You channel that through the administrator and say, okay, here's a problem that's been brought to my attention. Can you have, this head to look into this to see if it's something that the county needs to address. So that's essentially how you work within the confines, is everything is channeled through the administrator. And I can just kind of tell you, just in my experience, I've been with the association now for about 12 or 13 years, and this is one of the areas that can be problematic, is when a council steps outside of that scope of what their authority is. And from time to time it does happen. And we've had some situations where matters have to go to court and the courts have stepped in. I can think of one county in particular, and I won't mention their name, but essentially it unfortunately resulted in a judge basically saying, you all will not do this and will not do this. And apparently they didn't listen to that very well, so the judge had to continue to monitor the situation to make sure that they clearly stayed out of matters that were outside the purview and scope of their authority. So again, it is something that's pretty serious. But again, if you work within those confines, because again, ultimately, the administrator answers to you all. So if there's something that you're not happy or pleased with, then that is your avenue to deal with it. Because again, that is the one person that clearly answers to you all. And whatever you would ask them to do, because in fact, when you look at the statute, while it lists out specific duties, it also adds that language in any other duties as council may set. So you have a pretty broad spectrum in terms of what you may or may not require from your administrator. So again, that's about it in a nutshell as far as the form of government. I think it's pretty straightforward. at this point, I would open it up to any questions that you might have that I can try to address.
You don't have any questions at this point?
Mr.
Excuse me,
McBride.
Mr. McBride. Mr. Ems.
What happens if there's a history of council persons having direct contact with staff and that you are aware of it and continues to happen? What is the process to handle that?
Well, that may depend on what policies that you all have in place as a council. But at the end of the day, probably the most that you're looking at, if based on what my understanding of the statutes would be, is that your policy may allow you to be able to censor the council member for their activities, but short of that, that's pretty much what council as a body would be limited to. Now, if someone else wanted to push that further and bring some kind of action because of improper behavior of the council member, that's a whole nother matter. But as a council, you're pretty much going to be limited to whatever policies you've set. And as I said, even if you have that in place, probably the most you're looking at is some kind of a censure or public reprimand to continue to do that. But beyond that, you really don't have any other additional authority to quote unquote discipline or bring a council member back in line that's acting in that improper manner.
So if there's no policy in place, then there's no recourse.
Well, I mean, you'd want to have a policy, but even if you had a policy in place, that's probably about the most that you're going to be able to do from a legal standpoint.
Thank you.
So I guess, and you may have already addressed this, but following up on that point, you work with all of the counties across the state. What do you see as the best practices to make sure that councils are acting appropriately in regards to those relationships with staff? So for example, you mentioned having clear policies. Are there other things that we would want to do to be best in class in this area?
Well, I think kind of like what you're doing here. Part of this retreat is you're kind of doing some brainstorming and trying to figure out, okay, what direction you all want to go in as a council. I think probably the best policy is just a constant, from time to time, training and reminding folks this is what you can and what you can't do. Certainly having some policies in place. And that training not only extends with council, but that also needs to extend out to your employees from time to time. They need to know clearly that, okay, if a council member is reaching out to me about something, of course they may feel, because again, of your position, they may feel inclined that they have no choice but to do whatever you're asking them or directing them to do. They need to know that that's not appropriate, and they need to know that the channel would be for them to bring that to the administrator's attention, and then that goes back to and comes before you as council. So there needs to be training across the board. I think is probably the best thing to help to avoid that, if at all possible.
Hi.
Hi.
I would think that we would need to do some constituent education as well, because I think a lot of our constituents think that we are their conduit to kind of get to, certain folks in the county sometimes. So they equate constituent service with, oh, I can call council member X and she can call this person and get something done. So I think that would be great as well if we could.
And that probably I would agree that would be a good thing from time to time, just having your community forums or whatever, just to kind of explain, okay, what our role is, what our function is, what we can do and what we can't do.
You have a question?
I have one other question. There has been a couple of times when the governor has gotten involved. When is that? When is that appropriate?
Okay, well, and that's a good question, Ms. Dickinson. The governor would be the only authority that could step in the event and actually remove someone from council, but that is very specifically set out in statute. If you're charged with a felony crime, or if there's some other ethical allegations, that also has a criminal element to it. But that, in my opinion, would be probably the only time that would be proper for the governor to step in. And essentially, they're not stepping in they're essentially just exercising the authority they're given to, once it's brought to their attention to, if it's appropriate, to have that person removed from council.
Right.
So just to follow up what the three of them have asked, so this kind of, essentially, it's malfeasance, but of a lower level. Have you seen sort of best practices from councils across the state? So what's in place in other counties that helps to remind council members that that kind of direct instruction to staff members is inappropriate, and give staff an avenue for guarding against it and having a way sort of to get the kind of help they need, because they're in a bad position. You can't, it's next to impossible for a staff member to say, no, I'm not gonna do that, Ms. Myers, because it's not my role, you should go talk to the administrator.
Right.
And they're very, we can be very aggressive. So I think that if, I'd like to have some information on best practices from other places.
Okay, and I don't have anything off the top, but I can certainly get back and provide some examples to you all. What I would think probably are some things that would be included in that is, one, like I said, you have a policy in place, and you also brought up a point I didn't think about. Sometimes not only may a county employee feel intimidated because, again, of the positions that you all hold, but they also may be concerned if the avenue is to take it to the administrator for some of the very same reasons. So what probably would be a good policy is to have some mechanism set up through perhaps your HR department, with or a line that they can call, and again, they're protected, and they can explain this is what's going on, and then HR does whatever is appropriate to investigate that, to verify that, and then to bring that ultimately forward for it to be addressed. So,
Because the corollary to that also is, if you have a staff member who is performing special favors for a particular council member or members, then they become sort of a protected staff member under the administrator.
That is
And they may not
correct.
even be performing their job well.
That is correct.
But because this person or that likes it because I can call them and they get stuff done, they are in a protected class, and the administrator then is defeated of the authority and power to actually manage his own staff.
right, that is correct.
I don't think it's totally all 100% one way
No,
or
it's
the
all
other
three
way.
of them, yeah.
In terms of corresponding with employees, because if you go through the administrator, which I do, but if you go through the administrator, then you contact the staff through the administrator's approval, then there may be some back and forth where it's not necessary to go back through the administrator for that. So I don't want people to go out thinking that you can't talk to staff at all. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yeah, that may be appropriate. And again, there's something else that I just want to be able to remind council of, not that you need any reminding of it, but we live in a different time now. We live in the technology age, and so information is readily available. Well, what comes with that is that when you're in a position of public authority, as you all are, there are always eyes watching you. And there are eyes watching you when you don't know there are eyes watching you. Folks are taking pictures. Folks are recording. I had a very clear reminder of that the first week of the session. I happened to be talking to a member of the legislature, nothing inappropriate. Next day I show up, someone says, "That was a great picture of you with such and such." I'm like, "What picture are you talking about?" And they pulled up the Twitter page, and there it is. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And so, it was just a reminder of me that you never know. So I say that to say that even when you have these, and hopefully they're isolated situations and that's not the norm, there are people that are watching. And there are people that will be willing to bring that forward. So again, it just pays for everybody to do what they should be doing. But again, I think education, and I know you've got some newly elected members, and so again, I think it's always a great time at the beginning of a new session for council in this sense to go through and consider all of these things so that everybody's on the same page and understanding this is what we can and what we cannot do.
Any other questions? Thank you so very, very much for that information, and I'm sure some of us will be following up.
Well, thank you so much. And I know I had a short time, but I'm willing to stick around after.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me time, opportunity to talk about utilities. If I may shed a little light on my agenda, just a brief 2 seconds. Mr. Gomo said a couple of minutes ago, he said who we are, where we want to be, why we are where we are, and where we want to be. That's what drives my discussion today. I know there's a lot of repeat of the conversation that I had with most of you, except the new honorable council members. So this would be an opportunity for me to share with you what has been shared with others. I'll zap through as quickly as I can, but feel free to ask me a question during or at the end of the conversation. So basically, if you may have read in your ordinance, the concept of utility was conceived almost 40 years ago, 1978. And what was done by the Honorable Council at the time, that we are in desperate need of a comprehensive, viable, sustainable, and resilient water, wastewater plan for our community. When that plan was conceived, the idea was that it would be countywide, which means from north to south, east to west, entire county, unincorporated Richland County. There was a conversation about strategic plan. It was a very heavy commitment that was made by the council. This kind of commitment could not and cannot have been achieved without having a strategic plan. I'll talk about where we are today, but I can share with you a few examples. If I look back 40 years, I see City of Columbia. I worked for City of Columbia for several years. They have exceeded their 3 times of their capacity, customers, service area, et cetera, et cetera. I look at Charleston Water. I look at Greenville Water. I look at Charlotte. I go all across. So those people, some way, shape, or form, had a plan which brought them to become a successful utility organization. The way that utility concept in most of the jurisdiction operates is called enterprise unit, which means more or less a business, a self-sustaining business that pays for itself, works towards its growth, provides its constituents a viable and affordable service for the years to come. So what I did is when I came aboard, I've talked to most of you in the past, in few conversations earlier. When I came here, I looked back that let's see how did we do on the 40 years that have passed today, and do a kind of analysis of where we are and why we are. So if I may tell you, if you look at the map on the top on that corner, that's Richland County. If you look at the green lines over there, that's all the area, most part of the area that we provide service in the Richland County. The commitment in 1978 was that we will be able to provide countywide water, wastewater service where we are. If you look at from the commitment standpoint from the 1978, the leadership said that we will provide water and sewer service countywide. All those green lines that you see are only sewer services. We do provide water services, but in minimal areas, few minimal areas, and I can really count on my 3 fingers. So as of today, by the way, just to share with you another thought, if you look at this map below, the second drawing, all the blue lines are City of Columbia, and you all have lived in this, most of you have lived in this jurisdiction. I have too. You look back the city's water system 40 years back, and today, they have grown way far. I was part of the growth and development for that. They invested, and they're reaping. Now, just to talk briefly on what we have. So as of today, Richland County has a wastewater business that is the primary source of business that we have. That is done through a 6 million gallon wastewater treatment plant that serves those green lines, the network. We have a small regional wastewater treatment plant on the southeast of the county, We call it Eastover plant. It's about 1 million gallon, less than 1 million gallon, 0.75 million gallons per day capacity. We have a small, and I hate to call it treatment plant, but I have to. That's called Franklin Park Wastewater Treatment Plant, and a few other smaller utilities. Here was the rationale when utility was growing. The rationale was that almost all the infrastructure that we have, except the plants, that was either deeded to us by the developers, so developer builds it, give it to us, or it was a filling system and nobody else wants to keep it, and we have to come in and rescue our constituents, and we take over. But we take over, we do not have enough planning put in place to really bring it to the state of the utility, state-of-the-art infrastructure. Same thing applies in the water system. Ms. Myers, you are more familiar than I am, I guess. Hopkins water system, we had a filling water system in that area. So Richland County came in, built a small water system. That's why we have a water system there. Pond Drive was given to us because it was failing, so we rescued it. Gadsden School, Lower Richland Elementary School, you are very familiar with that. Murray Point Water System that we all have talked about in the previous conversations, that's a small subdivision being served and currently I'm struggling actually to figure out the way to serve them water, continue to serve them water. So that's what we have today. The real issue is look back 40 years, where we wanted to be, where we are. If I move to the next slide, that tells you what we have today, where it is today. So we built a wastewater treatment plant at, call it Broad River Wastewater Treatment Plant. I just threw the pictures. I put some bullets there as well, but I think pictures tell all. I don't need to talk about the bullets. The fact is that today we have a obsolete utility equipment, a lot of obsolete utility system. We have obsolete, incomplete SCADA system, and most of you may not know SCADA. If I can put it in the layman terms, SCADA is the brain of the system, just like a computer in your car. If that computer stops working, guess what happens to your car? So that computer, me, myself, and my team has been driving, sitting on that car, driving on the highway at a 60 miles an hour speed, having no choice because the regulatory bodies do not give me a choice. And the result of that is, when I continue doing that, that brings me to non-compliances. You have recently seen a consent order that came to us. So that antiquated, obsolete equipment is at the verge of failure. I was talking to Mr. Malinowski this morning, and I shared with him my thought. I said, Mr. Malinowski, I have a car, I drive it, it goes well, and I keep driving. I don't maintain it. Soon after, it will start stalling. And that should be an eye-opener for me. I should start doing something about my car. But I was not smart enough. I did not do that. I kept going. Now my car is braking on the highway. And sooner or later, I'm going to get into a wreck, which will total my car, kill myself and my family. Is it acceptable? Is it viable? To me, answer is no, but call is yours. Yes, ma'am.
I know that the pictures are worth 1,000 words. Could you kind of just take us through
Yes, ma'am.
and explain? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So on the top, we have a treatment plant that is called SBR plant. So it's a technology. It's called sequencing batch reactor. So treatment business is what we call as people process technology. That's what makes the scientific business. I don't want to trip from your question, but the reality is, when people do not see the lines on the ground, they think everything is all right. No, it's not. So that treatment plant has serious cracks on their structural walls. We had been trying to get it repaired. It's a huge investment. My current revenue level that I have, that does not allow me to set that in my priorities. What does that mean? That means I'm sitting on the ticking bomb. Someday, if I don't do it, this crack is getting wider and wider, and it's going to break out. What that means is it's full of 500,000 gallon wastewater contained into it, and that would be havoc. I'm really afraid of that. The picture, the next where the stream is flowing, this is basically a a picture when we got into a consent order, and consent order is basically means it's a violation to the regulatory requirements by DHEC. DHEC is a regulatory body. They monitor our performances. They come and audit us, and as a result of their audit, they can require us to do serious improvements to the system. If we don't do it, we will be at the verge of getting penalties, and penalties are not in pennies and dollars. They are in millions of dollars. The recent consent order that we had, we somehow, I don't want to take the credit, but the fact is we somehow waffled around, negotiated, got away with $5,000 fine. This could have been $1 million or $5 million fine. But the picture below is a obsolete grit collector, what I call. So grit collector is when the sewage flows into the wastewater treatment plant, there is a mechanical equipment, if I may say, that basically removes all the solids and the grits, et cetera, et cetera. That has never operated. What does that do? That means that all the mud, the grit, the rags, all kinds of stuff, that goes into the process. That process is very sensitive. They got probes, they got computers, they got diffusers, stuff like that. They damage it, so the cost of fixing them is much more than fixing that grit remover. But we could not do it because there was not enough revenue available. The picture below is a broken air header. So there's a thing called diffuser. The role of the diffuser is it pushes oxygen into the tank and basically does it activated sludge process. And that's what that does, and that's what is broken. Any other question on this one?
A question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Khan, didn't we authorize repairs?
Yes, we did.
So we've already,
I'm not sure which repair you're talking about.
Well,
but
I don't have the exact date, but
Yes,
Dr. Udisi, didn't we authorize?
There is a corrective action.
Okay, I thought so.
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
I take it.
About a month or so ago.
So
Yeah.
that corrective action plan is still through the council, Ms. Myers. It has been gone through the committee. It will be presented to the full council with the committee's recommendation, I think on the 5th of February. And then there would be 2 more readings. Once I get that, that is the time when I will be able to start the procurement process. Once I finish my procurement process, then I will be able to order the equipment. So I'm talking about another 6 to 8 months. But driving a car that is already stalling is challenging. I'll continue doing that, but it's stalling. Yes, ma'am.
Just one question on this slide is the current state of where things are.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of your bullet points says that expansion of utilities has been solely developer driven. And I wondered if you could, am I reading that wrong?
No, you're reading it right.
Historically, yeah,
Sorry.
historically, not
Historically.
currently.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you.
You're reading it right. If I may explain it a little bit better. So the way utility business works is it's not uncommon that it's developer driven. So the utility owner has a stake and benefit to that. So what utility owner does is he builds a treatment plant, and then he builds a backbone of the system. There are different languages, different names put to that. It could be a trunk main, it could be a transmission main, it could be so many things. But that is a backbone of the system. What that does is it controls the developer. So developer builds the subdivisions and tie into that. The other developer builds the subdivisions, tie into that. So eventually everything flows into that trunk main, and that trunk main brings it to the wastewater treatment plant. The way we grew is a disorderly and mushroomed way. So a developer came in, he built a subdivision. I use an example for in District 1. They built Foxborough. So they put a 6 inches line, and then another phase of Foxborough subdivision came in, and they tied to that 6 inches line. Another phase came in that come to that 6 inches line. Somebody wanted to build another subdivision further downstream. He built another 6 inches line because no developer will invest on the infrastructure more than what he has to. Now we have a transmission main or trunk main which is 6 inches. So what does that do? When your pipe is too small, either you have to stop the growth or you will face consequences, i.e. failure of lines, sewer overflows, etc., etc. When sewer overflows happens, I get penalized. I get summoned, literally. I literally, physically get summoned by the DHEC. Shahid, can you come and explain it, why it happened? And I have to explain it. So if there was a backbone in the system, we would not be dealing with this. So as of right now, the District 1 area, Mr. Malinowski brings it every so often. By the way, customers are complaining that they cannot, they cannot flush their toilets. And I said, Mr. Malinowski, there's so much we can do. The system is already, there's no backbone to collect all that flow and bring it to the treatment plant. It's all developed, built. What we are looking into doing, Ms. Newton, to your interest, by the way, is on the southeast plan, I will talk about it in a few moments. On the southeast plan, we are not building 6 inches line. We are building a backbone of the system. So once that backbone is built, the development will grow if there is a need. 20 years down the road, 40 years down the road, centuries down the road, they can tie into it and bring it to where it needs to be.
So again, to both your points, this was the past.
Yes, ma'am.
That we've left behind and are moving different.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
One question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Meyer.
It says Richland County Utilities is designed to provide water and sewer service in all unincorporated areas. That's not, it's designed, is that your goal, or is that what's going on? Because what we're speaking of, this does not happen in all unincorporated, and that's a question. Does this happen in all unincorporated areas in Richland County?
The commitment that was made in 1978 by the council, that was the commitment.
All right, that's a commitment. Now, what actually happens, because this is not all over Richland County and unincorporated Richland County. This mainly, and it's a question again.
Yes, ma'am.
This mainly happens in certain areas, unincorporated areas.
That is correct.
So this does not reflect the entire unincorporated areas of Richland County?
That is correct.
Okay.
Because the other incorporated areas are either having the services through other entities or do not have services. So one of the two options. That's a different debate.
Now, I just
But-
wanted clarification.
Yeah.
So that it's understood that this is not in unincorporated Richland County everywhere.
It is the infrastructure that is owned, operated, maintained by Richland County government. So I asked myself a question, why we are here? What happened? I mean, 40 years down the road, we are still in a little hole back there. So if I do look at that, the answer is that the current rate structure, so every time, it's a budget. It's a budget. Every year we present the budget. Again, I keep quoting Mr. Malinowski. My first budget presentation to Mr. Malinowski to the council was X amount of dollars. The budget that was appropriated was X minus X. I mean, almost half of the budget request that I had. And Mr. Malinowski grilled me in that meeting. How are you going to deliver it? I said, well, I don't know. That's all I got. I have no option. I have no choice. So basically, the real crux of the matter is that we need to. We do not have adequate revenue available to operate and be compliant to the requirements. And essentially, what that brings us to is lack of strategic, financial, and overall planning. And that also has an impact. Again, that's a separate discussion. Designated service area, annexation, all that conversation. I don't want to get into that. Mr. Brad is back there. Ashley is back there. They can talk about that, but that also has an impact on it. Where we need to be. So if I look at look back at my 1978 commitment, we should be a self-sustaining business line, we should be a resilient business line, and we should be a compliant business line. Self-sustaining means we should have a rate structure that could support ourselves. Resilient means that we have adequate plans for R&R. R&R is, by the way, renewal replacement. And compliant means the regulatory compliance. There are two areas which are really important to us. R&R, maintenance of existing system, as well as being compliant with DEC requirements. Future expansion, etc., that is your discretion. Of course, everything is your discretion, but my recommendation is that R&R is something that I will not compromise. So industry standards are, in order to assess a health of any equipment-related business, there are two factors. We call it physical health and financial health. So when I came aboard, I tried to do a master plan, call it strategic master plan, which basically allowed me to come up with some kind of sense that how to bring the physical health of the system to its reality. So I presented a CIP to most of my team members. Mr. Hayes has it. It will be coming to you for the budget in future months, few months down the road. So I'm requesting a R&R renewal and replacement. So industry call it CMOM, Comprehensive Management of Operation and Maintenance of the Systems. So that is the CIP which will be coming to you. I'm just sharing that information through this forum for your review and approval. Also, I'm proposing, in line with the master plan, expansions which include several areas of expanding water and wastewater services. Should you desire me to do this, we will do it, and that's what's coming your way. That is the resolution to the physical health of the plan. Financial. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that plan driven by revenue from the plants or whatever for the customer?
That's next slide.
Okay.
So the second aspect I said is physical health and the financial health. So industry standards, I go back to industry standard. I come from the corporate sector. So typical industry standards are that your utility rates should be set at a level that they can self-sustain. Typically, a utility should have 6 months of O&M. Something happens, something goes out of control, disaster comes, God forbid. Should have adequate ability to compensate its expansion needs, and at the same time should have 1.5 debt coverage. So I'm not a financial analyst, neither I claim to be, but I've been in the business for almost 30 years. So I have background, but I worked with the administration, and we ended up hiring a rate study, a financial expert. We call it Wildan Financial Services. What they did is they took all the data from us, from finance, from utilities, from budget, from everywhere, and they did tons of regression analysis. And they came back with 2 options to me. They did several analyses, but they gave me 2 options. And truly speaking, there's only one option. Option 1 is status quo, and option 2 is a modified rate structure. So what modified rate structure will do is try to come close to the industry standard parameters that I suggested in the previous slide. When they did the study, they had 4 basic KPIs. So they said projected operating results. So they looked at the projected operating results of our status quo. Look at this picture right here. That tells you everything is below 0, which means that if we choose to adequately operate our system, we would have $0 in the bank. We do not have enough revenue to do that. Our fund balance will deplete very quickly. Our debt coverage will never meet 1.5, which should be the standard in order to continue working on the loans and other needs for expansions. Of course, these are my capital projects. And the bottom one, the red ones, is the funding needs for R&R that I desperately need, our utility, your utility desperately needs. And the blue ones are the expansion projects. However you want to work on that, that's your call. I have solicited looking at some grants for water expansion, and the green is water expansion. So the rate study guys also looked at that how do we look like in relation to the other neighboring utilities, our industry standards. So this is what happens. Let's look at the sewer. Water is a very small business. I know we want to take care of that, but water is a small business. But look at that sewer system. So the blue and the purple line represent the City of Columbia's rate level and other neighboring utilities' rate level. And the green and the red are Lower Richland and Broad River systems. That's the gap that we have maintained, and that's the gap that has resulted into us neglecting our system. By the way, what we did is, so we had only rates for neighboring utilities and City of Columbia for today. So we projected a 4% inflationary increase, adjustment in other words, which really is going to be much more than but that's what's driving that curve going upwards. So that's the rate level of today, rate comparison for today. Then rate study guys, Wildan, they went back and they basically analyzed it, they calculated it, they looked at the industry, they looked at the neighboring utilities, and came back with a rate level, which I'll show in the next slide. But with their recommended rate level, and you all have a copy of the rate study, I'm assuming. They have explained their methodology and the process, et cetera, et cetera. They have brought the system that if we bring it to that rate level, this would be the outcome. So the outcome will be your projected operating result will be in the positive. Your reserve fund balance will be in the positive. Your debt services will be near 1.5, not quite always. We will be able to do those capital projects. And that's a scenario 2 with the combined utility, assuming that there is no increase in the water being the smaller utility, or smaller component of the utility, no increase whatsoever over the 10 years period. This is projection for the 10 years. So essentially, this is what we accomplished. What we accomplished is more or less the same KPIs that I reported. We are getting closer to 1.5. We are positive in fund balance. We got the debt service debt level 1.5. So that's basically is a sign of healthy utility. It will be slow start, but gradually we will build it up. So I may be dead by that time, but my next generation will come and see that it's moving in the right direction. Here is the rate level which is recommended by the rate study guys. So this is what happens. Again, I'm not paying too much attention to the water line. If you look at the blue line, that is flat line. The red line is the neighboring utilities line. The green line is City of Columbia line. So basically, we are below City of Columbia today. We will remain below City of Columbia. We are a little bit higher than the neighboring utilities, but we will catch up soon. On the sewer side, we have done all we could to keep it as low as we can. Bear in mind that all those utilities are established. They have been gradually investing. So our investment, we are kind of building a new utility, but still we are trying to keep it as low as we can. And that's a rate structure that will develop. This slide basically tells you the numbers, and if you want to look at the numbers. So this slide gives you the numbers. In your report, you have those numbers as well. Consistently, we are below our competitor neighboring utilities. Consistently, we are below City of Columbia, but we are building the future. With your blessings, I cannot do this. Without your blessing, of course, I cannot do that. So this is the rate study guy's recommendation. By the way, I wanted to point out something else. So typically, businesses, they do every 3 to 5 years. Mr. Walker may know more than me, but they do the financial health assessment of the system. So every 3 to 5 years, they conduct the rate study. They look back, what was planned, what was worked, how are we performing, and then they kind of go to the next 10 years period or 5 years period and keep analyzing it. So he's recommending that we should adopt these rates. He's recommending, that every 3 to 5 years we should do the study. And this is my recommendation based on the information analysis produced by Wildan, that you approve the CIP that I will be presenting coming days, adopt the adjustment of the rates as being requested, recommended, implement the new rate structure by next fiscal year, which is July 1 coming, not too far. That's at least what I'm asking for. I rest my case here. I have update for other projects, which I'll go through in a few moments. But literally, I rest my case that status quo is not the way forward. It will hurt us more so than it will help us. Having sewer underground does not mean that everything is all right. That means that it's bubbling, it's breaking, and it may cause too much of damage that we may not be able to handle if we don't act it now.
Before you move on, are there any particular questions about the proposed plan that you just presented?
So let me just ask instead of telling what I read. So based on your capital improvement plan,
Yes, ma'am.
which I understand the rationale for, at what point do we, I guess, switch from running a deficit to, breaking even, and then running, if not profitably, then at least, staying neutral?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so when would that happen?
Well, if you look at my capital plan sheet, this one right here, that basically tells you the investment year by year. So FY20 for R&R, and that about 6.8 million. But for expansion, there's about 3.7 million. And then similarly FY21, 22, 23, on and on. So I'm looking, my projection is that at 10 years' time, we would need to have about 50 millions for R&R, comprehensive management of operation and maintenance of our system. So means keeping this car, existing car, up and running in a reliable, resilient, and compliant manner. And about 15 million or something for expansion. Now, we can delete and add the projects depending on the council preferences, but this is what I'm looking at doing in the coming years. And that's what drives those rates that I presented.
You just, okay, Ms. Walker.
So understanding above the line CapEx of 51 million, new investment 106 million, what's the anticipated ROI, net new revenue against your request for 106 million?
That's presented, so there are two things. R&R does not bring any revenue.
Right.
R&R means,
CapEx, 50 million.
so that's your 50 million CapEx.
Understood.
OpEx is, in the rate study, I don't have the numbers with me, but the rate study copy that I've been given to you, that should have all that information. But essentially, if you look at the rate structure overall, that is making it viable, keeping your debt level 1.5, fund balance to a level where you can maintain your operation and maintenance for 6 months, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, ma'am.
So to keep on with the metaphor of the car, when I go into my mechanic, sometimes I have my oil checked and they say, well, this is gonna be coming up for you. We don't have to do it right now, or this is something you need to do right now. So can you walk us through a little bit of why you're doing certain capital expansions in certain places? Could you kind of give us why in fiscal year 20 is the South Region sewer expansion the most important thing to do?
Two different aspects. One is R&R. So your car example is for R&R. Mm-hmm. R&R is that I know the state of my car today.
Okay.
I've been to the mechanic. He told me your gear shaft is gone, your tires are not working, your brakes are dying.
We're talking about
You better figure it out.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
If I go to expansion, that is, so what we did is we developed, there was a conversation about strategic master plan.
Okay.
So when I came aboard, I started looking at where we want to be. And then I have to optimize that based on where I want my customers to be, because I can build the entire infrastructure in 5 years, 10 years. But would it be really viable? Would my customers, clients be able to pay for that? So with those factors in mind, I optimized the need. Now, Southeast is one area where we have not touched. Southeast of the Richland County has been ignored, in my perspective, neglected. That needs attention. There are schools which are running on the wastewater treatment plant where I will not dare to send my children to. But the children going are my children. It's unfortunate. So those are the kind of priorities. So regulatory needs, community needs, future growth, et cetera, those are the factors which played into it, coming up with this conclusion.
Right. But I'm also noticing that there's nothing in FY23. So can you I'm just looking at your 10 years and trying to figure out where the pattern is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are two factors that played into it. If you would have seen this slide before the rate study was completed, this would be completely different.
Okay.
Today it's completely different. Again, the driver was that really how much I can put burden on my customers. That's one factor. The second factor was that how do I set my priorities, which projects I can push forward. Third factor was, truly speaking, we have a capacity to deliver. There's so much we can deliver. I can ask funding for 20 projects, but would me be able to process, i.e. procure, approve, bid, execute in 5 years? Answer is no. So there is a scientific rationale behind it, which brought me to this point. I'd be glad to sit with you and go through my master plan and share with you how we arrived where we arrived.
Thank you.
Okay?
Just quickly, so this plan's gonna be self-sustaining based on a 4% increase annually.
No, will be based on the increase being recommended by the rate study guys, Wildan, which is not 4%, by the way. It is not 4%. If you look at this is the sheet that tells you. Actually, if you want to see the numbers, here are the numbers.
Well, at the bottom here it says based on an annual 4%.
That, okay, no. What that is, Mr. Livingston, that is, so this line represents City of Columbia. This line represents, this red line represents other utilities. So we know that the rates today, we do not know where there would be 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. So we assumed a projection of 4% for them.
Right, okay.
To draw this line that you see. So from this year to this year, there's 4% increase and 4% increase on and on and on.
Right.
In reality, I must tell you, City of Columbia has chartered their, I had the privilege to look at that. So their increase is about 9%. I did not want it to put 9% because I would be stating something that I'm not 100% certain of. But I must consider something in order to make it visible.
So what I'm really trying to get at is what's gonna be the projected rate increase for the customers over that period of time?
If you look at this slide, so for my sewer customers, all customers will be at $44. All customers will be at $44.54 for FY19. All customers will be at $55.65 in 2020. All customers will be at $64.03 in 2021, on and on. But I must point out that all these numbers are below the current City of Columbia rates, as well as the neighboring utility rates.
Right. Now, when you was going through the slide, I saw several assumptions. You know, like, for example, the number of gallons, for example. You know, what's going to happen if you don't hit some of those assumptions you mentioned through the slide? You know, for example, you have to have this is based on a certain number of gallons and so forth.
Yes, sir.
So, is there any fear of not achieving those assumptions that have been made here?
On the water, there could be, but on sewer, no.
Okay.
Because
Just
sewer.
keep that in mind, just in case.
Yes,
you
sir.
don't
Yes,
achieve
sir.
those assumptions.
Yes, sir. Sewer is a flat rate, so it would not make a difference. But water, yes, it may impact it. But what we have is, my assumptions are not just pulled in the air.
Right.
My assumptions are, again, based on the rationale behind it. So we have a data for last X number of years
Great.
of customers, that how much they consumed, what was their billing, et cetera, et cetera. So we pulled out that data, dumped together, analyzed it, and say, by the way, this looks a reasonable number of consumption going
Based
forward.
on the previous pattern.
Yes, sir.
Great, yeah.
Yes, sir. So trend analysis is what we call.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Walking in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Just as a quick constituent point, as we contemplate any increases, what is the narrative to our constituents as far as what they're receiving in return for, as compared to today, the increased investment we're asking them for?
A very difficult question. Very difficult question, but the only answer I have is the public health hazard that my children are getting in the schools, the hazards that it causes when we have a sewer overflow. I must tell you, the recent consent order that we got, in that consent order, God forbid, I don't want to say that. We put about 500,000 gallons into the river of wastewater. It's a sin. It has a serious impact on the environmental habitat. So this habitat has an impact on the constituents. Do we want to address it? I never wanted to be in that position, but we are, because over the 40 years, we never did the health check on our equipment, a financial as well as the physical health check.
Thank you.
Mr. Gunn,
Hey, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. The biggest concern, sort of tied to what my colleague just referenced, is that in 2 years, consumers' rates will increase by more than 40%. And you keep saying, and I agree with you, Mrs. G, even though they don't see a problem, and it's because it's underground, you say there is a problem, and I agree with you. But there needs to be a real serious thought given to the strategy to roll this out, a real serious thought to the citizen input that's needed before you ask someone to increase their rates by more than 40% over the next 24 months. And for some for whom that's not a big deal, fine. But from our experiences with what happened in Lower Richland, where the rate increase, or the rate itself, the establishment of the rate, was far less than that, and the resistance that was met and the concerns that still exist and the confusion that still remains with that small group, small population between what is in fact a water situation versus a sewer situation or waste situation, is only to be magnified 100 times when you go countywide with such a large increase and such a large rate. And so before we just say, approve your recommendation, which I heard you say, I think there needs to be a lot more conversation regarding the rollout campaign, getting the citizen input, preparing for the feedback. And even though you said our rates are gonna be lower than the city of Columbia, I remember when the rate increase occurred in Northeast Columbia, where I live not very long ago, with permanent utilities.
Right.
There was a huge backlash to that.
I know that.
But after it went into effect, there wasn't a whole lot of people could do. People are still angry, but you either pay your bill or you do without.
Yeah.
That's not the approach that I would like to see us take. So tied to my colleague's question and comment that I saw the other day on TV, optics means a lot. Absolutely, it really does. It's the appearance of what we're doing that's going to weigh as heavily on the pocketbook as in fact the lack of seeing a visible benefit for this 40% increase over the next 24 months. And not that you have to respond, but just my comment.
No, I would make a couple comments if you
Sure.
allow me to do that.
Please.
I fully agree with that, and that's what bothers me. A public relations campaign is beyond my level of competencies. I'm a pure engineer, and I put a true picture on the table. This increase will have a serious impact, but the leadership has to make difficult decisions. Where we are today, with due respect to you all, we are because of not making those difficult decisions over the 40 years. Had we made those, baby steps over the 40 years, we would not be making that decision today. We would be equal or better than City of Columbia. We would be equal and better than anybody else. I really do not have a concrete answer to that, except that it's desperately needed measures. Now, here is another avenue that can happen. So sooner or later, if we continue operating the way we are operating, and Mr. Smith is sitting back there, he can probably concur with me or disagree with me. The regulatory agencies know that we are in this business, we own it. We have no choice, we have no walk away from that. If we do not operate in a compliant mode, DHEC can come in and put penalties starting from $8 to $500 to $5 million, on and on. If you have to spend that $5 million, somebody has to pay for it. Whether it comes from enterprise fund by raising these increase, or it comes from general fund, or some other source, somebody has to pay for it. So if you're choosing to not fight that battle today, my begging to you will be that please come up with another avenue to keep this stalling car moving forward, because it's going to cost you a lot more down the road.
All right, Ms. Nugent, and then Ms. Meyer. I'm sorry.
Don't misinterpret my comment.
No, I fully understand. No, no.
Suggesting that we don't address it. I guess what I'm saying is that the way we address it should be as strategic as it was in your developing it. You've done it, as you said, you're not the PR person, so you've done your part. I guess that's why I said you didn't have to respond. My comments were more to the council and those people who are responsible for that part of it, that we don't simply take the recommendations without addressing equally critical issues in terms of how we make this happen and become palatable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I have Newton, Myers, and then Dickerson.
Just a simple rates question. When you look at how the projected increase in rates for our customers was projected, was that done purely according to math? This is how we get to profitability quickly? Or was it based on any kind of industry best practice in terms of this is a typical rate increase?
It was done based on the industry best practices.
Okay.
And I think I pointed them out up front, here, right here, right here.
Well, that's a financial best practice.
Right.
But that, okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Ms. Myers.
Just two quick questions. So to piggyback on what Mr. Walker said, so this is more a health and safety, core government, fundamental government issue than it is a profitability question.
Thank you.
And to the extent that we own facilities that, as you said, and I well agree, you wouldn't want your children attending because of the state that they're in. I am concerned that Mr. Jackson hit it right on the head, that the way we explain this to the public is critically important. All three of those schools clearly sit in my district, and as you well know, I have been lit up like a Christmas tree about this since the day I came on council. It's reprehensible, we ought to be ashamed, but we're moving forward. But I would ask that we look at the Wildan study and look at more gradual increases rather than just the sudden spike in the first year, because what you have is you'll have new customers, right, coming onto a system. They will start with one rate and then it'll spike literally the next year, and you can imagine the backlash. So maybe if we had a second slide with the Wildan study that presented a different option that ultimately allowed us to capture the revenue, but over a less drastic delta, so that we have more time to phase in adoption of the system, people liking the system, people seeing it as a benefit in their daily lives and that of their families, and having gradual impact to the purse, not sudden spikes.
I think I probably will reserve my comments, but I do want to say one thing. This is going to be costly. I understand that we do have to take action, and because we have not taken action, I remember a few years ago when we had that serious problem up in the Broad River, and that was serious, and it cost a lot of money, and it cost a lot of headaches to the constituents there. It was terrible. That crack in that system that we built up there cost this county a lot of money, and I'm going to tell you, if that system or those systems fail, we could talk about the constituents all they wanted, but Mr. Khan hit it on the head. We're going to pay for it one way or the other. So you either let the constituents come in and say, this is the crisis that we have, and we have to address it. We have to probably work with them to try to adjust rates, et cetera. But we cannot continue to stay in the state that we're in, because it will cost us severely. If that system crack up there, again, I forgot how much it cost us in dollars to prepare that system before. And if it cracks again, there's no telling how much it's going to cost us. So we are in dire straits. We are in a crisis mode when it comes to sewer. So I know we've met with a lot of opposition, and I know I've sat through so many presentations and people against that system down in that area. But there's pros and cons. But there are also things that we have to, that's why we were put in these positions to make decisions. Now, if they're gonna make decisions, I understand they have to have input, but we were put here to make the decisions and go through the data. They're not sitting here going through this data like we're going through it. They don't see the presentation. We have went out and given presentations in these communities and are still met with resistance. But they don't understand they may not feel the impact today financially, but in maybe 3 to 5 years, you can talk about $44 if you want to, but you're going to probably be paying a whole lot more than $44. A tax bill is not anything to play with. So that's my concern. I think this is, I've sat through this so much. This is a crisis situation, and I know that we had a serious situation up in Mr. Malinowski's district. We are dealing with a serious situation in Lower Richland in Ms. Myers' district. And the city of Columbia has just really put us on the bind for the most part. We are competing with them or having to compete with them and other utilities. But we, as this council, really have to take action, either in baby steps, but we're gonna have to make a decision. So, I mean, you just have to add it up, put on the big whatevers, and get down to it, and let's get busy. Because it got to happen. Or either we gonna pay for it.
I'll make 2 quick comments. I've done this 3 different times with sewer systems. The gradual rate increase doesn't work. Fiscally, politically, anything, it doesn't work, because you try to spread that increase out and you don't get what you're paying for. The other thing is, I'm working with 6 governments now whose pension plans are in deficit, and the reason they're in deficit is what we call intergenerational issues, which means that the people that are responsible for paying the pension plan weren't putting the money in it. So now the people today are paying pension plans for the people that retired years ago that they didn't get any service out of. So the people today are gonna have to pay for that plant that other people used and didn't pay for it. That's your job, unfortunately. We can give you the numbers and you can try to mix and match them, but that's the political reality of this. It's the elected officials to make that kind of decision, to put the money in. It's unpopular. People don't like to put money in sewers and roads and pensions, but we're suffering for it now. And there's no easy way out of this. And he and I have talked about this, and having done this, and having been, placards outside town hall saying, impeach the board with the rate increase, there's not a lot of alternatives here. It's gonna be in the streets, guys. I've seen it go in the streets.
Yeah.
And that's the next alternative.
I'd like to add one other comment, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. One of the things, I have almost a third of my district, they're on water and sewer, and right now, if these systems go down and fail, and you start talking about a tax increase on them, you talking about hell, it will be, because they feel like where they are, they don't feel like they would need to be paying for something that we should have taken care of. I think then we become responsible for putting a burden on them that this council, whoever is here, need to address, so it doesn't affect those people who currently are not being affected by it, but in the long run will have to pay for it, and they are not gonna be happy.
Ms. Myers.
Just 2 quick comments. I know that historically, although these communities that we're speaking of now don't have the system, historically, we have subsidized other areas from the general fund.
Right.
And that general fund is collected from the very people who are not on a system. And so they have subsidized other areas. So I just want to point out that this isn't a gimme, and there is some give and take. This is what happens when you live in a community. You have to handle problems as they arise. So having used the general fund to subsidize the systems in other places inadequately, Mr. Khan, you're absolutely right. But having used that, I guess I'm kind of, I find it a little stunning that we're sitting here saying, well, we can't mix and match to get these 2 pieces of it done when we've done that historically.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no new math to that. And then the second thing is, you haven't added in anything for the water, and I know that we approved pilot water systems, and I just want to know if at some point, because water is a revenue generator, sewer is a loss leader, but we haven't, okay, so those are for the pilots?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, if those expand, that will ameliorate some of the problem too, right?
So if you look at this northwest region, there should be south as well. South region water as well. So that's the pilot that you're talking about.
Right. So the pilot, I guess at some point, if the pilot goes well, to Mr. Jackson's point, there will be other revenue that will be coming into the system if it's expanded.
That revenue is built into, when the rate analysis guys do the rate analysis.
Because you had zeros on the water, so I guess I didn't see that on the wheeled in.
So they build the customer base, a projection of the customer's base. That on year 1, we will have, using an example, 50 customers. Year 2, we'll have.
Where is it on the wheel?
It's in the rate study.
I didn't see it.
I'll
get with you offline, sorry.
Yeah. In the rate study, when they come up with the rate, with the cost, CapEx and OpEx both, so they analyze the existing revenue and projected revenue, and that's how they come up with the future projected rates as well.
That's sewer, Mr. Khan, I'm talking
Both.
water.
Ma'am, both.
Okay, all right.
Both.
Okay, you have a question? You continue, you had something, go ahead.
Mr. Gomez is about to kick me out, but,
It's one more.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Mr. Malinowski, you can go ahead with your question.
I can do that later, I guess, if you want. It's about, we're talking about income and all. I just know, and sometimes what works in another area won't work in yours.
Right.
However, in Florida, for example, if you have an empty building lot or 10 empty building lots, and the county or city decides to run water and/or sewer past your property, you are charged, it's divided out, you're charged a fee because you now have access to that
Correct.
should you build.
Correct.
And we don't do that here that I'm aware of, and so I don't know why we couldn't get some funds from doing something like that. Another problem that I see that we have is when a sewer line in the past had been built up in the northwest, the developer had no intentions of building to where that sewer line went for at least 4 or 5 years.
Right.
And that line is sitting in the ground all that time deteriorating.
Right.
That developer should be charged some
Right.
type of a monthly or quarterly fee because you now have the access to it, in addition to the line going to your property. So these are potential other income methods that could defray some of these rate increases, if we could look at. That's all, thank you.
Good point, yeah. Go ahead.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, no.
No, I thought Mr. Gomez had something to say,
No,
but go ahead.
that was it, but Mr. Malinowski's right, in most communities, they do have a running foot assessment for the line that runs by your home, whether you're hooked into it or not. You have an opportunity to hook it in, so it's a value to your property, and so they charge you a per foot assessment every year for the sewer line. That's certainly something you could look at.
Thank you. Good.
Just a quick, I'll take 2 minutes, Mr. Gomez. Quick update on ongoing activities that I have, which are kind of hot on my radar, other than the consent order dealings. So there are 2 main projects that are ongoing: Southeast Sewer Project and Stony Point, Cedar Cove. Just to share with you the progress, thanks for approving funds to do the design for Lower Richland Sewer Project. It was done back in days. It got moved to us. We are in the process of procuring design consultant to initiate the design. As soon as that gets completed, we'll move forward for the construction of that that very project. Yes, ma'am. You have a
I'll cut
question?
you off, like, no, I'm not gonna stop this.
So that's, once the design is completed, I'll be coming back asking for money for the construction. Essentially, there are mechanisms to fund it, including bonds and bans and all those type of things. I'm not expert on those, but those would be the avenues. We'll talk about that. Cedar Cove, Stony Point, this is a very painful project. For the interest of new council members, this community is on the lake. It's an old, I don't have the right words, but because I don't want to disrespect the system, but it's an extremely filling system. The sewage is flowing into the lake. And I've been summoned so many times by DHEC, so there have a lot of pressure from the community as well, which is rightly so. Mr. Malinowski, myself, we have been working with the community. We are at the final stages of the design of the project. The DHEC permit for construction is probably weeks, not months away from being in my hand. And the next step will be that I will be asking for funds to go to the construction mode, which you would have to appropriate through the mechanisms available from funding. That's where we are. Essentially, the goal for me to have that project completed is by 2021 at some point, if not sooner. All these dates are tentative. They are based on certainly how quickly I can get your blessings or we can move forward both ways. Water feasibility, Mr. Malinowski, you indicated that there are ways to fund those projects. We had a consultant, he came and he presented, and that was one of his recommendations, that we can charge some kind of mechanism that if the line is going in front of your home, or if you are a service provider in our district, like Carolina Water, for example, et cetera, there are several options. The water pilot project is right there on the top, Ms. Myers. So once, as and when you approve, we will be moving forward with that. But as far as I recall, council approved a directive to legal to come up with some kind of ordinance language, basically as it relates to designated area, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm assuming they're working on that. Brad and Mr. Smith, we have talked a few times. And I rest my case. I really rest my case with you all.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to give you a brief presentation about the Transportation Penny Program, go over the history, then we'll get into some of the financials. And so, beginning in 2007, 2008, there was a study conducted by Parsons Brinkerhoff that examined the needs of the county's roads, bridges, as well as looking at greenways, bikeways, and pedestrian paths. And that study gave us about $1.5 billion in needs for the county. And however, those numbers were updated several years later. In 2012, a referendum passed, and that established 039-12 HR, which established the Department of Transportation and Penny Program. And also bring to your attention that in March of 2018, we received notice regarding the South Carolina Supreme Court opinion. In April 2018, received notice that we're under a court order in the way we're spending our monies. And so our focus now is to ensure that we're tethering all expenditures to a particular project. In fact, we had a conversation with another jurisdiction. They reminded us that they're also using the South Carolina Department of Revenue's guidelines. So I think we're moving in the right direction in terms of how we're allocating our expenditures. In July 1 of 2018, we established the first budget for the program. The program has been around since 2014, and so now we really have true accountability, transparency, and being able to ensure, again, that we're tethering all expenditures to the budget. Now, this is the way the budget is broken down based on 039-12 HR, based on that ordinance. The biggest chunk of money goes to roadways at $656 million. Then you have about $300.9 million going to the Comet. Then another $80.8 million going to bikeways, greenways, and pedestrian paths. And then you have $32.1 million going to administrative costs as well as debt service. I'm not going to go through these. I just want to just to highlight the projects. And these actual projects are in Appendix A of 039-12 HR. So you see the widening categories, the intersections, special projects, the neighborhood improvements. Now, for neighborhood improvements, you do not see individual projects in the ordinance. The only thing you see is the 66 or the $65 million. And so one huge chunk of money. It was the planning department that helped to identify these projects. And so these are the actual projects that we're working on. You see it here on this slide, on slide 9. Here are the greenways, sidewalks and the bikeways, the pedestrian improvements, resurfacing and dirt roads. We have a huge list of resurfacing projects as well as the dirt road projects. They're on our website. I'll be more than happy to give you or even brief you one-on-one on the actual road in your particular district. Now, for this current fiscal year, we have a budget of approximately $149 million with a little over $117 million going to the PDT. We have a small amount going to the city of Columbia. Our debt service is $3.5 million. Transportation admin, $1.9 million. That's the government side, and the admin for PDT is $2.2 million. And we're projecting Comet to receive $23 million. Here's the breakdown of the $117 million for the expenditures that we're projecting that the PDT would be using this year. And here's a bar graph that's giving you trend data from FY15 to FY18. You see the blue bar is the expenditures, the orange one is the penny tax, and they also have the fund balance showing up in FY18. So based on this bar graph, you see that expenditures are a little bit higher than actual penny tax. But let me add that we haven't done that much construction in the first couple of years. That was the $50 million that the government borrowed. And so that $50 million is reflected in these numbers. With our projection for FY19 of about $125.6 million. Now, this particular graph here shows you our expenditures for the $32.1 million. If you look at 039-12HR, it tells us that we're not to spend or exceed the $32.1 million. And so in this bar graph here, it actually shows you that we can go through FY19, this current fiscal year, we can go through FY20, and beginning in FY21 with the debt service as well as our administrative costs paying the government as well as PDT administrative fees, that will begin the year of a deficit. And you'll see a later slide that shows that we'll need approximately $40 million in administrative costs, so $40 million above the $32.1 million just to keep this program afloat. This next bar graph gives you some trend data on roadways, the bikeways, pedestrians, and the greenways. And so looking at the data here, coming into this current fiscal year, we spent about $200 million. Of course, the majority of that money going to roadways, a small chunk going to bikeways, pedestrians, and greenways. And what I want to point out here, beginning in FY23, we'll hit our first year of a deficit for the roadways budget. And so when I say the roadways budget, so the deficit is hitting the $656 million mark. So anything going above the $656 million mark means we're exceeding what the ordinance has established for us. Then you also see here, beginning in FY 2025, between 25-26, we'll begin having a deficit for our bikeway and greenways as well. Next several slides give you our project completion date by fiscal year. So these are a list of projects for FY19. It goes on to 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. And so it comes up with the policy decision slide. So in terms of, we understand that the contract ends on November 2nd of this year, the 5-year contract with the program development team. And so some possible options is considering insourcing versus outsourcing. We understand we're outsourcing the majority of the work now. Another idea is to solicit new bids. We can keep it as we have it now and maintain status quo. But here again is the $40 million that will be going over budget just to sustain the program on the administrative side. And for the roadways, we'll need approximately $101 million to be able to cover every single project. And then for bikeways, pedestrian, and greenways, a very small amount, $1.6 million that we would need. And that ends my presentation. I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Chair? You recognize me. Thank you.
As a listening observer, for the first time hearing this, I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm not sure how to respond. I don't really have a question. I just have a sort of a surprised expression of. Go back to the last slide where you listed the 3 options. For example, Dr. Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Thomas, real quick. Sort of throwing it out there, insourcing versus outsourcing. Throwing it out there, soliciting new bids, and then in my interpretation, then those being positive directions. And then the third one being a very negative tone, or continue the status quo. To infer, to me, that continuing to do the business of the work that we've been doing is something less than what the other 2 suggest. I didn't have time because I started the other day and didn't finish it. But as I flipped through what's in our book and look at the work that's been done so far under widenings, for example, if you guys flip to 4.7, if you just indulge me just for a second, if you flip to 4.7 in your tab, 100% of everything listed there is in some phase of development. Nothing has not been started. If you flip to 4.8, intersections, 100% of the things there are in some phase of development. If you look at 4.9, 63% of those are either in some phase of development or completed. But yet the tone I picked up just now was that, and I stopped. I did the others, but I just stopped. I'm sort of surprised that the tone came across as if it is inferred that there's insufficient work being done, and because there's this $40 million administrative cost that I assume was set up incorrectly when the budgets were originally established, that now all of a sudden the only solution to that makes sense is to give it up and not continue with the work. It sounds to me like the work that's being done is exceeding expectations, and maybe the administrative management of the project has not been met with the level of success it should have. And so maybe, Mr. Chair, we might want to, at another time, have a separate conversation about how do we address the administrative management, and I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as we look at the tremendous success of the work getting done in my district and everyone else's district. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No response to you, Dr. Thompson. I just want to make the observation.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mann, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that Councilman Jackson, I was listening to you as the chair
Yes, sir.
of the Penny Transportation Ad Hoc Committee.
Yes, sir.
I've not been a part of that for over a year.
Yes.
But I was hearing you, not just as a colleague, but
Yes, sir.
as the chair of that
Yes, sir.
committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions on the mind?
I have questions.
Ms. Myers, recognized.
Insofar as where we are with one of the projects that touches many of the people in unincorporated Richland County, which is the area that has seen less return from their penny investment than almost any other areas. I'd like you to speak to the relative success of the dirt road paving projects, as the county owns on that list 72% of those roads, and as compared to the roads widenings and the other improvements that have been made, mostly certainly in the areas surrounding the downtown area, the highly trafficked Northeast Corridor and the USC area, which has obviously seen a great deal of investment, but we've, as I've said earlier today, taken money from all parts of the county, and some parts of the county have literally seen zero return on investment from the penny. I'd like you to speak to that. And the second thing is, I agree with Mr. Jackson that there are stages of initiation for many of these projects, but some of that may speak to the way the contract has been drafted, in that we pay a team most of the money up front for the engineering and design work. That doesn't take into where any concerns that have been raised by Mr. Gomo and others on your staff about where we get to when we begin to talk about completing the projects, and will we actually have paid them for design of projects that we all can sit here today and know may never be completed. So I'd like you to speak to that, as well as the last piece is, when we're looking at the right-of-way phase, which is a revenue generator too on the front end for the contractor. In that phase, are we looking at just beginning a bunch of work so that we collect early, and what is the realistic look at status of completion of projects? And this is not meant to be a slide or a rallying cry for or against the PDT. It's just a realistic look at where we are, because this is how at least the citizens that I talk to view it. So if you could explain.
Let me address that last question and your last point first. And so, on the front end, there's a lot of work that has been done. And so with the PDT, their job is to provide the design work that on those projects that they can complete. If not, they bid that work out. Their job is to engage in right-of-way acquisition. And so the front end, right, their job is to focus on utilities relocation. And so, going back to Mr. Jackson's point, if you look at it, they've done a lot of design work, right? And so they've gotten the project to a point that eventually we can go to construction once right-of-way acquisition has been completed, once we receive certification and approval from the South Carolina Department of Transportation to move forward. And so, PDT has done, I would say, an aggressive job, a very focused job on doing what they can do. You see in this presentation that you have a list of dates by year, right? Completion, not necessarily the month and date, but the fiscal year for a number of projects when they'll be completed. And so, for example, Clemson Road will begin this year. It won't be completed until FY 2022, for example. The Southeastern Richland Neighborhood Project, it'll begin this year. In about 12 or 13 months, that project will be completed. And so, again, to PDT's credit, they've done their portion in terms of the program management agreement between us and them. They've done what they had to do in terms of getting those projects to the point ready for construction. They don't engage in construction. All that work is bidded out. Now, in terms of looking at the dirt roads, especially in the unincorporated area, or mainly in the unincorporated area, we have, most of you all realize that we had a contractor. We had a contractor that the county engaged in with business several years ago, and the contractor simply failed at completing those projects. And so when we were talking about the design work, they gave the county faulty design plans. And so the county could not use those design plans. And so let me just be clear for the record and to make a public statement. We cannot blame PDT for the slow start or the slow progress to this point. It's not, let me be clear, you all, it's not the PDT's fault. PDT is actually bailing the county out in terms of making sure we get the right design plans in place. They're going out doing the field study review to make sure we get the right plans in place, and so that we can get those plans and those roads ready for construction. And so it's still, Councilmember Myers, it's still been a slow process, but we're making some progress. I can give you a list of
I don't mean to interrupt you,
Yes,
but
no, ma'am.
I really would like answers devoid of any analysis of is the PDT great and wonderful or are they horrible? I'm talking about the status of
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
projects.
saying.
And
Right.
this is not meant to be a slight against anybody.
Right.
I really am just deeply concerned about status of projects.
So again, I'll give you, before you interjected, I was gonna tell you, I'll give you a list of roads that have been completed. Okay, I'll give you a
Is it
list.
36 out of some
I don't
hundreds
know.
and hundreds
Let me
and
go back
hundreds?
and just get the latest data from the team. I'll share that. In fact, I'll share it with the entire council. All right. And now the other projects you mentioned around in Columbia, for example. When I think about Columbia, you know, I've had conversations about it. The $50 million investment, the Innovista, right, is a 3-phase project. Over $3 million to build a bridge at Riverbank Zoo. And so, yeah, some of these projects have been on, you know, up and coming and have hit the ground quickly, you know, quicker than other projects. And so University of South Carolina plays a big role as a stakeholder, and they're ensuring that we do what we have to do. And SEDOT is playing a part as well. And so, and it does look like it. And had a conversation with somebody about that. The smaller projects seem like they fall by the wayside while the big ticketed items are being initiated. So, but I believe that we're making some progress. But again, I'll share the data with you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So thank you for your presentation and keeping it brief. I just want to go back and make sure I heard you correctly, and I had an opportunity to review this. But again, everything apart, what I'm hearing is that when you look at the penny tax program, proceeding as we're proceeding now, we will be in a deficit in 2021 when it comes to our administration budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a deficit in our bikeways and greenways budget that's projected for 25, 26.
That's correct.
And then I also wrote down, I guess going back to the administration budget, that continuing the path that we're on now without modification would result in us being $40 million over budget on the administration piece.
That's correct.
So again, looking at these projected deficits, in your estimation, I mean, and this might be an unfair question, you know, what percentage of projects would be left undone or either having to be financed by deficit spending? Because we went to the public, you know, it was before my time, but, you know, we went to the public and said, if you invest this amount of money, you will get these projects in return. And I just want to be clear, what I feel like I'm hearing from you is that continuing the way we're continuing, we will have invested that amount of money, but all those projects would not have been delivered. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so what it is, if you look at it, and based on the ordinance, $656 million go to roadways. And so what does that mean if you need an additional $100 million? Some of your large roadway projects may not be completed. That's exactly what it means. Obviously, it's not bikeways, pedestrian paths, and greenways. That's only $1.6 million. It's not an intersection project. These are the road widening projects. If you heard me when I said earlier that when Parsons Brinkerhoff did the initial study back in 07, 08, they estimated well over $1.5 billion of needs for the county. And imagine that's 07, 08, and now we're in 19. And so we know that prices do rise, right? You know, inflation does take place. And so that factors into the equation. Let me also add, with the chairman of the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, he can attest to this. We've had many conversations with the PDT in terms of looking at these projects, looking at the project scope, and it's not an easy fix. It is not an easy fix.
Sure, I just want to be clear on the current situation that we're at the point of financial reckoning in terms of our planning, and I would be remiss if I didn't say, I guess, you know, when I look at, if we're looking at running these budget deficits and potentially not being able to complete all the work, the people, my constituents in District 11 can easily point to every place downtown that's got a sign that says it's funded by the penny tax, where they're not seeing that level of investment, so it is challenging.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just a point.
I would just respond somewhat to that by saying that way back when this whole thing started, there was for those that aren't aware of it, there was a set of criteria developed and approved by the council, and based on that criteria, these big projects that you see the signs for, those are they were numbered, and that's kind of why, let's face it, you know, the big dog gets what they want and need versus the little folks like in the rural areas.
Sure, but if all the money runs out before you get to
Exactly right, that's what.
The little folks, they're still paying just like everybody
They still
else.
voted for it, and that's,
And let me add to what Mr. Malinowski said, that also, you know, with that rank order, you have your rank order within your particular district, right? So your number one dirt road project, Mr. Malinowski has a number one dirt road project. He has so many roads that we project that we can fund, and so many that we're saying is on the unfunded list.
Me first?
Ms.
Mr.
Dixon, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I have to agree with, Ms. Newton. We went out and sold a package, and we told the constituents that this is what we were going to deliver. And I have sat through so many transportation meetings, and now I'm saying, for instance, if we promised 100 roads at this amount of money over this period of time, now we're almost at the point where we're, you know, you're talking about inflation. That does not really look good for us. I mean, because we sold them saying, under the studies, that so somebody have given us some really bad information when we did it. They get if you were talking about the Parker-Brinkenhoff study, if the Parker-Brinkenhoff study that we sold the public on was very incorrect, that make us look corrupt. It make us look like we have not done what we were supposed to do, what we sold the public on. And they expected dirt roads. That was one of the major things that sold it. I mean, a lot of people didn't know anything about Clemson Road, but they knew about those dirt roads. Those people who came out, they were really fighting for dirt roads. And the bus, those were the driving points. Now when we hire a PDT team to manage that penny, and I think it was 3% of the dollars, 3%, right, of the collective funds went to the PDT team, if I remember the percentage.
Based on one category, yes, ma'am.
On one category, yeah. But the fact of the matter, now you're telling me if I had 10 roads, the inflation has been such that now I have to go back and say I can't do 10 roads and I can only do 3. That means 7 roads got to go somewhere in the next budget or in the next phase. So we're so far behind on where we are. I would like for you to express what you meant by status quo. I want to go back to what Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackson
And
said
so,
about status quo.
so I'm glad you said that. No offense to anyone, to maintain what we have. That's what status quo mean to me. It wasn't. I didn't put it there to make a condescending remark. Okay, I'm a very direct person. I don't need to put something on paper and to slight somebody. Let me be clear about that.
Okay.
So when I say status quo, as somebody who has taught leadership and management courses for the past 14 years, the graduate students, status quo is just to maintain what we have. So if I offended anybody, let me first apologize.
Mr. Chair.
I'm
Mr.
next.
Walker. I'm sorry.
Mr.
Mr. Brad, I'm sorry, I did Ms. Walker.
I served on the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, and I've been on it I've been here 2 years, so I've been on it 2 years. And I've always supported the penny tax because I supported it for transportation. And I supported it because I thought we needed our roads fixed. But I think that clearly you've given us a good report, but there's background information that is missing. And the problem is that there are a lot of myths that are being put to the newspaper and the media about we're not doing our projects on time without the factual information to accommodate those issues. Yes, we might be over budgeted, but there could be and there are some legitimate reasons why we're over budget. And I think that we have educated citizens in Richland County that if they had the facts, they would understand where we are now and would not blame the county for something that the county really couldn't help. Now, if we've got misinformation, it's 12 years since the referendum was passed. 12 years. I look at the economy 12 years ago and everything that we've been through from up, down, to up and back down. So there are going to be changes in expenditures. There are going to be changes in what we do. And that's why we have budgets. A budget is a projection. And that's why we go back annually to look at our budgets and to make those adjustments. So we can't come out, and I really ask my colleagues to be careful when you come out making statements, when you don't have all the facts. And I think this is a good time and an appropriate time where you can understand. Now, a lot of us have gone through, because I've had some of the same concerns that many of the new people may have, about how the money was spent and everything. And after I got some justification for it, I'm better equipped to make an informed decision. So that's what I caution. Get all your facts before you determine where you're going or your decision with it. So I thank you for your leadership thus far. And Mr. Jackson, I thank you for your leadership on the ad hoc committee, because I know that we've taken each issue and we've gone through them, and there were priorities set. Now, unincorporated, I have some unincorporated areas in my district, and I don't have very many projects in my district, unincorporated and incorporated. But I may not have had 2 or 3 at the most. And I complained about it. Yes, I complained about it. But I was not here to set those priorities. I was not a part of those priorities. So I couldn't go back and change those priorities. Now, if there's a mechanism in place that we can do that, yes. My understanding about the dirt roads is that, and I don't know who's the PDT, they don't have anything to do with the dirt roads. Who did the contracting for the dirt roads?
The previous was Dennis
Who
Corporation.
hired them?
County had to hire them.
Okay, so
Somebody in the county.
that's a totally separate entity. So it's a lot you need to understand before judgments are made. That's just my take on it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Judgments and emotion aside, when I look at a program, I look at a budget, like inferred previously. We have a budget shortfall, obviously, and that's not what our constituents anticipated. So from a program perspective, if appropriate at the time, I would like the input and recommendation of our current administrator, potentially even coupled with Mr. Smith, some legal advice. Do we have any potential exposure associated with our shortfall within this referendum itself?
That's okay.
Good. Yeah. Good point.
Okay, I think I left a copy of what we had sent around yesterday on current status. And that's all I can deal with. I've only read it for 2 months, so I'm not dealing with anything that happened in the past. I'm looking at what the resources we have available now, which are about $450 or $475.
Can you speak up a little, Ed?
We have about $450 or $475 million remaining in the pot for road construction, not greenways and not. So the question is, how do you best want to maximize that $450 million? Now, the current situation is we pay it a percentage override to the PDT. Okay, they manage the contract, they get $6 million a year, and then they get percentages on design work and other kinds of things. So that's a particular cost. That's not a direct benefit in terms of finishing roads. So when you look at the list that was put out originally for the public, we're gonna be really far short on that list. Now, how you want to explain it? You know, I don't know how we explain it to anybody, and make any sense, particularly if it's their road, or their bridge, or their, widening or something. So, all I'm saying is that the decision that you have to make is, how do we maximize the money we have left to complete as much as we can? And then do you have a plan when we're finished to say, we didn't do this, are we gonna do it now? Or are we just gonna forget about it? If it was good enough to be on the list originally, it probably should remain on some kind of budget list to complete, so you can finish it. And that's one of the reasons for looking at the transportation department on a continuing basis, because you're gonna need somebody to manage that later on. When the PDT's gone, when everything else is gone, when the penny funds are gone, you're gonna have to have a transportation department to preserve the $600 million that the taxpayers invested. You can't just let it sit like we did the sewer system, and you can't let it sit like we left the roads for the last 30 years, because somebody that replaces you, your successors down the road are gonna have the same problem. They're gonna look and say, my God, they didn't do anything. So I think putting that in place as we go along can buy you, some buy-in from the public by saying, okay, if we didn't do this, we are gonna do it. We're making a plan for 2029 or 2028. We will finish those roads, and we will continue to maintain them going forward. So you give a positive approach to it. Now, how you wanna use the 450 is the decision you have to make. There's some number out there that you can reduce the cost of the outside administration somewhere between $50 and $70 million. Now, we talked to Charleston County. They brought their system inside a couple of years ago, and what they told us yesterday was that the cost to them now is 30% of what it was prior to them bringing it inside.
Wow.
Now, they have a transportation department. They have some civil engineers, they have some inspectors, they have about 25 people in that department. It costs them, I think, $2 million a year, is what they told us. But that was a far cry from what they started off originally, and it wasn't with any dissatisfaction with the contract. Great relationship, because I asked them that specifically. I said, was this because of a problem? They said, no, it was just the fact that we can maximize the funds a little bit better and continue to do it once the program's over, because I think their total penny tax between the 2 or 3 programs they have is like $2.8 billion. So they have a substantial investment in this, and they wanted to make sure they could continue doing it. But the contract with PDT ends in November, and it's now February just about. So have to make some kind of conscious decision as to what you're gonna do. If you wanna continue that, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But if you wanna try to, look at how we can save some additional money, and the fact that, as Dr. Thompson pointed out, you're gonna be $40 to $70 million over on it as administrative charge. I don't know where that came from, but whatever it is, in the bond issue that we just did, if we issue bonds next year and replace the vans, it's gonna be $31 million in interest. That's gonna drive it over by itself without the administrative charge. So you're taking away from the $1 billion, $30 million that you had originally in those 3 categories for the work. That's reducing that amount because of the administrative charges. It's just math. It's not, whether it's efficient, inefficient, it's just math. You take it away and you now have 1 billion instead of 1,030,000,000 or something. So that's the kind of thing I think you need to explain to the public at some point. You took the $1,070 million, and this is what happened to it, and this is what was left when we finished. And I worked with Dr. Thompson since I came here, because penny tax and the road program, which was running, overages, and the sewer system were 2 things that just stood out as things that had to move ahead, and you couldn't let them sit in the current status that they had. So that's the decision. We need to talk about it a lot, I think, but we need to come to a conclusion, and hopefully we can come to a sort of a unified conclusion, so we can go forward with the same message out there as to what we're doing with that $1 billion that we have, and why some of your roads, or why some of your, whatever didn't happen, this is my opinion, I think we need to make it whole. When we finish with this program in 2029, there needs to be a plan out there that says, we're gonna do this. the responsibility of the whole community because it didn't work the way we said it was gonna work. But what about this?
Ms. Walker, in reference to the second part of your question with reference to liability, my recommendation would be that if we go into executive session, we have an attorney to give us some, speak to that issue. If not, we will get back, we'll just do it at some point in executive session, since we're talking about
Then
a
I'd like-
legal opinions about something.
Matt, would you allow me to rephrase my question then?
Yeah.
From a project administration perspective, from the legal department, how tedious, cumbersome, or otherwise inefficient is the current arrangement versus the administrator's proposed arrangement, from your perspective, Mr. Smith?
Oh, then, I didn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
Can you come up closer so
Yes.
you can hear?
Yeah,
Come on
it's
up
hard to
closer
hear
so
in
you
this
can
room.
hear.
Yeah, what was your question?
From your perspective, from the seat you sit in, from a project administration perspective alone, not from a liability associated with decisions made here at council, but from a project administration perspective, how tedious, cumbersome, or inefficient is the current arrangement versus that proposed by the administrator?
I don't have any perspective on any other arrangement other than the one that we're in right now.
Right.
And I really don't administer the program, I just do the legal part of it. Now, to your first question about the exposure, as Mr. Livingston indicated, the simple answer to your question is yes, there is some, but I would need to explain that in executive session because that is attached to 2 cases that are currently pending.
Understood.
It's pending litigation, and we do intend to get into that as it relates to our presentation.
Right.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think that whenever we do get into that, it'll somewhat tie into what Mr. Thompson has talked about and some of what Mr. Gomo has talked about. Hopefully, we can tie that together.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay.
I need to ask one.
Let me
question.
have Ms. Newton and then Ms.
I just need, this not about
Relates to
this.
that, just follow up? Okay.
I wanna find out, are we being live streamed here? Is this session being live streamed?
It's
not live streamed.
No.
It's just recorded,
Right.
but it's not live streamed. All right, thank you.
Yeah, my question is for you, Mr. Gomo, just to appropriately frame the issues that are before us as it relates to the transportation penny, to make sure that I'm framing it the right way. So what I've heard from you are really 3 issues that require decision from us. So number 1 is, and there probably are more, but how are we going to address the current budget shortfall that's projected in the penny tax program? The second would be, in light of the budget shortfall, how will we address any projects that might not fall within the budgetary parameters that we have? And then the third question that I have is, however that shakes out, how is the county moving forward going to address maintenance of those new roads and greenways that are provided for the penny tax? Is that a fair summary of the issues that are before us? Would you add or change the way that I've framed that?
No, that's a fair summary.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Meyer.
Just to clarify what
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
asking you, of the 219 miles of unpaved county-maintained roads,
Yes, ma'am.
when I'm asking about the dirt road paving project, because those are the roads that we currently maintain and that we own, I'd like to know where they are on the priority list. Because of all the dirt roads, they're less than 220 miles that we maintain that belong to us. Seems to me that the county's roads ought to have some priority on this list while we're going along, rather than this. It's kind of a weird sort of let's pick one from District 1, one from District 2, one from. That prioritization makes us all feel good because we can go back and talk about it, but it may put the taxpayer in a worse position when you look at the end of this program and what we still have to maintain. If we've still got 219 miles of unpaved road that the county maintains when we finish this program, I think that would be a major failing on the county's part.
Yeah, Ms. Meyer, you got it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure who answers this. The option status quo and renew the contract, is the county allowed to renegotiate, or is it only renew and status quo?
Could-
Do I need to write that down and send it in? Is that a complicated question?
No. What-
We've been given the fact that status quo, renew the contract.
Right.
I've not seen anywhere renegotiate.
Right.
So I'm guessing we're not allowed to do that? That's not allowable, or what?
Mr. Manning, I would imagine that there's nothing that prohibits the county from renegotiating the contract that you desire to do so. I don't know that there's anything that I can recall in the language of the contract itself, but that would probably be in the context of perhaps the contract expiring, and then you can go into a negotiation situation at that point.
So we couldn't do anything ahead of now looking at a renegotiation. We would have to wait till it expires and then convene and talk about whether council and county may want to consider a renegotiation as opposed to status quo / renew.
Well, I think that would be more of an amendment of an existing contract. And of course, the amendment itself, to the extent that you wanted to amend it, could be negotiated. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Amendment of an existing contract.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Thank
Listening to the summary of where we're going, it would be interesting to know that we have a number of options. I need to know whether the county is able to handle this type of work. So I need to know the status of the county in terms of staffing that they have, what it's going to take to bring them up to par, how long it's going to take. I need to have all of that in front of me so that I can make the best informed decision. Because right now I don't have that.
Okay.
Mr. Malinowski.
And following up on that, Ms. McBride, in reading this handout we got, it talks about that they want to give this to Public Works, but we haven't heard any input from our Public Works Director at this point, and I'd like to also have that. Thank you.
Any other question?
That was meant to generate the conversation and the discussions and thought. It wasn't
Right.
meant to say.
Oh, no, and you did generate the discussion, and that's why the question followed.
It worked.
It worked. It worked very well.
Is everyone awake now?
It's our job to give you both sides.
Yeah,
We'll give you
that's
both sides
exactly
in
right.
detail.
You did an excellent job.
That was the whole premise. If you're willing to listen to it, just tell me to go away. We're not gonna do
That's
anything.
good.
Yeah, but if you want both sides, we'll do it with detail.
Appreciate it.
I like that, very good.
Thanks.
Are we out of time?
You know, the questions, I'm trying to look at my time sheet here.
I have a question if we have time.
We have time for your
We
question.
do? Okay. Mr. Gomo, where you have run these kinds of big programs in other places, what has been sort of the learning curve? How long has it taken to get people up to speed? What kind of ramp-up time do you need? Is that a realistic goal for us, given we're in February, and if we decided to take your advice, this contract expires in November, what would be sort of realistic ways of looking at this, following up on what Ms. McBride said?
Well, I don't want to throw anything out there without really thinking about it, but I think the advantage that you have to look at that option is that you have something in place already, where in other jurisdictions, you might not have it, okay? You want to do this particular kind of program, whatever it is, it's new, it's gonna start off, so you have to redo everything to get to the point. Now, we have a great beginning, and Dr. Thompson and his staff, I've met them, they are really good. I mean, they are excellent in what they do. So, obviously, they're not big enough to do this, but there needs to be some additions to it. But when we talked to the Charleston County, the interesting thing that they told us was that they do use Public Works people, in addition to their own staff. They have 25 people, because they have a time study system that allows them to come in and punch time into the penny tax. So if the Public Works trucks go out and they're dumping fill or they're doing, come back in and they'll punch in and it'll credit the time against the penny fund. And same thing with workers. So they're able to utilize their Public Works departments down here. And they're a little bigger than we are in terms of the amount of work they do. But that's an excellent way to do that. That takes away the fact that maybe if you're short a couple of people at some point, you can utilize the whole system. And public works is gonna be responsible for this at some point anyway. So there should be some thought about integrating it a little more closely, even if you don't do anything else right now, is let's integrate what they're doing so they become one when they're finished. Transportation becomes part of public works.
Okay, to move us forward,
Mr. Chairman.
next, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have a minute, I might ask a question. In terms of history, and I'm sorry, this is before my time, I believe it was around 2006 that that 39-member transportation group was put together. And actually, by and large, this referendum in 2008 was ready to go on the ballot, but council didn't vote to get it on the ballot in 2008. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, when that group was working, because by the time I came in, elected in 2008, began serving in 2009, and this was coming up for the 2010 ballot. It was already in place, the notion that rather than growing the government and having the government have a Richland County Department of Transportation to do the $1 billion transportation penny, that group or the council, whatever, had made a determination.
Okay, so setting the stage for why we're revisiting this plan, you all are aware that Ms. Dickerson asked for this to be brought back on the agenda, but. I'm sorry?
Who asked? I didn't hear you.
Ms. Dickerson.
I did.
Oh, okay.
It was, I sent it out, I mean, I didn't just.
I just didn't hear what she said.
Oh, yeah.
We're good, go ahead.
Additionally, though, we had an event called 100 Plates where we had about 100 citizens from all across Richland County come together to tell us about how we could move the county forward and what they thought were deficits in areas of services provided by Richland County. And overwhelmingly, we heard from those citizens that they would like to see the Renaissance move forward. They asked for the project over and over again, either by name or via alluding to components of the project. So planning staff has just compiled some of those stats for you here. The most resounding comment we got in our feedback cards was, we need a strong plan for how to move Richland County forward, and that citizens think that Richland County could benefit from Richland Renaissance in that way. So, from the vantage point of staff, we would just like to put before you today some things that we think are critical to the quality of life in Richland County and the provision of critical services. And just from our vantage point, this is the work of local government. This is what we should be tending to with people's tax dollars. These are 11 pictures of how the county currently looks from each one of your districts. So
Yes, amen.
this is about an hour and a half of my staff driving around over the course of one day. So it was not difficult to find, but it should be difficult to find situations like this across the county.
There's that sinkhole.
On photo number 8, is that what you're asking about, Ms. Neal? That is in the parking lot of the old Red Lobster on Decker Boulevard.
These are rather nice.
Compare.
So just to give you a little bit of background, we've spent about $9.5 million on this project already, and that does not include the countless hours of staff time and the work that we were not billed for because it was done in-house. Nor does it include all the money that we funneled into these neighborhood master plans, which set the stage for a plan like Richland Renaissance. This is simply elevating it to the level of being a priority for all of Richland County. For the benefit of the new members of council, we put up the elements of the past Renaissance plan, but we're gonna talk to you about a vision we have for moving the county forward. Again, addressing only things critical to the quality of life and provision of core government services. So Michael's gonna do that for you, just going over the facilities component of this plan.
So as far as the facilities go, focused on the core government services, which in the past were centered around the Columbia Place Mall. Briefly talked about some of the Southeast Richland centers that were looked at, and then actually will cover down on the Revivify Richland. So looking at these three elements, the two that jump out as far as facilities, and basically one of the initiating actions for the former Richland Renaissance was a new judicial center. There was a lot of agreement that it's an aging building, it needs a lot of upgrades to bring it up to code, and it's well beyond its normal useful life, being built in 1980. The second piece of that was the Columbia Place Mall purchases, where we bought three of the large big box buildings, the former Burlington, former Sears, and that was going to house not only core administrative services that currently are at 2020 Hampton, but it also include 2000 Hampton, which is health department, which includes WIC. We have some of our tenant organizations like the United Way that runs the dental and vision clinics. And then we'd also bring in some Department of Social Services, probation, pardon, parole, all those statutory organizations that we were required to provide housing for. And the space allowed us to do a lot with it, and therefore be able to bring those folks in. The third part of the Burlington, with the immediate need of a new 911 emergency communication center, we're looking to bring that aspect from the Sheriff's Department in-house and redo at least a floor of that to house that. As far as the second element with the Southeast Richland centers, there's a dire need for that emergency care facility. It is a health desert in that regard, and I know there's been a lot of agreements being put in place to facilitate that somewhere potentially on one of Richland County's properties down there. Other things that were discussed and in the planning were some type of services outpost in that area, kind of like a government center that give the residents access. And then one of the things that actually is currently funded is at what's called Historic Trail. There's actually an RFP in the works to get out, and once we defined a lot of the work on what the Historic Trail would be, not necessarily a physical trail, but identifying the needs of to bring the history and culture of Richland County to the forefront, and then which ties into a lot of the tourism planning that's also occurred. And actually, we'll talk a little bit about the Revivify. Guess I should have checked my slide deck before I come up here. So Columbia Place Mall. A couple of the assumptions we did make were just the relocation of this core service, and I talked a little bit about that. It will require upfitting, it will require some demolition and construction. And as you'll recall, we got funding to do a facility condition assessment to establish real numbers of what these costs could be for all the buildings. We have over 500,000 useful square feet among those three buildings. And in the parking area is about 30 acres. You're talking about 4,000 parking spaces that could be utilized not just for parking, but as you know from December, you authorized the establishment of a Comet transfer site on the Dillard's property, which the temporary site will be operational in February. We're real excited about that, and then subsequent construction of a permanent facility there. So a lot of future use potential. And then we can easily house all the core services. This is one of the, I guess, a rendering that was done in one of the proposals. It kind of shows the general layout. Don't necessarily pay attention to the white lettering, but it really creates a county service center that has kind of a tremendous economic impact on that area. Along with the Judicial Center, the current assumption in the original planning was to move it to the current location of 2020 Hampton, which is Administrative Services and the Health Department. There was a study done, there was a lot of options presented, a lot of data collected from the judicial community, and it would require demolition of the current buildings that we work in. The proposal was for a 225,000 square foot building, retaining the current parking garage, and then and then also establishing a contractor-funded building across the street that we use for some of the administrative services. Between the current properties we own at 2020, the parking lot, parking garage, and then some acquired property across the street. We're talking about 8.7 acres.
You come back to
The
that.
conceptual drawings of what the judicial center could look like, along with across the street was the building that the contractor would build and lease back. So, the planning all along was to not just self-fund this, but the critical care facility with one of the major health providers in our area is that private-public partnership that we need. We as a county, we're not in the healthcare business, but we have property that can be used for such purposes. So establishing that partnership was critical to the whole thing. Access to healthcare is a right we all have, and currently in that area, it's very difficult to get to. You know, if you have to have a critical emergency where you're severe broken bone, you have to travel pretty long ways from the southern part of the county to get to a place that can treat you as such. And those are some of the areas that that critical care facility would have. This is the intersection of Lower Richland Boulevard and Air Base Road. Those are some of the parcels that the county owns in green, and some of the planned uses that we would use, or some of the areas that we potentially could use for some of this development in the area. Currently, if you notice, to 33-acre parcel to the southeast of the intersection is where we're tentatively planning to put that Hopkins Magistrate Facility. So that's a project that's currently under contract and ongoing. And then, of course, a county service outpost to be able to bring some services that are really centralized at 2020 Hampton to other areas of the county, particularly in the Lower Richland. Just a rendering of some visioning of what it could look like. And I mentioned earlier the historic trail component of it. Again, that was funded in the last budget. There's currently a statement of work being generated in draft form to be let soon. We've had tourism plans done, and this was definitely a component that ties directly into that overall Lower Richland historic tourism plan that's been worked on before. And with that, if you have questions, I'll turn it back over.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize it.
The historic trail, you said was funded last year? Was
Yes,
that
ma'am.
funded with discretionary grant funds or something?
It was I believe we had it was H-tax money that was set aside, 2-year money to fund whatever the historic trail was gonna look
The
like.
council set aside money for that?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't recall.
And there's also funding conservation.
I know I was thinking about the conservation budget, but I don't remember the council setting aside
But I don't
funding
know.
for that.
Yes, ma'am, there is, it was in the budget.
I don't know.
Clarification.
Mr. Hayes.
Clarification on that. If it's funded by H-tax and/or conservation funds, why would it be in the Renaissance plan then? As a separate matter that's already being done.
And I looked at that when it came around, and it was called a historic corridor in the funding line.
That is
And,
conservation. That's conservation.
As such, conservation's gonna
Is that
lead on that, but,
historic-
put
historic
that forward
corridor
as
is,
a,
Nancy's project.
since the Renaissance was deferred, and there's something called a historic trail, it kind of lines up, even though it's not necessarily the
I
same.
don't think it has any bearing on if Renaissance was deferred. You just said that H-tax and conservation funds had the money that was approved in the budget to move forward with the historic trail, so move forward with it. That's all I got to say.
I think that was Nancy.
Yeah, in FY 18 and FY 19, $410,000 was approved in H-tax funding for historic corridor, and in FY 19 was $372,000. So $410,000 in FY 18, $372,000 in FY 19.
What was the source of funds?
H-tax knocked out.
So then I'm like him, so why is it put under the, will this be coming out of the funding for the historic, for the Renaissance fundings, or that's just a phase of the Renaissance, but it's being paid for by another part, is that what I'm
We just
understanding?
consider it a part of the overall.
Oh, okay, all right, that's what I want, because I do know Ms. Myers and we we were talking about a historical trail that we could use going down the line for tourism.
Right.
And that was the main thing, if we could connect all the historical places in Richland County to make it a tourism, and hopefully in the long run, that would be something we could use as a tourist attraction. And so, okay, yeah. Yeah. I got that. Okay.
Okay.
Right, I understand, that makes sense,
Just,
okay.
just one concern, I would suggest, you take it out of the Renaissance plan, particularly because it was deferred, and if you don't want this deferred and it's already funded, you probably better take it out.
Yeah.
Well, was this revivification, was that the same thing as the Renaissance? Because the revivification, was that, how did that connect with the Renaissance?
That's been the matter of some debate.
Yeah, that's what
From that perspective, yes, ma'am, it's the fifth element of the Renaissance plan.
okay, the revivification, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Just to underscore, I'm happy that was, I didn't realize that was, I didn't remember. But certainly if it's money that's not been deferred, Mr. Hayes, can we make sure that it doesn't somehow get deferred as a part of what has been deferred? If it's already allocated, okay.
It's undeferred.
Hmm?
Gets undeferred.
It gets undeferred.
That part is
Undeferred.
undeferred.
Thank you.
All right, that's good, that makes sense.
Wait, if we're still on Renaissance, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
Chairman Livingston said to give you questions, info, if we want feedback on something. Back on one of your first slides, 5-3, you said that staff's received significant citizen input. I'd like to know what those numbers are. How many people? What's the significant input that you got? And then on your 100 plates of dinner on 5-4, do you know right off when was the date of that event?
I was there, and it was 100 plus.
I'm not asking for the numbers there. I'm asking the date of the event.
I forget.
I was out of town when
November, it was in November. Okay, I'm kidding.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is I'm just wondering, forthcoming, the first quarter of 19, why it's taken so long to get something like that.
Yeah, October 26th.
Yeah,
October, November,
it was
December. We're 3
October.
months away, we're still waiting for the report.
That's why this is part of the report.
And you also on 513, page 513, in all these figures of Columbia Place Mall, can you tell me what the distance will be approximately, you give this to me later, from the current 2020 Hampton to the new location out there at Columbia Place Mall? And on your 5-19 for the Lower Richland medical stuff, I wanted to know how far people from down there have to travel now for any health/emergency assistance. And in looking at your map here, well, you suggest the purchase of 82 acres. Unless I'm reading this wrong, it looks like you've got more acreage than you need in what's already county-owned property there. So I'd like to know why we're not just using the county property and forget about buying more property. And your 5-20, growing 5-20, service output, provide services to Richland County's growing population of residents. I'd like to see what the projection is for all areas of the county then, so we can see what these projections are. And the funding trail we just did, that's it, thank you. The only other question I had is why do we uproot 2 groups of folks? We uproot 2020 Hampton to move them to the mall. We uproot the Judicial Center to put it in 2020. Is there any reason, and I don't have to have this now, we don't just put the Judicial Center out to the mall, leave 2020 where it is? It seems like it'd go quicker. And
You would have a legal community uprising.
we're not, well,
that is.
hey, they
They'll
get
come back
paid
with
plenty of
suggestions
money,
about
that
it.
legal
Yeah.
community.
We
I'm
won't
sure
debate that one
someone
now.
will be glad to be out
Look at
there.
Larry. That is
Smell like you do, Ms. Newton.
Just a quick question on the judicial center, and if this is better for later, that's fine. But you mentioned that the current judicial structure that we have was built in 1980, and I'm curious to know in the plans that you have for this proposed judicial center, what the life expectancy or life cycle is, you know, what the planning is so that we're future-proofing or not.
If I recall the study numbers, usually it's 30 years in the courthouse.
Okay.
30 years.
That's about the lifespan, right?
Any other questions this morning?
Did you say just give out questions and send them, submit them?
Well, if we need information and stuff, I'm saying, if we want to make sure we have some information, we'll
Okay.
revisit this.
Okay.
Make sure you tell them now, so we'll have that information. Any other questions, suggestions by the information, Mr. Manager, Ms.
Go ahead.
McBride?
In the medical center, now, so we have the property, and it's gonna be that's the public part, right? And the private part is, as you said,
Somebody
we
would build
don't do
it.
medical, so and I know that, Ms. Myers, you had indicated that you'd had some meetings with people somewhere along the line.
Dr. Udisi,
So
Ms.
kind of like
Dickerson
these
and I-
other things, since we
yeah.
already have the property, can't we just go ahead and let the medical people that want to put that there, start putting it on the property?
You will recall County Council approved requesting the two healthcare systems a proposal. And they are in the process of preparing those proposals and we submit it to the county and once we receive them, we will bring them forward to County Council.
And what's the date for those proposal requests?
But I can contact them and ask them where they are and when they think the proposal will be ready.
So we kind of have two people that are really wanting to do this, and we're going to be able to get a really good deal?
Providence Healthcare and Prisma Healthcare, which used to be Palmetto Health.
Right. And they're both really wanting to do this and get on our property and make it happen.
Yep.
So we can pit them against each other and come up with a deal a whole lot better than the one we talked about this morning. Great. Well, and again, so I don't know why that needs to stay in the Renaissance. Why isn't that just a freestanding? We got the property, we got two medical systems fighting to get on our piece of property. Seems to me like that's just done.
And the, really,
Thank you.
Sir, the purpose really of this is to bring out what was and put it back out in front of the council so this discussion and these questions can bubble up to the surface and they can be answered.
Great, thanks for that opportunity.
Ms. Dickerson?
I'm not gonna say anything after that, but I think when Ms. Myers brought this to our attention, I don't know whether we had identified anyone that would want to, I know we wanted the facility there.
That
and-
was when Providence had asked us to enter into a non-disclosure and Palmetto Health.
Okay.
And we had to I couldn't make
But
that
we
decision
didn't
on
have
it, so we brought it to council.
But that's why we were still in debate about the
Yes,
Renaissance.
ma'am.
But that was, so we didn't have anything locked down with them
No.
prior to, okay.
Ms. McBride, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Part of the Renaissance, we were looking at some critical needs, and that was a critical need.
Right.
And that's why it was a part of the Renaissance, even though the other parts evolved afterwards. And also at Columbia Mall, I think it was good to note that Mr. Jackson, I think Mr. Manning, I think both of you visited DSS.
Yes, I did.
Is that not correct? And I think it's good to let council know that that is a critical need for them to be moved as soon as possible. Because we just can't afford to have our citizens supposedly getting services from a facility in the
That's
conditions
filthy.
that that facility is in.
I visited it too, and it's filthy.
So, and also, Mr. Hannah, with our HR staff and mental health staff, they are so crowded. I mean, no privacy. You would not believe what they're going through on Hampton Street. So there are critical needs that we are addressing in these facilities that we need others need to know about. It's not just like this big old plan without there being an evaluation and an assessment of why we're having it. We're just not having it because it sounds good. We're having it, it came about because there's a need for it. So I just wanted to add that.
And the feasibility study.
And the feasibility study was a part of it also. So,
We about to freeze.
yeah, not the freezability, but the feasibility.
Show that.
Finally feeling
Sweating through my shirt over here.
You know, we tried to capture that on the front end of this, that
Oh, you did, I was just.
we were asked by then Chair, Ms. Dickerson, to bring this back before you.
Yeah, I was just
We have
reiterating
put
some
before
of
you
the
the
things.
concepts that we think address the most critical problems in Richland County. Whether it's the will of this body to pull it out of Renaissance, or however you would choose to move, that's
There's still
not a
things that
staff
need to happen.
discussion, we're just putting forward to you.
No, I am supporting what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So you just said y'all are working on what the critical, you're gonna present something later, not today, but at some point to us about what the
There is a
critical.
proposal coming, yes, sir.
Mr. Manager.
Now, that slide saying this is confidential and privileged, but we're not in executive session. Do we need to move to be in executive session, or is this public information?
It should have been removed. I apologize, that was my oversight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'm closer than you, but I didn't.
It's too bad now, let the public know. That's what
Yeah,
they
please.
do.
Let's move forward.
So the last component, is the Revivify Richland or the blight remediation. I think that most members of council are, most familiar with this plan by these renderings that were put forward for gateway signage. We've had several requests since then to move on these signs.
That's not big
But we think that as long as we have
It's
11
fine.
districts that look how they look, we should probably address the actual blight first, which was the purpose of the Revivify plan before we move forward with the gateway signage. I think completely up to council.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. So you're saying you're removing this from
No, no, it's in here,
the,
but
the relaunch that's brought to us today?
we prioritized it as blight and then signage.
Oh.
But that, of course, is up for discussion.
Thank you, Mr.
I thought Revivify was a separate program back when it was brought to us. It wasn't part of Renaissance either.
Someone asked that earlier, and from the staff perspective, we consider it the fifth element of the Renaissance. Council asked us to
You consider it as
identify
an element, but how was it initially brought to us?
as the fifth element of the Renaissance.
I think it was included when you
Was
voted
it?
for
It
Renaissance.
was.
All right, I didn't think so. However, when you're talking about blight back on your page with all your wonderful pictures on page 5-6, I would think the fact that we've got ordinances and rules in Richland County, that all that should be handled on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. It shouldn't have to have a special program to address it. All that should be ongoing constantly in the county, so.
Yes, sir, we do attempt to do that, but the Revivify plan states that this problem is to the extent that no departmental budget or current staff can handle this unless we elevate it as a priority for the entire county and all get on the same page about how we address
You
it.
can't find the property owners on this?
I mean,
Lean
several of
against
these-
their property, clean it up, or we're gonna put it up
Several
for
of these
sale?
are in a process. The title maps we've been working on for over a year to try and fix.
All right.
Miss-
Man, this is just for a point of clarification to Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Malinowski, I don't know about your beautiful little district up there, but there are a lot of districts through,
I can show you pictures like that. No, if you're gonna cast barbs, I can show you pictures like that in my district
Oh,
too.
look, I'm being funny,
Picture
okay, I'm being
number
funny,
one.
but the fact of the matter is, I'm really being funny, but it's becoming such a danger and a health risk in so many of our areas, and including
I'm just saying,
your-
I thought that we should be addressing this daily and it
But when
wouldn't
you
be there.
mention, that's why I was trying to get this to a point where we identify that kind of stuff as being a nuisance. And I think when we got Mr. Brad to bring us that ordinance on a nuisance, we can address this by saying that is a nuisance, and the owner of the property, we can now make them responsible and say that that property is a nuisance, and if you don't fix it up, then we have the ability to shut it down, you won't be able to rent it, and we could take care of it. And that's why we're trying to get the nuisance ordinance
Which
fixed
is-
so it will address that.
Which is what my last question was, why can't we do something legally?
Well, that's
about
what
it?
I'm saying.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna try to get it
All right,
done.
moving on. Thank y'all, Ms. McBride.
I'ma leave it alone.
Cause we know this is,
I'm just gonna leave it alone.
BB.
Mr. Manning, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any financial figures? I didn't have any in my booklet.
The question was financial figures.
BB. Oh, thank you.
You can have for the air to go.
Well, as part of bringing this back in front of council, the way ahead does involve finding out how we're gonna pay for whatever we move forward with. There was an initial plan last time around, needs to be revisited, see if it's still viable, which included debt financing, property sales, and using the current millage to fund different, fund it, so. Definitely
Do we
look at
have an
that.
idea when we might have that to, as a companion to this kind of global discussion?
So the facilities condition assessment for the 3 mall properties closes next week. And we'll be evaluating the responses to see who we want to use. That could be awarded probably within the month after that. And then they'll be starting going to work to assessing the buildings and coming up with real numbers for upfitting the facilities. That would include for a 911 communication center, potentially the Sears, see if it's suitable for all the state services like DSS, Department of Health, and then the Dillards would be third for county services.
And
probably
did we put out a proposal, or we had a developer that's already come to us about building the office building?
No, we never got to that point at deferment. You talking about the one for the judicial center?
Yes.
No, we never got to that point.
Okay, Ms. Myers.
Yeah, just as a point of clarification, the property management ad hoc committee did put out as of, I guess, maybe 3-4 months ago, we went to do the feasibility study for the 911 center and all the buildings at the Columbia Place Mall. That ought to be coming to a close sometime pretty soon, because the full council approved that sometime back.
As soon as we got the funding approved, ma'am, it was launched about a week or 2 after that.
Okay, so we
So
ought to
30
be able to
days. Yes, ma'am.
get some update on where we stand with that. And as to the Mr. Manning's second comment with regard to the financing, and where we stopped, I don't know if the older council members, or I'm not older, I'm 2.5 years, but when we deferred this, we were at the point where we had developers literally at council meetings coming to actually present. They had been asked to do that, and I think they came 3 meetings running, and we sent them away. So that was the point where we were, so that we could get the actual numbers, and that's when this got kind of the kibosh. So that was, I think it's kind of, maybe the staff's in an unfortunate position to ask them to answer that when in fact we kind of could put the kibosh to them finding the answers to it.
Well, mine was very narrowly specific to the developer to build the office building.
That's who was there. They were there
Oh, it
for
was?
they were there for the mall and the judicial center, right?
Just the judicial.
Yeah.
So we
They
had
were
2
there for
contracts
both.
already for
He's saying
ratification.
somebody
Just the
different.
judicial.
They
That's
were there
correct.
for
So
both. Mashburn
the
was-
developer would have been
had
part of the
two.
judicial center. So we had the architects were ready to sign the
Right.
contract for the architects to start designing it, and part of their roles was
Yeah.
reaching out to developers
Right.
and working with them to find who wants to build this building for us
Right.
and getting RFPs. That was part of their contract. So that got stopped when Renaissance was deferred and we didn't sign the contract. The other contract was for redevelopment of the mall properties. And that, again, during that.
Right, I understand that. I
Okay.
was just talking about that one building about, what happens if a developer doesn't want to build an office building there and lease it to us? Or what if they build it and they lease it out to attorneys, and then all of a sudden, we don't have any place for, like, the solicitor or the probate judge?
Well, there was definitely plans to
Be
use
there.
that building for
Well, I know it's
after
the
hours
plans,
access.
but if a developer is building an office building and we're hoping to lease there,
It'd be built for us as part of the overall judicial center contract.
thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thanks so very much, and we, councilors have questions they didn't answer to, please forward them to the administrator. Mrs. Bill.
They're continuing. I was going to say they're going to finish this.
So,
Good afternoon. I was thinking I was going to have to tell an HR joke since it was after lunch to wake everyone up, but I think I'm good. I think I'm good. So I appreciate them scheduling us after the Renaissance. Thank you for providing me and Ms. Tammy O'Berry, who I'll introduce to you in a minute. It's going to help me with the presentation, to have a few minutes to talk to you about total rewards. Total rewards is something that the county is excited about, and it's not a program just to come up here and ask you for some money and that's all. It's a lot more comprehensive than that. I would like to say we have had a tremendous amount of support and collaboration from all county departments. We probably had over 100 meetings. Those meetings have included elected and appointed officials. I know Chris Cowan is in the back. He has participated himself in many of the meetings, and Mr. Polis in many of the individual meetings we've had. And it's really been a great collaborative process that we've had with all departments, and all departments are very much interested in this. What we are trying to do with this is change culture, not just pay employees, give employees some pay increases. If the only thing that we do is give employees pay increases, the total reward study will not be successful. I was listening to the presentations this morning, and I think the first one was from the Association of Counties, and he was talking about the rules as it relates to council members engaging staff. And I was thinking to myself, having worked in local government about 30 years, I was thinking to myself, that's the law, but then how does the council member get the service to the constituent that the constituent is expecting in a prompt and efficient manner? Because that's what the constituent is expecting us to do, or you to do if they're contacting you. And if that's not working, then there's the law, but then, it seems like we're a bureaucracy and things begin to bog down. So one of the things that we need to do as staff is not just expect council to give us money, but also come up with ways to help council deliver those services in a legal and effective and efficient manner as it relates to your constituents. I mean, people there's an app for everything, microwave, people to go through drive-ins. People expect immediate services. So again, this is not just about HR being up here or departments being up here and solely say, give us some more money, but also how can we change the culture to where we're delivering the services, meeting the mission and the vision of the county. I think I've hit it. Also, the chair of county council, the study itself is about 600 pages. Obviously, I've been restricted from going over 600 pages very much, but the chair has, I think, agreed that at the appropriate time, the council would have a work session and we can go over it in adequate detail. This is really what the study is about in essential. We're trying to reinforce the mission, vision, values of Richland County, create appropriate competitive opportunities for advancement of attracting and retaining employees. What we want Richland County to be is a place that applicants want to come to work and employees want to stay here. That's what we're trying to do. That makes it easier, whether or not you're looking for a county administrator or whatever position it is, that it's an attractive place to come. One thing that you may find of interest is reducing financial investments necessary, and I think you'll see more about that in the next slide. And I know if we're talking about money for employee pay increases, how am I saying reduce investments? But if you stick with me, I think you see what we're talking about there. And the main thing is trying to position the county as an employer of choice. If you look at, there's a employee engagement survey that's about 230 pages. Obviously, I'm not permitted to get into that. But research and the responses that we've gotten from our own employees are telling us this is what employees are looking for. And as you can see, there are a lot of things on there other than competitive pay. There are a lot of things on there. And also, you notice we're saying competitive pay. We're not saying the highest pay of anybody or the highest pay that can be found, because we don't think that's what employers are expecting. They're saying competitive wages. And we could probably do a presentation on any one of those things on there, but listening to employees, procedural justice. There's a lot of talk in the legal community about procedural justice, where how you're treated in a transaction, if you're giving a ticket, is more important than whether or not you get a ticket. There's also up there about accountability. We need to be more accountable, not just ask council to give us money. I need to be more accountable as a director. Our managers need to be accountable. Our employees need to be accountable. And I think at this point, I'll let Ms. O'Berry take it from here. Tammy O'Berry has picked up, Tammy O'Berry is the assistant HR director, and Tammy and I have worked together, I think, 16 years. Seems like only 15. And she's really taken the ball. The project manager for the study took another job with the USC and is working at USC now. But Tammy picked up the ball and has really been engaged in this very vertically. But I'll let her take it from here, and I'll be here to help answer any questions.
Okay, so I'm going to probably take a little bit of time to tell you guys more specifics about the study and where it is that we are in the study, how we got here, and where we are now. So the study had 4 major components. The first one was an employer survey. The second one was an employee engagement survey, and I'm going to tell you all of y'all about each one of these separately. Then a lot of time was spent in the classification and compensation, looking at all of our different jobs, how they're classified, what they're paid, and then looking at the sum of our total rewards programs and practices in the county, and that includes everything from benefits to time off to training and development and those kind of things. And we're going to go into each one of those. But first, let's talk a little bit about, the main overarching points that we're trying to get to here. We need internal and external pay competitiveness. We need to be competitive against our peers. We need our employee and retiree benefits to be competitive with our peers. We're also looking at the compensation section to address some wage compression issues that we've had in the county over the past 10 years, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. And we spent, like Dwight said, a lot of time with our department heads and representatives from our different departments and elected and appointed officials to make sure that we were addressing their needs, and they had a big role in helping us to slot their jobs and place their jobs into a competitive salary structure that we're going to present to you. Okay, so to start with, a little bit about the custom employer survey. It was conducted back around June through August of 18. And what we wanted to do was gather benchmark data from different organizations and compare ourselves to those organizations. It was a mixture of public and private organizations that were asked to contribute. And our goal out of that was to make sure we were still on track and headed to where we needed to be competitive with the market. About 50%, and that was the custom employer survey with the little R at the end. Now, the employee survey is where we engaged our employees to tell us what they thought about Richland County. And we had about 50% response rate, which is a very high response rate when you're talking 2,000 people. And we asked them questions about themselves, their experience here, our benefits and compensation, their career goals, their working environment, and anything else they wanted to tell us about. So here's an example of what we got back, and this one Dwight references the 300-page document. There are 300 pages of heat maps that tell us data analyzed by all different factors. This is particularly based on employee group. why do you still work at Richland County? What motivates you to come to work every day? So we know this now by what our directors are motivated by, our managers, our supervisors, to our non-exempt employees. And we also have the data in a lot of other ways that we'll be able to share with you later in more detail, but we can tell you the same answer to these questions by demographics, by race, by gender, by all kind of things, kind of get to the guts of why do people still work at Richland County? Why did they come here? What is their favorite part about being here? What do they think we need to do differently? About 300 pages of that data in our survey. And one of the final questions that was more open-ended, ask our employees, suppose you were in charge for a day and could make one change to Richland County and to make us an even greater place to work, what would you do? And their most frequent responses were more opportunities for career advancement, additional paid and unpaid time off, flexible work arrangements, and compensation more aligned with the market. So those are the main 4 things our employees told us. And when you look at compensation being more aligned with the market, we like to reference back to this chart so that for those of us who haven't been here the whole time, you can see kind of where we hit some real snags with not having pay increases for quite a few years. You'll see back in 2003, we had a lot of performance-based pay increases, and then we went a few years with no pay increases. We've had a few market rate adjustments and a few COLAs over the past few years, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, it's about 6 years in there with no increases, which can tend to put you a good bit behind the market. One of the things that we tried to strive for when we were implementing the cost and compensation part of this study was to try to make sure that we were headed toward a place where we were paying at the 50th percentile of the market. And this is just a little chart that kind of takes you through the salary for a particular job in annual wages and looks at, in the market, this job would pay anywhere from around $20,000 to around $63,000, and where you fall within that range for the job determines what percentile your employees would be at. And one of the things we've targeted as part of this study is trying to pay for an employee who's fully tenured and successful in their job at the 50th percentile of the market. Now, that's not the new hire rate. This would be the rate that you would want to get them to over time. Okay? Does that make sense? All right, then we'll move to the next one. How did we get there on the class and comp part of the study? We have about 500 jobs in the county, and we took about 100 of them from different departments all over the county, and we benchmarked those against other employers with the help of our vendor. And what that means is we actually took a job description that we have and compared that to job descriptions all around the country of other jobs and made sure that we were comparing apples to say how much should this job pay. And those are our benchmark jobs, and then we use those jobs to help us slot in other jobs based on the hierarchy that the departments gave us for their departments. And each job had a different labor market. Each level of job would have a different labor market. So, for example, if you're looking at an equipment operator, you'd probably be looking around the Columbia area, Columbia, Lexington local area. And then if you're looking at a department head level job, you may be looking much more broader, sometimes all the way even to a nationwide type of market to look at what is this job paying for what level of job it is that we're trying to hire for. Where do you get those employees from? And we used all of that data with the help of all of our department heads for many, many months to come up with what we felt like was a sound salary structure. And that salary structure is different than what we have now. The new salary structure will have, that we're proposing, has 18 grades. And midpoints from grade to grade go up at 10% at the bottom, and then they jump to 12%. And the more senior level you get, the grades jump up to about 15% difference between the midpoints. I'm going to show y'all in a picture that has this make a little bit more sense. And the range spread of jobs from the minimum of the range to the maximum of the range is about 60%, with the midpoint being in the middle. And the higher up in grade you go, that range spread starts to go up to about 80%. So let's take a look at this picture, and I'll give you an example of a level 1 job that would start out with a salary range of around $20,000, working your way all the way up to a salary range of around $32,000, with a midpoint there at 26. So if you look at that first grade there, compared to the grade 18 level, where the minimum of the salary range would be $119,000, that would be your hiring rate for an entry-level person into that range, all the way up to $215,000 for that level of position in the county.
What's an example of a level 1, please?
And level 1 would typically be like an entry-level secretary,
Okay.
possibly a cashier.
Thank you.
Okay, so another important point here is that in our market analysis, we have data by department as well. And so what you'll see here, what this is telling us is that in different departments, we have some salaries that are about on par. And then in other departments, the majority of the salaries are way under market. So I'll just pick one here, Public Works. As you can see, we're at 18.5% of the people are at or below the 25th percentile of the market. So that means they're below the 25th percent, which would typically be your hiring range. This is a lot of data, and I'm getting the go-go. So I'm going to try to hit the next few slides.
Can I ask a quick question
yes,
about
sir.
that other chart? So am I reading that right, that you either want to be in administration or working with dead bodies?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you're looking for a higher salary that's more competitive with the market, that's where you'd want to be. Okay, so what are we asking for from you guys today? We'd like for you to consider the concept of accepting a total reward strategy and endorse our strategy of becoming an employer of choice. Authorize a total rewards focus and not just on compensation, because one of the main things we did was we didn't just look at compensation. And in fact, one of the things our employees told us was that compensation is not the most important thing to them all the time. They're looking at benefits. They're looking at the ability to help others. There's lots of reasons why they work for the county and why they choose the county. So we want to go above and beyond just compensation. We'd like to have the county administrator and director of HR authorized to analyze and follow up with employees and departments on the findings. And authorize us to work with a consultant to finalize a multi-year implementation plan. And I'll give you an example of that. I only have 2 slides left here. Kind of where we are on the current implementation steps. We are just now implementing the 2% pay increase. That's going into effect in January for all of our employees, and that cost about $1.8 million plus some tax contributions and PIBA requirements. Cost about that much for a whole year to implement a 2% pay increase. The next steps that we have on the table are trying to bring the employees to the minimum of their new pay grade. So when you saw those slides a few back, you saw that a lot of our employees are not even nowhere close to the market. They're below the minimum recommended salary. We'd like to get them up to the minimum recommended salary. And then we're also working on a lot of different charts and plans for how to move people within the structure based on their years of experience at the county. And right now, to get everybody where the market would deem they should be, it's looking like it's going to cost around $10 million. Yes, ma'am. Because once you implement it, it's there for good.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Madeline, go ahead.
Okay. There's a lot of future steps that we need to take when we get the final draft of the study, which is coming in relatively quickly. We've already got a draft final document. When we get the final document, there's probably more to this study after that than where we are even at. We're talking hundreds of steps to actually put this into place. And those are some of the things we'd want to do. And we'd be working from an overall strategic plan that looks something like well, obviously, we can't have the whole 10 million today, so what does it take to look like, to get the funding that we need to implement the compensation part and the rest of the study over a several time period?
I think Mr. Malinas has a question.
Yeah, I do. Ms. O'Berry, you say one thing, but what I'm seeing is another. You, on page 6-13, classification compensation analysis, the statement you made when you opened up was that the study was done and the main or basic question asked was, how much did the job pay? And then throughout, while you keep saying there's other things that the employees are saying are of importance to them in working for Richland County, and on your one page back there, 5 out of the 7 things were items that were rated a higher percent than compensation, but everything you're providing us here really is all hinging on pay, pay, and pay. So while you're saying one thing, what you're providing us here is another.
Yes, sir. I have a whole 100-page PowerPoint to give you that has a lot of the other details in it that we really wanted to go over today, but we were in such a time crunch that we tried to limit it to, but the compensation piece of this project is really only a quarter of it. There's 3 quarters
That's all
left.
we're getting.
Yes, sir. We were trying to let you understand where the major cost was going to come from in this, but the cost, the other pieces may not actually cost us any dollars. They could require some staff time and that kind of thing. They may not cost near as much, but they are just as near and dear to us. We tried to get you what you needed on the money today, and I've got the whole 100 pages. I'm happy to sit with you and talk with you
Just
about.
remember now, the first comment was we're going to follow up with a work session on this at some point. I think Ms. Newton had a question.
Yeah, quickly, I understand that there's a whole lot of data, but broadly speaking, when you looked at employee engagement overall, how did we compare to our peers?
Okay, so from an employee engagement perspective, we were looking at our employees. Most of the
Or
statisticians.
industry standards?
Right. What they do is they want you to compare yourself to yourself over time.
Okay.
Because it's really hard to compare yourself to other people.
Gotcha.
So what they've done is they've given us a baseline, and what we would hope that our goal obviously would be that we have a score now and we know how we did, and that over time we could definitely improve on that score.
And you said you got 100 pages, so if the answer is yes, yes is sufficient. You know, explanation necessary. In the 100 pages, is it addressing the issue of the health insurance and the role of the county in terms of, we had to make a major adjustment a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, and one going forward as a benefit, is there any conversation or discussion included about that?
Yes, sir. Benefits are a big part of the study.
That's all you need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. McBride had a question for you.
I'm sorry, I had to leave out, so I don't know whether you addressed this or not. We're looking at the ranges from, I think, 1 to 20. 1 to 18. Was there, and I don't know what you compared it with, a discrepancy in terms of the number of employees at the 1 level versus the number at the 20, how many people that we had in the different levels? Because I know the one at 20 is almost like poverty level. And what are we doing to address those differences?
I'll try to answer that in
The one at 20,000.
Right, 20,000. Okay, so at the higher levels of the organization, there are very few people in those levels. It's a very small percentage of the population. In fact, one level may only have 1 person in it. And then now at the lower level of the organization, we also have fewer people in those jobs. We're finding that the majority of the people are rounding the 4 to 7 level range, and then that 9 to 13 level range is where the majority of the jobs are falling. There are a few people in those lower ranges, and regrettably, those people are making less than that at this time, most of them. So what we want to do is get those people up to that range by bringing them to the minimum of their new pay grade.
So it's possible to phase in different components, because we know that they're at poverty level here, that it's possible to address some of the different ranges at different periods. Or is it?
Yes, ma'am. And one of the recommendations is to work to bring the people to the minimum of the pay grade that aren't there, which is like typically a first step you would take to say, okay, we know this job should definitely be paying this much, so let's at least get them to the minimum of the pay grade.
Particularly the ones at the lower level. I mean, all of them, but if you want to specialize and knowing, depending on the amount of funding that you had and what you could do over a period of time.
If you couldn't get everybody to the minimum, and right now I think we're saying that would cost about 1.4 million. If you couldn't do that, then you could pick out
Could
the
phase
lower
it.
pay grades and fund those first.
Not that
if
we
you
don't want all
if
of
you
them.
chose to do so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Myers?
Just a question, Mr. Hannah.
Yes.
Following up on Ms. McBride, at the 1, 2, and 3 levels, you all said that there were only a handful of people there?
At the 16, I mean, at the 18,
One-
17, 18.
No, 1,
six-
2, and 3.
Right.
the
A
base
handful
level.
at the top. At the bottom, there are more than a handful, but the majority of our employees don't fall there.
What's the more than a handful? That's my question.
I'd
Is
like
it
to-
100 people? Is it 50? I mean, what is that range?
I can get you that number very soon.
Because I might suggest that it might be something that this council wants to consider, whether or not we even want people working for Richland County in the 1, 2, and 3 level. So, Mr. Hannah, my question to you is, looking at your staff, I mean, is this really where we even want any of your, if this is described as a secretary, or clerical, clerical worker, I'd just be curious to know if that is if 1, 2, and 3 are levels that we even need in Richland County. I'd be happy to take your expert advice on that, but that's a question I'd like us to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Again, for the new members of the council, I'm Ismail Azbek, I'm the Public Works Director. What we are going to present for you today is a joint effort between Public Works and also Community Planning and Development. Again, Ashley back there, and she'll be coming up here for question and answer session. Also, Dr. Udisi and the administration and legal team, all Mr. Smith by himself. Oh, no, Brad is over there also. And, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Okay, again, for the sake of the new council members, I would like to give some background what we're talking about. Before even I get started, there are so many road-related names and programs and things like from penny to dirt road paving to resurfacing. This is completely different from any of those programs. Just simply put, this came about from the housing bust, as you can remember, 2008-9, which came after the housing boom, and we had quite a number of developers basically went out of business. They just disappeared, and the bonds that were supposed to guarantee those developments to be completed somehow didn't get followed up. And eventually, county ended up with a whole new problem of development-related roads, which are called private roads, but they are different than the rest of our private roads. These roads have gone through the development process. That means they've been engineered to county standards. County planning department, the new development department, they reviewed all the plans, approved them. They inspected all the construction, followed through. Unfortunately, they never got to finish. They are all different degree of, I guess, incompletion, I should say. So these are roads in developments. They are incomplete. They don't meet county standards. However, the citizens who bought houses, which are perfectly legal in South Carolina, off of a bonded plat, they rightfully call in you, us directly, administration, and with that, council made its first attempt how to deal with these concerns of citizens, which really rightfully they had. They thought they were promised something, and the county didn't follow through. So 2013, I guess several of you probably were on the council at that time. There were about 40 roads were taken into county maintenance system. That was the first of its kind. However, it wasn't that easy. Council directed staff just take them over. However, it took a long time, and we haven't even got half of the roads because of finding the owners. They are non-existent because of which I'm going to get into the detail. I just wanted to give you an overview, and Mr. Gomo and Dr. Yusufi wanted me to keep this completely separated so that we don't. It's a narrow issue. If you have any questions on that, otherwise it's a short presentation of about 8 or 9 quick slides. And
Pardon me, just
yeah.
quickly to clarify,
Right.
where you say that council approved accepting and improving the roads, does that also mean that the ownership and requirements were also budgeted for?
Well, they have provided $800,000 as seed money for that. However, which never became a problem, never became an issue because we were never able to get it.
You used the word they. Who is they?
The council, I'm
okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah, council, yeah, the council made the list, along with, I'm sure, staff input. None of us here was present when this thing happened in 2013.
$800,000 of
Was,
seed money.
yes, we've started using them, but I'm going to get into that later on in that. So as far as the history is, it started as 2000, that was the first attempt. Then 2018, one of those projects or hunters runs, some of you may remember that project. We've completed, and during the contract award, our council said, hey, wait a minute, we are getting a whole bunch of other requests. It's not just 40. Actually, there were hundreds of roads in the same condition. We want to look at the whole thing, not just stop at 40. And staff was directed to look at the rest of the development of the roads. And basically, in October, actually by April 27, we provided about almost up to 496, if I'm not mistaken, Ashley, but you probably were not involved at that time. That is the number of roads related to the development. Then later on, we just had to come up with a plan. How do you deal with all that and what the situation is? Some of you definitely attended the first session that we had on October 16. Actually, what you're going to be seeing here is a condensed or summary version of that presentation. As you recall, Tracy Hagler. I'm not as smooth as Tracy. I'm a very poor substitute for her. But I have a backup, Ashley. She's right there. With that, I'll move on fast. Again, these are the things that why we prompted that. The requests keep coming and from all directions, and I believe just about all areas. And basically, we can put these roads into 2 categories. That 496. We've assessed all of them and found that, fortunately, we were able to locate or find who was responsible, and a majority of them were really under active development. Some of them were dormant, but they were active. These developments belong to 2 categories, basically. Either they were actively under construction or development in different phases and stages, or they were pretty much abandoned. Well, this is the easy part. So we already contacted planning department and have a robust program how to deal with the active development sites, and we are recommending to do nothing in those. These are about 300 to 400 roads are under active development. And again, Ashley, then later on maybe I'll point it out to you. What is our new bonding process? Why we should never end up in the first place at this point should a developer go bankrupt or disappear. The proposal is just continue to enforce the existing rules and regulations and move on. Well, the tough ones are the abandoned ones. What the reasons, as I mentioned to you, housing crash started it, and the lack of follow-up. I'm told there was one gentleman who was in charge of, at one time, in keeping up with bonds and so on, long time ago. That gentleman passed away, and that caused some issues. And the abandonment, obviously, in two ways. One of them, they really disappeared. We couldn't find any one of them. And we are having really major problems, even getting deeds, finding who's responsible for the deeds. And then there's the other kind of developers. They are live and kicking, basically, but they have no obvious intention to finish these developments. And that's where we are going to get, obviously, with legal and enforcement and try to, do whatever we can. I think I might go down too fast. Yeah. Well, you can tell from this slide the word "to" undergirding assumptions from Paul. I don't use undergirding. That's Tracy herself. That's why. Well, I guess I would have said 2 assumptions, which are pretty legitimate. County exists as the last option, because we're not going to do it until we are the last option to fix these roads. And I'm sorry, I went too fast because I was getting signals from the back to speed it up. And the most important one is number 2. The county wishes to improve the quality of life for citizens in neighborhoods with incomplete and abandoned roads. And as I explained at the beginning, and there is a responsibility on county's part, the promise that these developments would have been finished with bonding and so on. Well, here's the proposal, or at least the idea that we are coming up with. Number 1, in order to do any improvements on any of the roads have to be deeded to the county. So I guess Mr. Smith would tell us we cannot touch any private property or roads. And in order to be able to fix these roads, we have to have a team of professionals, attorneys, right-of-way agents, consultants, and eventually contractors to fix all these roads. And then there should be some deterrent or some penalty for these developers that if they want to come back and develop in this county, possibly reimburse the county for these expenses. Well, the concerns or the difficulties, the roadblocks we are running into is obtaining title. As I mentioned earlier, the 40 roads that we didn't use up any of that, well, some of that $800,000 because we were having difficulty taking titles of those roads. Locating owners, we're going to need a team of attorneys. There was another item that was complicating the issue. Tax sale of these roads, that we have to find a way to stop these properties put on the sale, tax sale, due to non-payment of property, because these are all private. It shows up as private property. And then these people, third-party people, buy these roads, and they demand money in exchange to give it back to us. So we're going to even ask you consider condemnation for non-responsive or non-cooperative owners. Well, obviously, this is going to cost some money. We went through these roads and came up with an estimate. Well, this was the original estimate for 105 roads, 8.1 million. That includes engineering. Because of this high level of estimation, we put a 30% contingency at this level. However, there is some more activity going on with some developers some of you remember Tracy presenting you some proposals, some really creative ways of getting the developers to pay up, that we were supposed to go ahead and do the work, but the developer was supposed to sign a contract, which you, the council, approved that contract. However, developer yet to sign on that. So we added about 8 more roads to it, so the current estimate is 9.1 million and 113 roads. Well, this is my last slide. And again, as a summary, what we are just reminding you is this is just one of many ideas probably. We would like you forward these recommendations to the DNS committee to go ahead and review, rehash, and consider with the implementation of the third-party team, developing a 5-year funding plan with capital improvement budget. I guess James in the back probably would get involved. And we might use some of roads and drainage fund balance. I guess James is laughing when I bring up that. But there should be a funding for, it's going to be a long process. We're thinking at least a 5-year staging of this development. And then the difficult part we are going to need your assistance is the prioritization of how to go about it. I think we made some attempt on how to go about it, but just really we left it up to the work session then for today so that we could get some direction how to go about or create a matrix of, let's say, worst condition to best, age of the neighborhood, oldest to youngest, depending on the developer being active or non-active, providing developers and so on. And again, we're not doing anything with the subdivision which are under active construction. I apologize for.
I have a question.
Fixing your and then
Ashley, you may want to come over here because this. Let me mention how this process of subdivision works. Planning and development, new development division, reviews all the engineering plans, issues permits, follows the subdivisions and roads all the way through completion and final inspection. And if they are satisfied, and if the county engineer comes and says, okay, good, then they turn it over to Public Works. Public Works pretty much does nothing but maintenance of these. But we have a vested interest of all these developments are done correctly, properly, and meet all county requirements. So now we can answer your questions, legal, administrative, planning,
Questions?
or Public Works.
I think I had Ms. Dickerson and then Ms. Newton, right?
Okay, my question is, you mentioned those developers who defaulted on some of these roads and moved out of the county or whatever. Have they been working on any other projects since that time in Richland County? Have we allowed them, since they defaulted, do we still let them come and do work in Richland County?
I'm going to defer that question, but
Ms. Ash, I
but
don't
she's
care.
not going to be answered that.
Yeah.
Possibly. Because we have no way of really stopping anybody, which I'm going to ask for Mr. Smith to come to the podium, please.
Huh?
And
The
we,
answer to your question is likely yes. I don't have a list of all the developers, but there's no mechanism in place currently to.
Okay, say for instance, there is one that I had a lot of problems with, and I think Ms. Newton just asked me about that one. We went back and forth. Is that developer still developing in Richland County?
I don't know which one, but if
You know
you
which
give
one
us a
I'm
name
talking
that we
about
can
with
tell you if that person is developing or
Well,
not.
it was Leventis. It was the guy who did this Hunter's Run that abandoned it. It was a bond thing.
We're in
Nick
open
Leventis.
session. I don't want to call names and
Well,
accuse
he
people.
asked me to tell him, so I just
I'm
told
sorry,
him.
yeah.
Well, I
I'll take
just
that back.
answered his
Just-
question.
They're working.
I don't know. I don't know if that person does or not.
Well, if I asked a question inappropriately, I apologize, but you asked me for the name, and that was the name, and
That's my
anybody
fault.
can
I'm
find
sorry.
out the
I
name of
apologize.
this Hunter's Run is in here. Everybody can tell who built it, so it's not anything that's secret. But are they still working in Richland County?
I don't know. And
Oh,
again, that is under the new development which is community planning and development, not under public works.
Huh?
I'll verify.
Okay.
I would just-
have it new to them, Mr. Malinowski.
Okay.
So I apologize if I missed it. You mentioned that you were going to address, or I thought you were going to address what we can do to prevent this problem from happening in future. So my question is, what are the mechanisms so that moving forward, we don't find ourselves in this position? And then a second question that I have, which can just be addressed separately outside of this forum, is from a legal mechanisms to prevent them from working in Richland County again, but also what, if any, legal mechanisms there may be, because businesses change name all the time, so, you know, you can have the same players.
LLCs, yeah, they change name, they come
Correct,
up
and
with
again,
different
I
LLCs.
don't know that
yeah.
we need to go through
Exactly.
that here, but just that would be information that I would be interested in as we
Absolutely.
decide how to move forward. I would like to know now, however, again, what is in place so that moving forward, we don't have this situation.
Right. Your first question is the easiest, so I'll answer that along
the
with
one I want.
Ashley, she can too. We're fully prepared. Well, these are problems of the past. I can tell you and assure you, these issues have not cropped up.
Okay.
They have a robust bonding, follow-up on bonds, and we have not anything like that happened in the recent, over the last 5-6 years that
Okay.
I can remember. But we can provide you the whole
No, I
process.
mean, if
It is
if
very
it's solved,
tight.
great, thank you.
I think Teresa and then Malinowski and then Teresa, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
A clarification on Ms. Dickerson's. I can say yes, and I can give you a name.
No, I don't
names
need
of-
it.
Not now, not here, but I'm talking about a company that defaulted on roads and then actually was in the bid process for penny tax funds and got it.
Wow.
So that's still taking place,
I
number
wish I'd
one.
known that.
Number two, Ms. Newton kind of brought up what I was gonna comment on. Tracy Hegler said, we've got a new process in place, it won't happen again. Joe Cosi said, oh, we got a new process in place, it was the people before us, it won't happen again. Anna Almeida said, oh, it won't happen again, we got a new process in place. We're going back 12 years, everybody keeps saying that. So I'd like to see what she's asking, some definitive proof and information of what are we doing to assure this won't happen again.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Teresa.
So a couple of things. I'm thinking about, you know, your point about how do we, companies change names, and especially if folks have filed for Chapter 11, then now they have a new code, whatever it is. So we need to make sure that we're digging back into the history of these companies, doing a little more due diligence there. And the other thing is that I'm just not as familiar with these types of issues. Can you give me just kind of paint a quick picture for me about what it looks like? There's a development, the homes are built, there are people living in them. Are they now pulling off the road and there's only so much road that goes to their house and then they're off on,
No.
you know, tell me about it.
No,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
situation is not that bad.
Okay.
The roads are there, but these are so long ago. It's full of potholes,
Okay.
pavement, maybe the top surface. What they do, they usually finish and leave the top 2 inches of asphalt until they finish all the homes. That is not done. Catch basins are not cleaned, and failures that public works. That's what we do for a living. Go and fix and drainage, clean up. We can't do that because it's all private property. So until county takes it over, so the citizens are in a really precarious situation. They are putting pressure. If the developer is still around, they're doing everything they can. But to answer.
So, we're going to ask that council at a later date schedule a work session so that we can more thoroughly go through this topic. My time is now split with the update for the county administrator search, so I'm gonna go very high level here unless you all have questions and need me to slow down, but we would hope that we could talk about this later at a work session. So in 2009, the city of Columbia adopted an annexation plan entitled the Urban Service Area Plan, and this was, the city of Columbia stated intent was to get more aggressive about annexation at this time. This plan set forth 3 different types of areas that they would look at, 4 areas that they would look at for annexation. First being the donut hole, which is basically an area of unincorporated Richland County surrounded by municipality. Second being the primary area, which would be nearby parcels with adequate service ability and will generally be annexed when petitioned. Secondary areas then follow, and long-range areas. This is the urban service area map as updated by the City of Columbia in 2009. They did hold a work session subsequent to this update to talk about updating this plan yet again, but there has been no action on doing that since the work session that they held. Another thing that we need to consider when we talk about the City of Columbia and their annexation policy is that essentially for provision of water and sewer services, you sign an agreement with the city that says when you are able to be annexed, you must petition to do so in order for them to provide you those services. So that's a tool that the city is using to annex.
Quick question on that. An individual signs an agreement with the city that agrees that they'll be annexed if they're provided water or sewer service by the city. What about the county? Has the city signed anything with the county that says we're allowing them to come into our service area to provide this water or sewer? They haven't. They refuse to. We need to have legal, create something that allows us to go after them. Thank you.
Right. And to answer your question, no, sir, Mr. Malinowski, they do not at the current. We have had recent discussions with legal about how to deal with the encroachment into the county service area, but we've not yet developed anything.
What's the status of the declaratory judgment that we asked the legal department to file? I guess that was back in October?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That has been drafted. We have not filed it yet. We are ready to. The 3 new members on council, we just make sure they're aware of that, but that has not been filed yet, but it's been drafted. We're just ready to.
All due respect, we voted 4 or 5 months ago for that. I mean, so do we wait through elections to do what the council is instructed?
No, ma'am, there are a number of issues with the city being in the county's designated service area that we need to think through before, once this is filed. The problem is there's lines going to the library right now, and if that's disrupted, then there could be some negative unintended consequences. We just want to make sure council's aware of those. We don't want to file the action and have all of a sudden no water at the library, those types of issues. But you're right, council.
The library is not in an area impacted by what we asked you guys to do. That library is within the city limits, the one that you're speaking of, and the one in Eastover gets water from the town of Eastover.
It's the one on Parkway.
That's in the city limits.
Oh,
I mean, I just don't understand why we're 5 months out from something that this council voted overwhelmingly to ask to have done to protect the service area that we now have real critical problems with. And by the time we get to the point where the action has been filed, it is very likely that new houses will have been built and the city will have extended lines and we'll be trying to claw back another, 400 customers.
Ms. Myers, I think what Brad is referring to, I believe that the library itself is county-owned property. And I think the concern was, at least the discussion, well, first of all, there were a couple of things. There was information that we needed to get from Shahid regarding the subdivisions and all that information that was impacted by this, to go along with this lawsuit. But specifically in relation to the library itself is on county property. There's some concern regarding how the filing of that lawsuit would impact any services that may go there. Now, I agree with you that in and of itself should not affect our ability to go forward with what the council has asked us to do. But that question did come up. Wanted to make sure you all were aware of that, so that if the city, by way of example, decided, okay, we know y'all need this, we're the only provider in that area, we're not gonna do it, that you all were aware of that.
You all really think the city's gonna cut water service to the libraries?
We don't know.
I mean, I guess this gets to a point that we have made as this council repeatedly. We vote on stuff, we wait, and then we come back and we spend a bunch of time discussing the same stuff. And I mean, that's something that we urgently asked to have done.
because it was definitely a defensive move over our 208 territory, that for many years we've been begging to put a hedge around so that we could actually deploy these services, and millions of dollars connected to them.
Can we, so we move this on, get a update at our next regular scheduled meeting so that we can know where all this is right? I think it'd be a good idea, just get it, at our next regular scheduled meeting, I would recommend we just get an update on this and decide in terms of where we're all sitting, so we can decide what we need to do. So that, because we can't really resolve it right here.
Well, in clarification too, I don't know what Mr. Khan could have provided to us about the developments. We're talking about, let's get this done. So include that in there so we can figure out what that is.
We will.
Sorry.
All right.
Proceed, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so if we take a look at historical annexations by decade by the city of Columbia, there are a couple of points on this timeline that are notable, specifically the 1960s, where the majority of the land mass was acquired through the acquisition of Fort Jackson. So as of the end of 2018, the city had approximately 139.2 square miles, and we've been working with ITGIS to do some really cool work that gives council the ability to closely follow this via an online app. And so they put together a time lapse of the city's annexations here that will show you how they've been acquiring. So this shows you how the municipal boundary continues to grow from the period of, I believe it's 1990 through current. What's a really important thing that we take some time to consider when we have a work session about this later is that everything shown here in purple are untaxed parcels in Richland County, both incorporated and unincorporated area. So when we start to look at how the city is annexing and how they're moving into the unincorporated area, and we couple that with parcels that are already untaxed, we see that there's a bit more of an issue that we might want to move quickly on addressing. And those untaxed parcels, we did a study of market value information, and they represent about $4.6 billion worth of untaxed market value. So there are a lot of impacts of annexation that concern the unincorporated area. This goes very high level over just a few of those. Really the intent of the annexation law is so that municipalities can accommodate municipal growth, meaning what's urban should be municipal. So as the city continues to grow, this typically happens on the periphery, the city should be able to move their boundaries out to accommodate the growth of the urban area. What we're seeing is that annexation is not always following that pattern in the county, and so there are some things that we might want to look at, it impacting specifically our ability to benefit from the full value of taxable developed properties, the creation of service inefficiencies, inconsistencies in terms of our ordinances, and comprehensive planning. So we spend a great deal of money and time comprehensive planning as mandated by state law. However, when annexation comes and takes an area that was once in the county, all of those efforts are for naught. There is a larger issue that also speaks to utilities that anyone back there can jump in on if they feel the need to do so. But Stormwater put together some information for us just talking about the current conversations they're having with the city, wherein there was an AG opinion that if an area was annexed, that also included the roads. And so staff was of the opinion that that also applied to easements. And there's been some ongoing conversation between the county and the city about whether or not that's true. So I'm told that in the coming weeks, I believe we're getting ready to send over copies of 300 easements. Is that correct? Ishmael, is that what you told me? Okay, he's not. Ishmael, do you remember the number of easements we're about to send over for review to the city?
We are in the process of compiling all the so far we've compiled about 300.
So good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I was trying to get settled down as I was driving down I-26. There was a crash on I-26. Actually, a terrible one, but I was stopped, completely stopped for 45 minutes. And so what should have taken 2 hours to get here took me 3.5 hours to get here this afternoon. But fortunately, got here in one piece, and we're all safe and sound. So, in any event, it's so good to see you all. I got a call that I was to come and participate in a facilitation with you of basically goals and priorities for the county moving forward. I had planned to kind of move around, but I think they're telling me I need to talk into the microphone, so we'll just see. But in any case, I know most of you, but I know there are some new members of council. And so what I thought, I know you've had a lot of information being provided to you today, probably information overload at this point. So what I'd like to do is to try to get you to talk to each other a little bit more, and also to talk to me, okay? So what we did was we kind of decided that we'd kind of do a introductory kind of a few minutes here so that we get an opportunity to know a little bit more about you. And so what I'd like for you to do is just indulge me if you would. I have a little slide where I'd like to do what I call an icebreaker activity, which essentially will just get all of us to know you a little bit better. And essentially, all right, so the icebreaker activity, guys, is I'd like for you all to go one by one and just tell us your name, and I know you all know each other's names, how long you've been with county council, and I know some of you, it's a shorter period than others, and what city or town were you actually born in, whether it was a South Carolina town or elsewhere. What is your most prized possession? Okay. And if you knew, none of us like to think about this, but if you knew that you only had a few more months to live, what would be at the top? What would be the top 2 things on your bucket list? Right? Are we okay with that? All right, anybody want to volunteer to start? All
I'll
right.
start.
Okay,
Joe Walker.
okay.
I've been on county council 23.5 days. I was born in Columbia, right here.
Okay.
My most prized possession is my family. And if I knew I only had a few months left to live, number 1 would be a cure to whatever was killing me.
Okay.
And number 2 would be time with my family.
All right, very good. Anybody else want to volunteer?
Okay.
All right.
I'm Allison Terratio. I have been on county council similarly for 23.5 days. I was born in Clarksville, Tennessee, which is just across the state line of my hometown of 400 people in Trenton, Kentucky. I don't consider people possessions. So it's difficult for me to say like a thing that is my prized possession. It could be, a photograph or, my grandmother's wedding ring or something like that if I really had to, something like that. And if I knew that I only had a few months left to live, I would be probably traveling, like just going around the world and experiencing as much life as I could pack into that time.
Okay, very good. Yvonne.
I'll go next. My name is Yvonne McBride. I have been on county council for maybe 2 years and a month, or 2 months. I was born in Columbia, and my most prized possession, I'm similar to you. I guess if I had to really choose something, it would be, and I use it when I was being sworn in, my mother's Bible. and it is very warm. And I think she used it so much, probably part of it praying for me. But it would be my mother's Bible. And seriously, what's been on my mind lately, if I had a few months to live and putting aside any personal feelings, I would do something to address poverty in Richland County, because I no longer can take the amount of poor people, poor children that are living here and nothing is being done. And I focus on Richland County because of county council, but that's what I would spend the next 2 months doing, and hoping that people would come and support me, knowing that I only have 2 months left to live. But now that I put it out, I hope you all support me.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Paul Livingston. How long have I served on county council? A long time, well, 28 years. What city and town were you born in? Columbia, South Carolina. What is your most prized possession? I'm an antique buff. I have in the living room of my house is a big controller that my mom and her sister and I always talk about how they used to dance, talk about music on that and so forth. It's still working place and so forth. So that's just my prized possession. When I walk in, I just think about mom and her sisters dancing and having a great time and so forth. So I want to take anything for that. And that was one of the things that I always begged her when she died to will that to me. And I think she had publicity that goes to Paul. So that's okay. If you only had a few months, I think I would take my 4 grandkids and we'd spend a trip around the world. We'd go visit every place we could visit and what we could do around the world.
Okay, all right. Okay, anybody?
I'll get it out of the way. Bill Malinowski. I've been on county council since I was elected. I don't know where I was born because I was abandoned and adopted later in life. After filing bankruptcy just before Christmas, I don't have any prized possessions. I don't have a bucket list and have never believed in them. When your number's up, it's up. Thank you.
All right, okay, all right. Okay, who else?
I'll go next. I'm Delia Myers. I've been in county council about 2 years and 6 months. I was born at Richland Memorial Hospital in South Carolina from Hopkins. My most prized possession is the love of my family and friends. And if I knew I had only a few months left to live, I would make sure to visit everybody that I love, remind them of that. I try to repair any damaged relationships with any people with whom I have them, and I take one last trip around the world with all of my family and then have a big party.
All right.
2 months now, you'll have 2 months time.
I can pack it in. I'm on my 4 passport.
You're gonna kill
I know how to
yourself.
pack it in.
You're gonna kill yourself before you 2 months up now.
Okay.
Sure, I'll go. So I'm Shaquise Newton. I'm using Joe's math, so 23 and a half days to be on Richland County Council. I was born at Fort Jackson Moncrief Army Hospital back when they delivered babies. I don't have a thing, so the closest I could get is there have been some wonderful, amazing people that I've loved and lost, and the memories of them and the feeling of being lucky to have known them is what is most important to me, I suppose. And if I had a few months left to live, like other people, I would pull my kids out of school in a skinny minute. And I don't want to travel around the whole world, but there are a few places that I would particularly want to go. Some of my personal favorites, and also the Greek Isles, which I've never managed to go to. And at some time during our travels, there would be some sort of humongous dance party which everybody could come to.
All right, very good. Okay, Jim.
I'm Jim Manning. I was elected to county council when Barack Obama was elected president. I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My most prized possession right now is my county council retreat booklet. And if I knew I only had a few months left to live, I'd help Joe find his cure and Yvonne to eliminate poverty in Richland. No, actually, I would go back to the house where I was born and raised, because if I'm leaving this earth, I'd like to go back and just kind of hang out a little bit where I started. And the other thing is that my wife has photo albums with everything in it. I mean, she's got probably 38 photo albums. And I mean, she really has our entire life. And it would probably take me, I have a few months, it'd probably take me a few months to get through them. So I mean, I just spend time reviewing my life and be ready to go to the next level.
All right, okay. So, who's left? I'm trying to think.
I'd like to add,
Sure.
I would also, in my last few months, not in any way, shape, or form, watch my diet. I would just,
Mhm. I hear
I thought you
you.
were gonna say
I hear
watch
you.
Fox.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I'm going to answer the questions as well, y'all. I'm Pat Noble. I'm with PJ Noble and Associates, which is a management and planning consulting firm. How long have you been with county council or the staff? Never. What city or town were you born in? That's Columbia. I'm a native Colombian. What is your most prized possession? And actually, it is a recording of my mother's voice. My mother passed on in 2015. And so just to be able to have that and play it every now and again is a cherished possession that I have. If you knew you only had a few months to live, and I think somebody actually already said this, but I would pick up my grandchildren, take all the money out of that endowed account that I have and the 401k and spend it traveling the world with all of them with me. Because the most important thing to me is my family. Okay? So in any case, I just wanted us to kind of go through that a little bit, just to get a little bit of knowledge about each other, because I know there are some new members of council. There are some of you that have been here for a few years. There are some of you who have been here for many years, but you may not indeed at least know that. And hopefully as we kind of go through this 2-day process of the retreat, that you all will get to know each other even better. My role, I understand, is this afternoon we've got about an hour and a half to go through some of the goals and priorities, and then another hour and a half in the morning. So just to give you some idea of kind of where we are. Normally, prior to getting to goals and priorities, you kind of go through what would be a visioning process or a strategic planning process in order to be able to get down to the goals. So we don't have that kind of time, but what we're going to do is kind of walk you through it a little bit so that we can kind of get to the goals and priorities area, and you will, of course, I think, had some level of consensus before you get there. Chip, while you were out, we did a little icebreaker activity, and everybody shared with us their name and how long they've been on county council, what their city or town, which city or town they were born in, what's their most prized possession, and if you knew you only had a few months to live, what would be, what's the 2 things that would be on your bucket list if you have to?
My name is Chip Jackson. I was born in Columbia, lived in Charleston for 17 years and moved back to Columbia. My prized possession would be my family. I am a father planning a son's wedding on February 16th and had no idea that the father of the groom had to do as much as I have to do.
Just to finish your daughter.
Yeah, just finished marrying my daughter off in April. If I only had a few months to live, I'd be excited to know that I'd be getting on the other side of my son being married in 2 weeks.
I hear you. Okay, very good, very good. All right, well, what I'd like to do at first is to talk about, a little bit about, the primary responsibilities of a county council. And the primary roles, and you all may have some to add to this, as at least as I saw it, is basically setting policy, okay? And you, of course, have your fiduciary oversight. You have to establish a budget and then oversee the actual implementation of that budget and have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the monies are expended in a fiduciary way. Also, your advocacy for your advocate, really, for your constituents. And of course, you have the responsibility of selecting and evaluating a county administrator. And of course, you have the responsibility of strategic goal setting. And the strategic goal setting is one of the most critical roles that you have because you essentially establish the direction in which you would want the staff to move, and certainly you want the county to go. Anybody have any additions? Well, hello there. How you doing?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I'm fine.
Good, good. All right. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the strategic goal planning process. And normally what we would do is look at the role of county council in that process as it relates to some visioning, getting some information, of course, and coming to consensus on the mission of county council, actually the county itself, not just county council, and the core values of the organization, which in this case is the county, and of course, strategic goals and priorities, okay? So normally you would kind of go through that particular process before you go through the vision, mission, and core values and reach some consensus before you got down to the strategic goals. The vision, of course, the county's desired, which is essentially the county's desired future state. And you might ask yourself these questions. What will Richland County look like in the long term? Whether that's the 4-year term of those of you who are new in terms of your vision for the county while you're here, or whether those of you who have been here for a while, looking kind of at the future in terms of what you want to do, what you want to be. What do you want to achieve vis-a-vis the county? What does success look like for our county? And you should think, I guess, as you're thinking about the vision, that it should be a big picture. It should be inspirational and bold and memorable and not too long. Okay. Some examples of those folk who have basically come up with a vision that works. For example, Microsoft's vision, a personal computer in every home running Microsoft software. Walt Disney's corporation vision, to make people happy. That's simple but true, right? So everything they do is designed to make you happy and feel good. Now, of course, these are private entities, and so it's a little bit simpler because oftentimes you all have multi-tasks in order to be able to satisfy your constituents. What 2 key words do you believe should be included in the vision for Richland County? And I'm just looking for just some ideas, what your thoughts are about how you would describe Richland County, at least from the standpoint of what you'd like it to be. Prosperous, okay. Anybody else?
Services delivered.
Okay, services delivered.
Efficient.
Sustainable.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Growing and productive.
Growing and productive.
Inclusive.
Inclusive, okay. All right, anything else?
Attractive.
Attractive? All right, anything else?
I'm trying to think of a non-buzzword word for what I mean, but I would like for us to be, I mean, I don't know that cutting edge applies to a county, but I would like for us to be, and maybe that's your idea of growth, I would like to see us, that's kind of, I don't know the right word,
Mhm.
but I guess it's innovative, they're all buzzwords.
Okay. You know,
So this is buzzwords.
Yeah, I can say that, because I feel that, exactly.
world class?
Admired.
Admired.
Yes.
Okay.
Healthy.
What was that one?
Healthy.
Healthy. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Anything else? Very good. All right. So we're going to move on then to the mission. Essentially, the mission is the purpose of the county, what the county does, what services it provides, who it serves, what impact it has, and what those outcomes are, How is it different from other organizations and units of government? What does the county, Richland County, do that the city of Columbia doesn't do, or does do? What does the state do, and how that is different from what Richland County's overall mission is? I pulled some information from your priority areas from last year, and I saw in there, actually I think it was the budget document that I saw in your packet, and it says that Richland County's stated core mission is to provide quality services to its constituents in an efficient and effective manner. Anybody want to add to that? Anybody got any comments about that? This is just an overall mission. To give you an oomph.
Well, I think that that's certainly true, but, and this is, I'm tired, so I can only provide the easy buzzwords right now, but I think that we exist to do that, and that's the basics. We exist to provide a vibrant, to make the, create an environment where we have a vibrant community, and that's the part that's, that's missing. You can stay in any hotel, and, any Motel 8 is gonna give you a bed and, a bedside lamp and maybe even breakfast, but it's not gonna be the Ritz, and it's certainly not gonna be, the hotel in California that's got a popsicle hotline that you call from the pool. So, there's a different level of vibrancy there.
Okay, all right. I understand that. Anybody else? How many of you are thinking like Shakis? Do you agree? Okay.
One of the things, the word that is always adjacent to county for me is home, because I would always talk about my home county, right? And so when I think of home, I think about what's inviting and what is inclusive and comfortable. And so I think about this county as being a place where you feel at home, right? You feel like you have everything that you need, and you feel part of the community and cared for.
Okay.
So I don't know, when I think about like the purpose of a county, that's what comes to mind too.
Right, okay. Well, and basically, I understand what you're saying, because home generally represents comfort and familiarity and good feelings and all of those things, and that's how you're thinking about the county as a whole.
Right, and all of the history and traditions and that go with that.
Okay. Gotcha. Anybody else? Okay, all right. The next area I want to talk about, I just want to get a feel from you all. I have a feeling that I know some of them, but I'd like to hear from you all what you think your core values as a county are, okay? Core values are guiding principles that are core to how the county is operated. It clarifies what the county stands for, believes in, and behavior expected as a result of who you are. How every person within the organization behaves. Typically, an organization may have 5 to 7 core values, right? So, what core values do you think are important to be able to pass on to the staff, the administrative staff, the planning staff, everybody that works with a county, so that they know that county council has established that this is a basic core value that they cannot deviate from? Anybody want to make a suggestion? What do you think about when you think about Richland County? Do you think those people are never responsive, they don't do anything, it doesn't do any good to call, whatever? Or do you think positive? I know if I call the phone, they're going to be on it, they'll get my problem resolved or my issue resolved quickly. Those are just some ideas.
So this is also, you're asking aspirationally.
Yes, core values. What are your core values?
To provide excellent services to constituents.
provide excellent to
Excellent.
constituent service.
To the public.
Anybody else?
I think we.
I would say, so, I mean, whatever the right words are, I think it's, you know, good stewardship and sound financial management. I think we need to be accountable to our constituents and do the things that we said we were gonna do, with excellence.
Okay.
And I think we need to also be open and transparent.
We use our campaign words.
Well,
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm
No,
sorry.
those are mine, those are mine, that's okay.
I'm just like general.
Open and transparent. Okay.
I don't know.
What about, go ahead.
I want us to be responsive. In other words, I don't know how to say it, just to make sure when someone wants something, needs something, we're supposed to provide, just be responsive, as you know, provide an efficient response.
Right. I saw something in here that said, I think last year, or maybe it was 2016, you all had indicated that under constituent services, that response time, an organized, timely, systematic response process should be developed. And basically respond to constituents by close of business the next workday. So essentially quickly, right? To respond quickly. Okay. All right. What about communications wise?
Well, can I, before you move on, can I
Sure.
just say, I mean, I think that I would love to consider us to be proactive and forward-thinking, that we're,
Sure.
or you can call it strategic, whatever word means all of those things.
Forward thinking, gotcha. Okay, all right.
Respectful.
Insightful?
Respectful.
Respectful, gotcha.
Reciprocally.
Okay,
Trustworthy.
gotcha. Okay.
Hardworking.
Caring.
Okay, any thoughts about efficiency or anything like that?
Yeah, I thought somebody said that.
Did they?
Yes.
Oh.
Responsive and excellent services, I think, kind of go together in terms of that efficiency.
Excellence and efficiency.
It could be
Well-
hard to know that I was doing it, but we don't
Yeah.
want that.
Is it sort of like you can have good, cheap, and fast, but you can only have two out of?
Yeah, but no, I mean, excellence, you know, the standard of excellence and then efficiency, I just think they're slightly different, but someone did say efficiency.
Okay. All right, to provide excellent service to constituents? Go ahead, did you say?
Oh,
yes?
no.
Okay. Okay, good stewardship and accountability, to be open and transparent, to be very responsive, with a quick turnaround, quick time period, proactive and forward-thinking, respectful, reciprocally, trustworthy, and hardworking, and excellence and efficiency. Those are the ones that I have jotted down.
Did
We
you say
good?
caring?
Hmm.
Okay, cool. I missed that.
Did you say caring? Oh, I'm sorry, no, I didn't hear that. Okay. 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 Is that the same thing as compassion? No.
I'm not gonna split hairs at this point,
Mhm.
but not to me.
All right, okay. Very good, very good. Now, what I would like to do, and that's kind of like your mini session through some of these, just trying to see what your thoughts are about some of the strategic approaches to trying to whittle down to the goals and priorities area. But I think it will be important for us to come to some consensus on some of the major strengths of the county, some of the major weaknesses as you see it, some of the opportunities that are out there, and some of the threats that basically either prohibit or could possibly hinder your being able to achieve those goals that you establish, okay? Once we kind of go through this process, I think it'll set us in a good stead then for being able to move on to some goal development. And so what I'd like to do for this particular activity is to have you all talk to each other. And I'd like for us to break down into groups, into mini groups of 3 or 4, and just push back from the table so that you're facing each other. And I'd like for you to go through a list of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities that you think the county has, and threats and challenges, okay? And in order to do that, what I'd like to do is to have you count off, starting with Chip, 1, 2, 3.
1,
2,
3.
1.
2,
I may have to do a real quick phone call, so I'm gonna escape.
Okay.
1. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the last one?
2.
2, 3.
1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, so what I'd like for you to do, I know it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but I'd like for you all to just kind of exchange seats. I'd like all the 1s to go right over here in this corner. All the 2s in this corner. Okay. And all the 3s, how about right back here? Just so that you're able to talk to each other. And while you're doing that, can you take a tablet, somebody, and be able to jot down the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and as well as threats? And I'd like for you to have somebody take the notes, but then also someone be responsible for reporting the information out from your group, okay? So, okay, guys, we only have about 20 more minutes in our session this afternoon, so I want to give you all an opportunity to be able to report back so that you can take that with you tonight and think through it. Okay.
Oh, man, we're not leaving yet. Looks like y'all getting ready to leave somewhere.
We're wrapping up because we're cold.
Oh, you wrapping up your cold?
Yeah, so
We can't
whoever,
read your notes.
whoever
We can't read
needs to
your notes.
report out for you.
Y'all are killing me.
That's what I just told her. I was like,
Blankets
you
on
don't
and stuff.
Poor Joe. It's about to fade and I'm about to freeze.
Okay, look, all right, so Jim's raring to go, so we're gonna let him report.
Camera guy, you good? You sure you got me focused in real good? I'm looking good. Look at your screen. Make sure everything's looking real good here now.
Pardon me, before we
Uh-oh.
do this, I'm sure that there was good input from all of our groups, and so for my information, I just wanted to clarify, who is capturing all this information?
Michelle is going to be
Thank you.
doing that, and, okay. Yes, I had the same concern, so, all right. So we will, Michelle's gonna be jotting down what you have, and if you all could share any of your notes with her, then I'll work on some things tonight to come back in the morning for you, and it would be, I think it'll go a little quicker. Yeah. So in any event, we're gonna get started.
All right, thank you, Ms. Newton, for talking about, you didn't know about the other groups, but they are, Ms. Noble is having us report out in the order of which group did the best job. And I was pleased. And I was pleased to be in the group with Ms. Newton, Councilwoman Newton, and Councilman Jackson.
You and your group.
So what we'll do is go strengths at first. Well, I'll tell you what, just go through.
I can go whatever order I want?
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm gonna go with strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. How about that?
Oh, yellow SWAT.
All right. So, great strengths, great people, geography, natural resources, high quality life in terms of having things like zoos, museums, outdoor events and activities, institutions of higher learning, many of the schools, and people in our community seem to really want to improve, do better, have better lives than what they have. Weaknesses, unaddressed infrastructure, and as we heard this morning, the cost of getting it there is just astronomical, and a lack of a comprehensive vision. I know you're glad to hear that, because that's what you're getting paid to do here. Opportunities, best practices applied. And we actually, we talked about opportunities and threats altogether, because if it's a threat, it's an opportunity. If it's an opportunity, then there must be a threat that we need to find the opportunity. So we talked a lot about telling our story, making connections, having an overall positive view by our citizens with the many things that we do, and the opportunities that we really saw were the opportunity for improved relationships, particularly with the City of Columbia, the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Transportation. And then we kind of broadly threw in there all our vendors, whether it be the PDT or any of the other major vendors in particular that we do work with as a county. So if we had more time, we could do more great stuff, but that's what we were able to do in the time, and here are our notes.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Very good.
Okay, number 2.
All right, that's us. Hi. I'm reporting out because I'm the only one who can read my left-handed handwriting. So thankfully, our strengths list is really long compared with the other lists. So some of the top strengths are, start with our people. So we have caring, focused people on council and on staff. We have new members on council, so I wanted to make sure that we got that in as a strength. We also have a lot
You
of...
left out especially Allison.
And I'm getting to you. Institutional memory. So we have institutional memory in our council and workforce.
So that's
old age. That's people that need institutionalized.
That's a
Does that count as
euphemism.
a strength?
We are diverse as a county, as a workforce, and as a council. Richland County has size, and we have the opportunity for growth. One of the things that comes with that is that we are, well, not necessarily comes with that, but we are financially healthy. So we have positive fund balances. We also have creativity, which comes hand in hand with our educational institutions that we have here in the county. And we also have both natural and man-made assets in the form of places like the Congaree National Park and like our Owensfield Airport. And we also have a land mitigation bank, so that is a positive. With the weaknesses, one of the things that we probably can't do, we can indirectly influence is the state mandated expenditures that we have. So like our parks and recreation, not that we don't want to fund them, but they are mandated to be funded, and that goes hand in hand with the state underfunding the local government fund. We also have some legal challenges, and we have some challenges in terms of, some of the tension between maybe amongst council, within council, and then, with staff and council historically. And so that leads us into, and then the other piece is not utilizing our council talents to the fullest. So, but with those tensions are also opportunities. So we have the opportunity for a new day in terms of our new administrator. We have the new people. I'm going to keep bringing that one up. And we have the opportunity to remarket and rebrand our county. So to make it inviting, welcoming, all of those things. We also have opportunities in terms of we have room for economic development, right? So we're not maxed out there. Okay, and then the T, You know, what we just went through today was a huge information in terms of, or for me, the utility challenge that we have. It's not something we can't overcome, but it is a challenge that we'll be dealing with. And we have some challenges to look forward to in terms of managing our penny tax. In terms of new businesses coming in, I think we have some challenges in terms of removing some boundaries in terms of permits and licensings, some overregulation possibly. So we want to make sure that when we have people we want to come in, that they feel welcome and capable to do so. All right. Great. That's it.
All right, go get a
Oh, yeah.
We put a ranking.
Last for best.
We did the same thing. We put a ranking. We got new ones. Got the short straw.
Yeah, but we want the record to show he's been writing the whole time the other two teams were talking.
He wrote down all our stuff.
That wasn't necessary. It was already there.
Yeah, it's on our list.
All right, we'll dive right in, and we'll buzz through these, as many of them have already been touched upon. So strengths, we are the capital county. Our institutions of higher education that fall within our county lines. The proximity of and opportunity to collaborate with Fort Jackson. A perceived motivated labor force here within the county. A solid revenue base. Our centrality within the state. And that parlays into statewide growth opportunities, not the least of which is the deepening and expansion of the port and the opportunities that brings inland, specifically for a centrally located county. Weaknesses, our current tax structure, to include as subpoints exempt properties and the current burden on businesses. Can't read my own handwriting. Hold on. The lack of opportunities for our disadvantaged constituents across our county. Our current K through 12 education platform with two subtopics there, services rendered, as well as return on the investment for our taxpayers. Countywide image as it pertains to blight and physical appearance. Crime. The availability of affordable housing to those who need it. And the historical, and we'll even go with current, lack of collaboration with other counties, the city, and other entities. Opportunities. We also noted that turnover with administrative staff, with new members of council, allow for a new collaborative, unifying trajectory. We have an opportunity to become a results-oriented decision-making body, which again parlays into the next point of being strategic versus reactionary. We have an opportunity to create a more business-friendly environment by way of a more fair tax structure. And we have an opportunity to create more workforce development and trade job conduits within our county. Threats. Again, current business tax structure. Can y'all tell I was in this group, by the way? Just kidding.
You should know who the other show was.
Taxes and parks.
Lack of collaboration within council. Just as much as we have an opportunity to emerge as a unified front, we also have opportunity to emerge as a fractured and non-collaborative council. And then, again, we pointed out state mandates, specifically unfunded state mandates.
Joe, you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
You represented us well.
And you really touched on some points that were not mentioned before.
Could you provide a list? All right, well, that was excellent, everybody.
Let's
Thank
go.
you. Okay, all right.
Move to do that.
So how about this? Anybody have questions for anybody that presented or for any members of those groups?
Can we go now?
Or comments about what it is? Question. Any questions? Comments?
I just want to say thank you. I mean, I think that obviously we are not going to solve all the things based on an hour exercise, but as a new body, new because of this being the first time that we're all coming together, I think that this was a helpful exercise to provide food for thought, and I'm glad that we did it.
Great. Okay, well, they shared with me that you have another speaker after me. So, but I think it's one you'll be glad to hear from, because it has to do with food. Okay. So, but in any event, what we'll do is I will take the notes that you have, and also any notes that Michelle has. And then tonight, I'll try to see if I can put them on slides. So we'll just do a quick review in the morning, and then we'll go straight to goals development. But I just have one little homework assignment, and that is, I'd like for you all to think about, if you can, the highlights of the things you discussed today, the information you've been able to get from the speakers that you've had and presentations and that kind of thing, and also this little exercise. And come back tomorrow already jotted down, if you would, or at least in your mind if you can remember, what you think the top goals should be for 2019 for this county council and for the county.
The top goals?
Top goals. So we're going to narrow it down to 3, and you all get an opportunity to kind of reach consensus on that and vote on that and that kind of thing. But I'd like for everybody to have input into the process. So if you would come back already prepared in the morning. I understand that we'll probably be on about 10:30 and maybe have an hour or so. So if we come back, then we can try to get through it. Okay? All right.
Let me indulge you for a minute. I think Councilman Jackson just want to share something just briefly at the end of the meeting today, and I'll give him an opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
I am going to just take 10 minutes. I have an invited guest here from Charleston, and she's going to hand you some brochures as I introduce her. This is Ms. Vicki Johnson, and Vicki is the manager of the Fisher House. She's the manager of the Fisher House. If you don't know what the Fisher House is the equivalent of the Ronald McDonald House for veterans. It is a facility that's here in Charleston that they have built and established that will allow families of veterans who are being treated at the VA down here a place to stay at no cost to them and to be able to provide them with services. The Fisher Foundation built this facility on the national level, but after the city of Charleston had agreed to raise between $2 and $3 million. The only reason I'm making you aware of the one here, she was going to do a reception for us, but because we got such a crazy schedule and they got a lot going on, we couldn't make that happen today. So I asked if she would just come and take 10 minutes, and I'm going to stand up when that 10 minutes is up, to tell you a little bit about it. The most important part, though, is because this young lady in Columbia by the name of Miss Tammy Finney, who's the wife of attorney Jerry Finney, who works for the Dorn-May Hospital in Columbia and is responsible for community outreach, and they're undertaking the same project in Columbia. The gentleman who owns Blue Marlin, Mr. Dukes, as well as Governor McMaster's wife, are the co-chairs of that fundraising effort, and they've asked me outside of the council, it has nothing to do with the council, but my role in it was just privately, to be a part of that effort. But I know that Ms. Finney will be coming to us sometime in the spring to talk about our help in helping them get it started. So with that, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to give Vicki 10 minutes. If you give her 10 minutes of your time, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. Vicki?
Thank you so much for allowing me to come this afternoon and talk to you about Fisher House. I know that it's been a long day for you all, but I really think this is something important that has been a tremendous help for our community here in Charleston. And I will tell you, Tammy Finney, who is part of the coordination efforts to fundraise in Columbia, is a very dear friend of mine, and I am committed to helping her bring the same house to the Columbia area that we have here in Charleston. So I want to just start off with that and say whatever I can do to help provide the same service for your families in Columbia that we've been able to do here in Charleston, I want to help you all do that. We opened in January 10th of this past year, 2018, for our first families. We have 16 suites. We're just a little less than a mile away from where we are right here. We're also a little less than a mile away from the VA Medical Center. In that 1 year that we have been operational with 16 suites, we have accommodated over 750 families. of hospitalized veterans or veterans that were going through chemo, radiation, stem cell transplant, where they're required to be in the Charleston area. As you all know, hotels in Charleston are not cheap. When you couple that with food for your family and all the other things, still having to make mortgage payments back home, when you check in with us at Fisher House, you are eligible to stay there for as long as the veteran is in the hospital or as long as they are undergoing treatment. Our longest stay was a family from Myrtle Beach. They checked in with us in February, just 7 weeks after we opened. They were fortunate to go home in September. That's a long time to be away from home. But the great news in that is the veteran that was in the hospital is back home in Myrtle Beach, and he is doing wonderfully well now. But I will tell you, for me, so I'm retired Air Force. I spent 20 years in the Air Force and moved to Charleston. This is the best thing that I have ever been a part of, because day in and day out, you get to make a difference in people's lives. They're not on vacation when they come to my house in Charleston. Something real is happening in their life, and we have the opportunity to make that difference. And I go out and I talk to people, and it seems like a lot of money that has to be raised. And our community actually raised $4 million to buy the property that we're sitting on right now. But I will tell you, it was done by many hands. It was school children doing lemonade stands and bake sales. It was church groups knitting blankets. It was everyone across South Carolina, across Georgia. A lot of your folks in the Columbia area helped us make our house a reality for our families. That's why I'm so committed to helping you all do that, because I see for these families that are in my house the difference that it makes for them. And I think, tell me how many minutes I have left, because there's about 5 more. So 16 suites, 750 families in a year. We are the only Fisher House that is not located on VA property and not on a military installation. Your Fisher House in Columbia, the land has already been designated. It's at the corner on VA property, and I was just there on Tuesday meeting with Ms. Finney and some other folks about some outreach efforts that we're going to do in that area. Our house is not off on site, so what additional expense that we have, we provide a taxi service for our families to get back and forth to the medical center, because you have to live more than 50 miles away to stay at the Fisher House. They're not from this area. Driving downtown, have y'all tried to drive downtown here? It's crazy, even if you live here. So for our families, it's easier for us to pay for a taxi service. When they check in at our Fisher House, their food is provided for. I have volunteer groups that come in and make meals almost every night of the week. Usually 5 nights a week, someone's in the kitchen preparing a hot meal for them. We provide a complimentary taxi service. There's laundry soap in the laundry room. I want them to focus only on taking care of that veteran that's in the hospital. And I tell them when they check in, they are part of our family. They're not our guests, they're our family. And they are forever part of the Fisher House family when they've stayed with us. I want them to worry about getting better, and I want them to let me worry about everything else. But I don't do that by myself. It takes individuals in the community. And I always tell people I need them to do a little bit to help me. If everybody does a little bit, somebody's little bit may be $5, their little bit may be $50, their little bit may be $50,000. Whatever that little bit is, that's what I need them to help me with. And I will tell you, our community has rallied together since our house is open, not in just raising the money, but in caring for the families that have stayed at that Fisher House. And that means so much to the families that stay there. We've had families from the upstate that have stayed. We've had families as far away as Hinesville, Georgia that have stayed. Folks from North Carolina. We had one family from Minnesota that was down here on vacation, and the veteran had a medical emergency, and they ended up staying with us for 2 months and what started out to be a vacation here in Charleston. So there's just one thing that I want to read to you, and I'm going to do this in closing, and then if you all have any questions for me. All of our families that stay at Fisher House are special to us, but there's a particular family that is special to me personally. And like I said, I'm retired Air Force, and I was deployed to Afghanistan. And the gentleman that wrote the letter that I'm going to read to you was also deployed with me to Afghanistan. We were deployed to the same base at the same time, but did not meet until we were in the kitchen at Fisher House. This gentleman is also one of your neighbors. He is from the Columbia area. And I'll read part of his letter that he sent to me on Veterans Day. I just want to thank you and the entire Fisher House staff for taking care of Rebecca and I during our time at MUSC in the Fisher House. It's hard to believe 8 months ago I was going through a stem cell transplant and really unsure about how that was all going to end. It was by far the worst thing I have ever endured, and I really don't have words to describe what a difference you and the Fisher House staff meant to me and my family. You made a positive impact on us when we needed it the most, and when things seemed to be dark and hopeless in our life. Being surrounded by you and other military families during that time was comforting and gave me even more reason to fight. When I was in the hospital, knowing that Rebecca had the safety, security, and family support that the Fisher House provided gave me a peace of mind beyond what I could have ever imagined. The Fisher House Charleston and you and your staff will forever have a very special place in my heart. Thanks for all you do to support our nation's warriors. Respectfully, Lieutenant Colonel Terry Truitt, U.S. Army retired. That's what Fisher House means to families. By the way, this family also has 2 kids in college at USC. The kids were coming to Fisher House on the weekend to visit their dad. That's what Fisher House does. So I just wanted, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and just share that. Because this, you all need this in your community. Your families need this. So I'm going to close with that. I always try.
Thank you so much.
Well, first of all, thanks for adding me to the agenda. I think I was a last-minute addition, but appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So it occurred to me when I was presenting, and I know I still don't have a lot of counsel here, but most of you have never heard me speak to you. So quick introduction. I've been on the job for 3 years. Before that, I worked for a regional economic development group. Come on. And as part of that group, I recruited industry to Richland County for about 15 years, actually 13. I was a project manager, which that's kind of where the rubber hits the road in economic development. I was the guy out selling our community. So I was meeting companies at the airport, setting up meetings, negotiating deals, presenting to county council. The good and the bad. The good is I probably have had more success than anybody alive at recruiting companies to not just Richland County, but the area. That sounds a little modest. The downside of that is I've got a few scars to show from being in the trenches through the years, so I'm somewhat passionate about what I do. And that's led to me sometimes speaking up when I see impediments to success. I've heard a few feelings at the City of Columbia and the University of South Carolina, maybe even some of the staff here in the room. When I can't get things done, I've pushed pretty hard. My commitment is to be successful. And the minute I can't be successful, you won't have to fire me. I'll leave. That's a promise. So I could talk for 2 or 3 hours about economic development. I've got 15 minutes, so I'm gonna try to hit on just a couple basic points and then launch us into a conversation. I've got a big ask at the end of this presentation. So first slide, that's how much the average property tax revenue is from each residence. So that's how much every average house pays to the county. This is how much it costs to provide services to each of those residences. So big gap. If you're a small business, you're going, oh my gosh, we're going out of business. That includes library, sheriff, fire services, most importantly, schools. It takes a lot to educate a kid. I'm gonna jump around a little bit with our slides. So, if you're sitting around the kitchen table at your household, you talk a lot about money coming in and money going out. You're working on your budget. Richland County, just like every other county, spends about 95% of their time talking about expenditures. This is a session talking about your revenues. There's 2 ways to increase your revenues. You can either raise taxes or you can increase your tax base. So going back, how do you increase your tax base? Well, a big one is economic development. So we saw that gap between the first 2 slides. Business and industries, this is the key factor in balancing that out. This is an example of a project we did last week. We used an economic impact model, so we plug in all the numbers. We calculated what it costs to provide services to a company, and then we figure out what the benefit is. And it's a fairly elaborate model. It takes a lot of homework. It took us several months to develop it. But this is kind of an example of how it measures out. So this was a project Lion, some of you on EDC might remember this project. The 3-to-1 number, so for the one, that's all the incentives we put into the deal, land, taxes, or tax incentives, all of it wrapped into one, including the cost to provide services. Sheriff's office, libraries, rec commission, all wrapped into it, including we do an analysis, a prediction of how many people would move into the market to take those jobs. So if you have 100 jobs, how many people would move in and establish residence in Richland County to take those jobs, and then the cost to educate the children. So that's all wrapped into the one. The 3 is the direct benefit the county receives. So that's direct revenue that helps us pay for all those things we talked about. You've heard over and over, prices are going up, we have to pay employees more. Everybody wants more money, all your different constituencies, so there's definitely a demand for more money. This is the only way to really balance the budget. The 43-to-1 number is a little more nebulous, so that's the indirect benefits, the multipliers. It's more difficult to measure, and it depends on what kind of industry it is. One complaint about Columbia and Richland County market is we don't have a big economic driver, so there's not, for instance, an assembly plant like BMW. It has all the suppliers, it spins off all these dollars. The essential idea, though, is when a dollar is earned in Richland County, that dollar spreads around, so it creates more dollars. So if somebody's making $10 an hour and they take a job making $18 an hour, the differential, that money is expendable income, and they go out to restaurants, movie theaters, and it drives the economy. So we talked about raising taxes. Clearly that's not something that's popular. This is an idea of where we stand now. South Carolina has among the highest property tax rates in the country, and Richland County's on average about 30% higher than our closest neighbors. That's Lexington County in the yellow, Spartanburg in the light green. We are pretty high. Our mill is still pretty valuable. We're 5th in the state as far as the value of our mill. So it's not like we're not taking money in, we just have a lot of needs. Part of it is our school districts. They're excellent, and people move here because of them, and they're expensive to run. So what's the key? Economic development. This is my pitch for economic development. We for years have outsourced economic development. The last thing I'd ever want to do is be critical of anybody here in this room, but for a long time, we didn't talk about economic development in Columbia. It was kind of on the back burner. We outsourced it to a different group. We didn't put a lot of pressure on that group to deliver. That was the group I worked for. We didn't do a lot of things. Here's a football analogy. The joke is you don't, or the old saying is you don't win football games in November. You win them in January in the weight room. For years, we weren't in the weight room. We were just out there in November. We're doing now the hard work to establish a program to be successful. So in 2009, Richland County said, you know, we don't have an economic development office. Should we have one? And they commissioned a study. They hired a consultant named Jim Morris. Dr. Morris was president of State Tech, president of Midlands Tech. He was the first president of Central SC. He did the study and came back and said, absolutely, you're the last county of your size in either Carolinas or Georgia without an economic development office. So you founded one in 2011. You hired Nelson Lindsay. He was the Kershaw County Economic Development Director. He set up a conference room on the 4th floor in the back corner, and he started the business of establishing an office. In 2015, you dedicated a solid funding stream, and in 2015, we started building product. So that was one of the initial things we said we need to do, is go out. If you don't build it, they can't come. So we started building at Pineview Industrial Park. We've gotten competitive. We landed Jushi. We bought other property. We landed Charter NEX. We've had, I guess, 2 of the last 3 years are 2 of the best years we've ever had, back to back. We've had a lot of success, but it's not guaranteed. So we're doing some fundamental things to be successful. We've established an existing industry program. I don't know if you guys know that, but an existing industry program is just going out and sitting down with your existing company and saying, what's going on? A lot of times our person, Kim Mann, she'll go out and they'll just rant and rave about property taxes, the difficulty of doing business, can't get permits. She listens to all that and tries to come back with solutions. We are probably the only community in the country without an existing industry program. We went 20 years without it. So establishing that was a big deal. Last year, we called on 125 companies, just about every manufacturer in the county, and listened to them and tried to solve problems. The second piece of that is building product. We had a huge deficit of marketable product. When I was selling back in those years with Central SC, I was cherry picking. I was taking our best industrial sites and selling them, and I wouldn't worry about tomorrow. The first thing Nelson did was dive into building infrastructure, building that Pineview Industrial Park. So what are we gonna do next? We know we've got an issue, we've got a gap between funding. How are we gonna fund the future? And this is where we are. We presented this to EDC, I guess in December, is that, or maybe it was November, do you remember when we presented this?
I remember a couple months ago.
Yeah, so the recommendation from EDC was to set up a work session to consider this. That's my request to you today. Let's schedule a work session so we can take this up fully. This is 1,300 acres. It's the southwest quadrant of Blythewood Road and I-77. This is the culmination of 5 years of work, and not a little bit of work. We've consolidated several landowners. We have options and contracts on all that property. We spent about $200,000 roughly on due diligence. We are now hiring a third party, an independent consultant, to come in and evaluate the site so they can come back to you and tell you yes, no, maybe. So, huge site. This is the future of your economic development program, not just for us, but for our children and our grandchildren. This is the next 10 to 20 years of economic development. They say if you build it, it'll come. If you don't build it, they can't come. This is the Volvo project, this part here. Is Volvo laid out on that site. If we're ever gonna recruit an OEM, this is where it's gonna probably have to go. This is the type of development we talked about. We laid out Volvo, probably Volvo won't land there or an OEM. It'll probably be something more like Eli Lilly or Facebook or who knows. It'll probably be that type of development. This is the type of style we're looking to do when we develop this. It'll be a multi-use, there'll be some commercial in the front, high-end commercial, and then office/industrial, light industrial. So this is where we are. At the end of next month, we start running out of options. By the end of March, most of the property is moving on. We are at a fork in the road. We either, as a council, as a community, we either have to decide to do something with this property or it goes away. Most likely, the owners have all been approached by the D.B. Hortons of the world. Most likely, if we don't do something with this property, it'll be gone forever. Now, we can look for other property, but again, this is the culmination of about 5 years of work, a ton of due diligence. This is where we are today. So in the next 2 months, we need to do something. It's a $26 million purchase. We have some ideas about how to finance that. It's not a small ask, but at least some of those contracts can't be extended. The landowners are just at the point where they're not gonna play ball, or they're not gonna play games. They either want us to buy it or not. So I hope I can do this in 15 minutes. That's a pretty quick look at it. Entertain questions.
Ms. Rue, can you make the distinction about what type of site you're talking about in terms of a mega site and what a mega site really means?
Yeah, I guess there's different definitions. By the classic definition, this wouldn't qualify. There's rails on the other side of the interstate. But this is that large site that you need to be able to compete for big projects. So we talked about the cost to serve residences. It's counter to what you think. The question all through the years, I can think back to the early 90s when I was responding to questions from county council. The question was, how many of our people are getting these jobs? And it's counter to what you think. The best answer is nobody in Richland County. We prefer everybody live in another county and come to our county to work. That's the ideal situation from a financial standpoint. The worst case scenario is we're educating all those kids. We're paying to provide services in Richland County, and they're going to another county, and that county's getting a tax base. So think about this. There is a big industrial site, just like this one, just across the line in Kershaw County in Lugoff. It's called the Condor site. Fairfield County just invested, just like this, at Highway, I-77 and intersection 34, so they have a mega site. They're looking to come in and sell their sites off our labor. They want us to educate their kids, provide all those services, and they want the revenue. So they're trying to poach on us. This is defense. Sorry, that's a long answer.
Any other question? Okay, thank you.
When are you planning the work session?
I don't know yet, but we'll get on it.
Okay, so as I mentioned, I didn't do any pretty slides because I don't, most of you have the text on this and it's not really applicable to slides. When I come into a new position and I look at things, there are three things I look at concurrently, and that's the staffing that's there, the financing in place, and the technology. And that tells me at a quick glance what we can do in terms of either improving things or moving them along or doing other things. So that's what I did when I came to Richland County. Those are the three things I looked at right away. And the staffing was fine. The finances were reasonable, but the technology is in the dark ages. And that's not unusual. It happens a lot in the public sector. We're always behind. We're trying to catch up because we don't invest in the kind of staffing that the private sector does to keep us concurrent with what's going on in the world out there. And one of the examples is what we're looking at now is what's called an ERP, which is an enterprise resource plan. It's been in the private sector for a number of years, but it's only been in the public sector about 10 years. And most places aren't up to speed with that yet. And that's kind of what we're going to try to do with this IT needs assessment for the county, is that what that means is we'll end up with one database for the entire county. So it can be used across all functions, all departments, and they can use it for anything they want to. An example was when Mr. Khan was here yesterday talking about the sewers and water system. He wanted to find out how much electricity he used by month or by day or something. He could go right into a Martin system and look that up and see what was going on with electricity. He could see how much chemicals he was using. He could see anything. And that's what we're trying to achieve, is to kind of bring the county up to a point where across all departments and agencies, they'll be able to use one system and they can find out anything they need to improve their operations and to improve them in terms of efficiency for the public. Right now, we don't do a real good job of serving the public from an online basis. We have a few functions that are out there, but they're not very friendly. They don't give you a lot of information, and they still require people to come into the county offices to do things on a manual basis. And those can all be eliminated. It's going to take time, but I think over a period of 2 or 3 years, you'll be able to get to a point where you can sufficiently reduce the need for people to come into the administration office to do their business. And it'll also help in terms of recruiting staffing. Most people today that are coming out of college are used to high technology applications, and they come into Richland County and they hit a dead end, because the example that we use here that we're trying to fix right away is the assessor's camera system, which is a 1970s system that's in place. This is the department that generates 60 to 70% of your income. And we have a system that we have no backup on that system. We have no redundancy. And if it ever fails, you can't recreate that system. You can get all the business interruption insurance in the world, but you're never going to recreate those records. So we're doing a quick fix just to get a temporary system to back it up. And we're trying to make some temporary changes. But these are old systems. These are old legacy systems. The audit office and the treasurer's office are working off IBM mainframes that nobody uses today. The platforms for those things they were fine when they came along because they were on an evolution track, and they were better than the system before them. But in today's world, they don't operate very efficiently. They don't give you much in terms of information. And there's a manual transfer that goes on between the assessor and the auditor and the treasurer. We kind of hand papers back and forth. It's 2019. And we're talking about $800 million that moves around the county and everything, and we're still doing it in a manner that's very, the cybersecurity threat on what we have here is enormous. I mean, Mecklenburg County was hacked a couple of years ago, and they were held for ransomware. If it happens here, we have no way to do anything. They were able to recreate things, so they were able to get themselves out of it without having to pay the ransomware. But we would not be able to do that. So we're trying to fast track this.
Yeah.
Can we go into executive session? I'm just nervous though. We're taping this and we're gonna put it out on the website. And we've got the interim county administrator up there telling us about how easy we are ready to be hacked and the cost and liability we'll have when we are. And we're gonna put this out publicly?
Any other feedback reference to this matter is concerned?
Mr. Chair, I don't know why we had to go into executive session. It is just obvious that we have this obsolete system that we have been talking about in the chambers for the longest. We've had this discussion in chambers before when we had the discussion about the assessor's office being operating on obsolete web, software. So I don't see why we need to go in I think it's good for the public to know. We say we want to be transparent, then be transparent.
Thank you.
Does it fit in any of the three? Does it fit any of the three?
So I understand Mr. Manning's concerns, but unfortunately, the reality is what you have is what you have.
And the main question is, for our attorneys, does it fit the three exceptions as it relates to the Freedom of Information Act?
Right.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Proceed. Thank you. I think it has to get to a point of public acknowledgement so that when you're asking for what is going to happen, there'll be some buy-in from the public. They'll get a huge benefit from this, not only in terms of their ability to get information and get things processed,
Right.
but the fact that they'll feel more comfortable about what we're doing. Everybody sees the cybersecurity threats going on out there.
Right.
And for us to sit back and say, well, it's not going to happen. Well, it could very well happen. And at least if we're proactive, you can go back out and tell people that we did put these steps in to either eliminate it or slow it down or do something. But if we have nothing, which is what we have now, we need to do this. So we're trying to
Thank
fast
you.
track this study. It'll be for the whole county. We'll try to wrap the whole county into this study so everybody will be involved and they'll all get a benefit from it. It'll take probably 2 to 3 years to fully implement this kind of system. We'll be asking the council to approve steps on it and phase in terms of the technology, the training, the equipment, and then roll it out. And then the good thing about these kinds of programs is that they're self-evolving. So you'll automatically move to another level without having to change equipment, without having to change software. Those kinds of systems, the ERP systems, move ahead on their own, and you'll take advantage of it as things go along, particularly with things like Jeff was talking about with economic development. The council will be able to look at these kinds of demographics and say, okay, this is what we really need out there to help us along. So it's not a criticism. As I say, a lot of places are like this. Even the town of Greenwich, I have to put a system in there. That's the most affluent, one of the most affluent towns in the country. So it's not unusual. It's just that we need to face it, and you need to invest some money in it, and we need to get to a point where that investment will pay huge dividends later on.
Yeah, I think so. That's good.
So,
Excuse me, wait a minute, I think we have to get a question.
Mr. Gomo, do you have just a ballpark idea of what kind of costs we're looking at for the study and then just an initial phase?
Probably over a 3-year period, it's gonna cost you somewhere around $500,000 to do this, depending on how we phase it
Not
in.
much
The
at
good
all.
thing is the equipment is not that expensive,
Right.
comparatively speaking.
Thank you.
Where,
Oh, that's
where you had to buy an old, IBM 4000 mainframe or something, and the maintenance is minimal, and it's almost self-effacing in terms of its ability to operate. So those kinds of things go away. It's just the initial investment and the acceptance of working with this.
And as a follow-up, just, do you have any idea, you said you were fast-tracking it, do you have any idea what a plan to move it along, quickly?
We'd like to start the study in April, and we think 6 months from April, put you in October, and then come out with a plan for you to look at and approve, and then put it in the 2021 budget, the beginning phases of it. So you can begin, because it'll take a while to roll this through, but everybody has been very enthusiastic about this. We have people from the auditor's office, we have people from the treasurer's office. The auditor told me he's been trying to get a new system for 16
Right,
years.
he has.
And so this is an opportunity to do this while we have some, everybody involved, everybody has a buy-in in this.
Thank you.
Thank you, very good.
Just a quick question, Steve. Have we started the process for a request for proposals or something?
Yeah, we're working with a couple of firms. This is kind of a unique, yeah, I mean, it's not, everybody doesn't do this, particularly with government organizations, because we react differently than the private sector. So in dealing with us, it's a hand-holding thing compared to going in and being told you're gonna put this system in the private sector, and you do it, but in the public sector, it's one step at a time. So we get a buy-in from everybody, including, the elected officials and all the department heads and everything, because it's all new. I mean, everything about this will be new. So we need everybody to buy into it.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize this?
Thank you, Mr. Gomo, because this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. I think this is something we should have been working on for a long time. This is not the first time that this was brought to our attention, and for some reason, I don't know how it got swept under the rug, because I understand a couple of years ago that we had 1954 software in our assessor's office, and it is awful. So, for the public to know that we are being aggressive in terms of trying to bring the modern, technology into our system. And you mentioned people having to drive down, ride all around for parking places when you can just go online and take care of business. I think we should be, I'm happy that you brought this report. It's to me, I don't know about anybody else, but it's very good for me, and I appreciate the research. Looking at the cost, it just seems like that's the minimum cost. So I think it's wonderful, and kudos to you for this. Thank you.
Mr. Domo, this is a much-needed effort. My question to you is, I understand the technological side of the audit, which is important. With something like this, the change management, the organizational management in terms of getting people to understand the new system, the training, et cetera, is also equally important, if not more so. Does your RFP plan or does your implementation plan also take into account those organizational, those cultural and training changes that we would have to make happen?
Yeah, we're gonna look at what the IT function is,
Yes.
and that's changing completely. It's not the IT department anymore, and that's gonna change. It's gonna be a whole new look at how those things are done across the whole spectrum of the county. So that will require a cultural change. You're not gonna pick up the phone or, dial up the help desk anymore. It'll be a whole different approach to this. And you won't have that specialization where one person only does networking, one person does GIS. It's gonna be a whole different approach to it. So yeah, it'll take some time. Again, it's a cultural change, so people have to get used to it, and that's part of the process. And that's why you need a consultant that has done this hand-holding. That's the most difficult part of this, because I remember people running out screaming when I was doing a couple of these systems saying, we can't do this. And then 6 months later, it was the best thing that ever happened to them. So I think, that's part of it. You have to understand that, and you'll get complaints from employees and things that this isn't gonna work and it's terrible. But you have to keep your eye on the prize at the end, that this is what's gonna help everybody. And it will help you attracting new employees that wanna come in and work with these kinds of things. We've talked about blight quite a bit, so, we passed out a couple of blight ordinances that we've worked with. But that kind of thing, when you mechanize that and when you put that on the computer, where a resident can take a picture and send it in, it goes into the blight officer, and they go right out and do something, that's just a small example of what you can do with these kinds of things. So all those things will improve just by virtue of you having the ability and resources to do it.
Thank you.
Just one last follow-up, Mr. Gomo. With the changing the system over, will the plan that you're looking at bringing to us also include some form of retraining to reassign personnel who might be handling the taking the paper across to, so that we don't send shockwaves through the
Yeah.
workforce, that there's gonna be a big rift, but that there will be some concomitant sort of, and here are the new jobs, and here's how we're gonna qualify you.
That's an excellent point. And in working with the assessor on the canvas system, because that's the most critical one right now that we want to get in, that's what we've done with the employees. We've reassured them that it has nothing to do with job reduction. What it has to do with is new skill levels. So instead of, as you said, passing the paper, they're going to sit there and do things, they're going to create reports, they're going to look at things differently. So I've never done it to reduce jobs.
Right.
That's never been the ultimate end of it. It's to retrain people and to get them to produce things much better than what they're doing and be much more efficient and better at their jobs. And I think once they get into it, they realize that now I have these new skills. I'm not just taking paperwork and passing it to the next person. I'm able to send it electronically, or I'm able to check on things if my supervisor asks me to do that. So no, it has nothing to do, but you're right. You have to be very careful about that, because that's the first thing people think of when you're doing this, is they're going to eliminate my job. And I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, so the other thing, I think Mr. Malinowski and I just talked briefly about this, but we're going to just introduce with the finance department, and they may have done it over the years, I'm not sure, but municipalities and states and counties can use what we call lease purchase financing. So it's an opportunity to use a non-debt financing for particular kinds of purchases that makes it easier and also allows you to look at what you're buying a little more closely. So the example that I've always used and we've always done is the purchase of police cars. So what happens is the police will come in one year and want 20 new cruisers or 50 new cruisers, whatever it is, and it's $1 million, it's $2 million. If you're able to at least purchase that same number of vehicles, what you end up with is a level funding, more or less, over a period of years. So if you lease purchase them for 3 years, you split the cost out over 3 years, you don't have this volatile up and down buying cycle that you get with large purchases. And it's with municipal and tax exempt organizations, it's called, they have a feature what they call a non-appropriation clause. So it's, even though it's a 2, 3, 4 year period, every year, if you don't appropriate the money, they come and take the equipment back. So you guys get a chance to say, no, we don't want to buy that anymore. So they'll come and take the cars back, or they'll come and take the computers back. We use this not only for those kinds of purchases, but in schools. You buy computers. So all of a sudden, the new curriculum comes in and you need 500 new computers. So there goes the education budget. But if you spread that cost out on a lease purchase, then it's spread over 3, 4, 5 years. You don't see that kind of thing. And then the good thing is you just turn them into the person leasing them, or the company leasing them, and you get new technology. You don't have to worry about it. You bought them, and now you can't do anything with them. So there are 2 options normally with this. One is you can own them at the end for residual, whatever you're buying, or you give them back. And you have 2 options with maintenance. With the police cars, we used to take the maintenance included in the lease purchase cost, so they would go to the dealer. The dealer would maintain the police cars, and then you bring it back, so we didn't have the cost of maintaining them. But you can maintain them yourself. It doesn't mean you have to do that, but it's an easy way to do these kinds of things and not have high budget fluctuations when you're buying these kinds of things that wear out, particularly. That's what the main kind of advantage to this kind of purchasing is. So we'll introduce it. We'll take a look. I know the Sheriff's Department is interested in looking at this, and it will make it easier for you to make a decision on things like police cars, because you get the opportunity to look at them more frequently, and whether you want to replace them, and not have this spike in your budget every time you want to buy something that costs a lot of money. You want to replace a number of things. So it's just another way to try to maintain some kind of balance in your budget, and also give you more decision-making authority when you're looking at these purchases. So when they come in, you can make a decision about, do we want to replace them at the end of 3 years, or we just leave them here? Whatever you want to do with it.
quick.
Yes, Ms. Meyer.
So this would mean that we would no longer be using like geo bonds to finance cars, and that would take that away
It'll
from our
take it
debt
away,
limit
yeah,
and
you
give
don't,
us more flexibility.
it does, and it doesn't get into your bonding capacity.
Right.
That's the other thing, it
Okay.
doesn't affect that at all. It's just an easy way to do it, it's a common financing method that's been used for a number of years, and it's been very successful, particularly with equipment that wears out, or equipment that is obsolete after a number of years. You don't have to worry about the obsolescence, it just goes back to whoever you bought it from. Or in some cases with the police vehicles, we used to push them down to the town and city departments. After the police were finished, we'd refurbish them and we'd give them to them. So we got dual usage out of them. But you can do any number of things with this. It's just another opportunity for you to look at doing things a little differently, that in certain situations that benefits the county and your finances and the people using the equipment, because they don't care, as long as they're getting their equipment. They don't care how you guys want to finance it. But I think we want to try to minimize the impact every year as you go forward on different kinds of equipment.
Just from a financing standpoint, this is like, I think we do like $5 million geo bonds for this kind of stuff annually, so that would take that out
Take
and
it
just
out,
put it in
right.
okay. Thank you.
But you don't think the general fund will pay it every year, though?
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, you know, you have that, and most people don't use it, but you do have that non-appropriation clause that the seller has to agree to, which says if you guys decide you don't want to appropriate the money the next year, they come and take the cars or they take the equipment or whatever, and you don't have to pay for it. So it gives another option to that kind of thing.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's I was really concerned about, and I sent this out to everybody, is that under the Rules and Appointments Committee, that functions as a review, oversight, and advisory body on the
Wait, what
rules.
rule is that, so we can get there? What number? I get it. 4.1?
Yeah, I'm sorry, nobody told me I was conducting this session, so.
Well, no,
Michelle's
but
ready to
just-
do it.
you're not, I'm just asking you.
No, I'm good. On page, 4.1, and what I sent out, B, it says the development and services, and these were just some examples about, I think we need to take a whole serious look at the rules. For instance, it says on 4.1B, Development Services Committee, 5 members of general, and what they do is functions in the areas of general operational matters, economic development, and those matters relating. But we have an Economic and Development Committee, but this is saying that Development and Services Committee is who does the economic development. So I don't know whether that's meaning the Economic and Development Committee really should report back to Development Services Committee, sort of like it's a subcommittee, and then through that. And then the next, C says Rules and Appointments consisting of 3 members, functions as a review, oversight, and advisory body on the rules of county council concerning appointments to county boards, commissions, and committees. So the issue is that the statement doesn't appear to have the actual council rules themselves within the purview of this committee's work. So that makes me wonder where the council rule, it would appear to me that the whole council would do council rules. Now, my 12 years here, 10 years, you know, it's kind of the Rules and Appointments Committee that have been looking at council rules, but this does not say that's what they do. It says concerning appointments to county boards, commissions, and committees.
While we're on those 2 items, so, if I can just, all right, I'll add it later. Go ahead. I just
Well,
thought
I mean,
we're there now.
Yeah, it's fine.
I was just
That's all I
gonna,
was asking this man, the year, it wasn't on the year, you said.
Yeah, I know.
all right, it's, and it was pointed out, and also here, and we went around at it, regarding the makeup of the committee. When Mr. Manning pointed out that Rules and Appointment consists of 3 members, but we had 4 appointed, and therefore, was it a legal or illegal committee? So do we need to change the terminology here to say, in each of these committees, the first 2, A&F and DNS, say 5? Should we change it to say at least 5 and at least 3? Or do we hold firmly to those numbers? And that's it. I just want to add that while we're on the committee.
What I would suggest we do is, council members look at the rules, like Mr. Madden suggested, and whatever you might have it all, we put all those sections, all those things on one sheet, and then just get together and decide how
Okay.
we'll do those things.
Okay. Yeah, but where do we send it? Because the Rules Committee, as pointed out, doesn't have anything to do with rules.
No, this will be a decision to a council,
Oh,
you can just send it.
okay, for later, all right.
But I would agree, we certainly need to look at these, just can't resolve it all today, but figure out ways. to-
Okay, well, if it's just a matter of people look at the rules and send stuff in,
Yeah, right.
then
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to say.
Something else to remind folks, just send something, reference the rules.
Mr. Chair?
I got
Just one question about the version of rules that is provided in this package. As I've been attending council meetings for the past year, there have been many things on the agenda, but occasionally it appears that some rules were changed, for example, abstaining from votes, et cetera. Are those?
What now?
It seemed like maybe there was a rule or discussion about a rule about abstaining from votes, for example, and how that was going to be recorded.
Abstaining from votes.
But aside from that, my question is,
In the audience.
are any and all changes or proposed changes to the rules from 2018 reflected in this document so that when we review to provide feedback to the chair, we are acting on the most updated version?
No, they're not all in here. You want an example?
And I'll make a note of that too.
Yeah, they're not all accurate because we've moved the second citizen's input to follow the first citizen's input, and that doesn't show it here. It shows it in the original old place.
So in addition to the individual council members reviewing this and providing feedback to the chair, if there's a mechanism that someone could capture any proposed changes from meetings that aren't here.
Actually, those aren't even proposed. Council has voted and approved.
Okay, so then those are new rules.
So
that
those aren't
so
even
that means
proposed
this
that are
isn't-
not in
It's a
here.
change.
This isn't updated.
They just haven't put it
So
in the.
we'll include that too, to make sure.
Can we
not
get
only-
that, first?
It's good, good point.
And then
Yeah,
respond?
I have a good point.
This is April, that's why. Okay, this is as of April, I'm told. Right.
But, I mean, there are things a year and 2 years ago.
Mr. Chair.
There's nothing in here about electronic voting.
That's what I was
Chair.
just looking at that,
Yes.
I think, you know what, basically, in looking at some of these rules, they were adopted in like 2001. I think really we probably need to look at updating this whole thing because in my opinion, it's really, a lot of them are really obsolete and outdated. And a lot of them I don't think they even apply right now. Some of it can be combined rather than.
What else you got?
That would be my suggestion. We probably look at how we can amend these rules and make them more updated. That's the right thing to say, I think.
Mr. Chair. As a follow-up, I know I raised this issue a number of times, but I think bills or the ordinances are getting lost. And I know staff say they have them, but I'm not able to track it. And then we go back and say, well, where is this bill? And it was in rules and appointments 5 months ago, but we don't know the status of it. I think that we need to have some type of automated system that could track the status of each of, for each committee and where the motions are. Because right now, we can't, I know you said we can't do it, but I don't see of any way how we're doing it because they're still getting lost.
We did it at the convent, we got it. Maybe you need to look at that somewhere.
Because I know it can easily be automated for that.
I have a motions list.
I know you have the motions list, but we never know where anything is. We have to go and then you have to look and try to find it, when that shouldn't be the case.
clarification on that one. I remember you bringing that up before, and I know it was suggested, put a motion in to address it. I don't know if you did or not. In other words, she did. Okay, put a motion in that will.
I don't know, because then I don't know
we
where the
don't know where
motions
it
are.
is.
That's the issue. I don't know.
Okay, I'm fine.
We'll make a note of that, we do that with all.
That's the issue.
Well, if we get the software updated, that
lost.
should be, might help us.
Well, and that's another point of
Yeah.
history, is that we paid money, and part of the reason we paid money was for software updating like 4 or 5 years ago, so that we'd have all this. So we either need to get our money back.
Go to that net number.
Or start
and
leasing
figure out
our
how to
equipment.
update that system.
Software, so. You know, things you wanna look at with the rules, so try to get all this.
Just send it in.
Mr. Walker?
He's ready to go, he's packed up over there.
Well, you,
That's
Okay, so
does he wanna
we'll
like-
certainly look at all the changes that were made, over the years that have not been incorporated there. We'll look at a tracking, process, for the issues, we'll look at the software update, and we'll get feedback from council members about suggestions, rule changes and things of that nature.
So the plan is to get updated,
Updated first.
then send in comments like some that have already been sent.
Working what we really have, by getting updated. Anything else about that item dealing with, rules, council rules? If not, our last item was goal setting.
I think there was one more.
Well,
And there's something about committees.
liaison appointment.
Yeah, the discussion of council rules, and committee liaison appointments.
Yeah, so there were several things on this list that says to be determined. I thought maybe we'd be talking about, and like, budget committee, what's the purview of that? I know in the slide we had yesterday that the budget committee's already in the process of reviewing the budget requests.
that's,
Was that the same budget committee? Is that a different budget committee? What's the budget committee
that's
do?
staff.
So the budget committee staff, not us?
No, I think that one on there, was us, but I don't know whether it was functional or not.
Well, that's what I was hoping we might have some conversation about,
Okay.
some of these committees and what's the charge. Because I'm not really sure what I am wanting to sign up for, because I don't know what the charge of the budget committee is.
Right, and there's,
And then I see it referenced in the proposed timeline and for the budget, and on that slide, it said that starting like January 16th, that the budget committee was reviewing requests.
yeah, I just know that there are some, whether all or not, but there's a list of descriptions of committees somewhere.
Well, can we get them
Um,
to go
let me
with
ask-
this?
Just for clarification, that budget committee is a staff.
It says it is.
Okay.
Well, I kind of thought maybe that, but all I know is, here I'm asked to sign up for a budget committee. I drive clear down to Charleston, I see the budget committee, it didn't say staff budget committee, this doesn't say council budget, so we just need.
Right, well, that one should have been moved from that list.
All right, so you're saying there's a description of all these things. Now, one of the things, community liaisons, it says functions in an advisory capacity, improve communications to and from county government. And I sent an email, I didn't know whether we're gonna get an opportunity to meet the new director of government community relations. But as I sign up to be a liaison, and it says here that my function is to improve the communications to and from county government. And then we also kind of have that slide that Brad did about how I'm supposed to go through the county administrator, but this says that my job's to improve, if I sign up to be the liaison, say to Riverbank Zoo, this says that in advisory capacity, and then I'm to improve the communications to and from county government, and that I'm responsible for making budget recommendations. So if I'm a library liaison, I'm guessing they'll bring their budget to me. and then I'll make I'm just reading and asking questions.
May I say something on that?
Manager.
Mr. Manager, may I just
Yeah,
say
please.
something? Because basically, I don't know whether you recall, we really need to update this because most of the time when we are a liaison, the ones I've been a liaison to, when they have executive session, they throw you out the meeting. And they don't even let you vote. And you don't have you're not a voting member. You just there. I don't know what it is. But the two that I've served on, each time when they went into executive session, they kicked us out. But I think Mr. Washington had addressed it, but we probably never took it up. But that is one of the concerns. You waste your time just go sitting up around the wall. That's
Well, and especially
Yeah.
when you're responsible
Right.
to be making their budget recommendations
can't even be in-
to council.
right.
Because that's what this says.
Yes.
I'm just reading what it says, don't get it mad at me, I'm just reading your document. And that's what it says.
You're right.
So I was strong suggesting that we consider looking at what we want the liaison committee's responsibilities to be.
So do we need to have a retreat to talk about all the things that we don't talk about at the retreat? I mean, I'm getting a little frustrated by how many things that
Well, let's talk about
are
what-
on the agenda. We bring stuff, we're not talking about here, we're gonna go back, do something, there's a list. We could've had the list before we came. If all this is outlined somewhere.
And I'm concerned about how we move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Price.
I'm about to call my own name, and that's really crazy. Basically, some committees have been deleted from the list, from the last list. Was the list modified, this committee list modified?
No, there was some questionable committees, and you would, on the list was like to be determined, so council can discuss those and determine whether or not we need to proceed with those committees.
What, they're
Well, wait a
gone?
minute,
And when are we gonna, see, that's
How-
what
how-
I'm saying,
how-
it's on the
who makes
agenda.
that
We're not
decision?
doing it.
Well, but the idea was, can
Oh, like
we
the
do
blue
everything at a
ribbon?
retreat, So we're not saying we're not doing it, but the question is, if we decide to want to do everything we possibly want to do at a retreat, that wouldn't have been possible.
No, what I'm saying is that I'm asking, was there a modification to the committee list?
So can we revise
Should've
the
been
date?
on the list.
I received an email asking me to
it's
submit
been
what I
modified.
wanted to be on by the 29th. Well, now that all we're doing saying, and later
Right.
on, we're gonna determine, and we're gonna get the stuff, so can we defer that date until after council gets a chance to talk about all the things we're gonna talk about, and get the description, and get a new understanding of what a liaison does and doesn't do, so that we have some idea what to
Yeah,
turn it.
we can do that, but we have a meeting on February 5th, and they want, when's the first committee meetings? The question
Well,
is
that's-
just.
Mr. Chair, you
dilemma.
can let those people that are currently on the committees they're on remain there, and the newly elected officials can go to the committee that their predecessor was
We
on.
don't have until February, the next.
Well, I'm saying
we got
until
a while
this
to
gets
do it.
resolved, that's all.
This right
If it's
here,
not resolved by then.
Well, but the process, let's talk about getting this resolved then. This is, I agree with this man, we need to make these changes and concern, but this is just what have happened in the last however many years, and so maybe we do need to make a change. So let's talk about how we do that. One suggestion was to extend the appointment time and send out whatever information we have about every committee or whatever, whatever the preference is, we can do that. If you prefer, getting a document with whatever description we have of each of these committees, coming up with a statement, for consideration for, the responsibilities of a committee, we can do that.
Just a question.
I want that you finished.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Also, 2.5 years ago, when I came onto the committees, I was looking at the committee assignments I made, and there were the committees meeting, and I didn't know that they were actually meeting, because no one from the committee notified me, say Parks and Recreation, I'm just giving that. They didn't even know I was on the committee. So I think there needs to be some type of formal letter that's sent out to those, like, Parks and Recreation and those types of entities saying that so-and-so is the
Have been
liaison
assigned.
have been assigned to
Been
your
assigned
committee,
to your
and this is her, his or her responsibility. Also, I went to one meeting, and I think Ms. Myers, you did too, and it was like,
Oh, we were
weren't supposed-
intruders.
Yeah, we were intruders at the meeting, at the committee that we have been assigned
That's
to work
exactly
on. So,
That's exactly right.
so I think that there needs to be clarification on both sides for council members as well as for the, if we're meeting with Parks and Recreations, Adventure, whatever, that we are representing the council on those committees. And that should be a formal letter.
Should be a formal letter, we need to be
Just a question for
Go
clarity.
ahead, I'm sorry. go ahead.
Can you just let us know what committees have been deleted from the list so we know?
Well-
Can somebody let us know?
Because I'm
Well,
looking at
keep in
some.
mind, there've been no committees deleted from the list, but there were committees that had to be determined by them, and that's part of what we're talking about now is, the question about those is, because there were ad hoc committees, and do we need to continue those committees or
No,
not?
no, no, I understand that. I'm asking a different question. I understand the ones that have TBD by them, but I thought Ms. Dickerson raised an issue about things that did not appear on the list at all.
I'm seeing a couple that's
I
not
didn't,
there.
this is the normal list, I didn't delete anything from,
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back and,
Oh,
I will confirm my list with this
No, but
particular
you-
list, because I don't see a
you-
couple things on here.
You're right, there might be a committee that didn't, I'll double check that too, but
All right.
what I tried to do is just simply put TBD by them. But yeah, I'll double check that too and send that back out, with anything that, may have been deleted. But the point I wanted to make was to let council, determine those that was ad hoc committees that were set and no longer had a need to meet, that kind of thing. But we'll make sure everything's included, Ms. Dickerson, because I think that there might have been, about 2 committees that probably didn't meet or something didn't happen with them, whatever, and they were taken off the list.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Ms. McBride, you mentioned, I apologize, I didn't get your last thing regarding committees. You mentioned about, your last comment about committees, I
That we
remember.
would, as we identify the committees and you appoint us to serve on the committee.
Make sure that there's a communication between, yeah.
The communication between the
agency.
committee members
And the
and,
agency, yeah.
and the agency. And also, based on what Ms. Dickerson said, and Mr. Manning, we need to know our role in terms of what we're expecting,
Yeah.
whether we're gonna be voting members or we're just gonna sit there, or what's our responsibilities in North
Yeah,
Carolina.
please find that out. So I don't have to go if I don't have to go.
Does that have the new stuff that Washington was here trying to determine? I don't know if they
Okay.
determined it.
What I'll do is I'll make sure, I'll get the descriptions for every committee that we have, make sure you get that, and send that out, as well. I'll also, I'm sorry, yeah. Go ahead, I'm
When
sorry.
you're done. My only question is, you'd mentioned that there are some committees that there are questions about whether they need to continue to exist. And I just wanted to confirm, are all of the committees about which there are questions, the ones that are marked with TB determined? Or are there any other that are in consideration about?
There are ad hoc committees that were set up for a purpose that no longer exists anymore.
Okay.
And that's what, Ms. Dixon's correct, there were a couple of those that were removed.
Okay.
But I'll put them back on for you to see what those are.
Okay. But otherwise, to my question,
So we'll make sure, Ms. Dixon, we have all the questions, everything on there.
And to follow up with that, and if they're no longer needed, then the council you can explain that's why that one was deleted, and so we
Yeah.
have understanding. I'm fine with that, okay.
We'll do that. What else we need regarding, what we get back to you regarding the rules? And I'll also, I'll look at the calendar and I'll reschedule the time you need to get it back, hopefully in time enough, in a timely manner, so we could have the committees appointed before the next DNA, ANF and DNS committees meet.
And under where it says community liaisons, to rework and reword
Right.
about.
Yeah, that's why I put, when I meant liaison committee's responsibility, yeah.
Thank you.
Was it questions? Mr. Mayor, that's a new
This is it.
That's a new show.
I had a couple of years.
I've never seen you before.
Functions as a liaison with some of these committees and entities. Keep in mind that some of them are separate legal entities who have a right to establish their own rules. So one of the things that we ran into, as I heard Ms. McBride talking about, and I don't recall which organization it was, but Ms. Dickerson is also correct, was that we had an entity who had their own rules. Even though council appointed them, they were separate legal entity. And I think under their rules, what they told us was that the liaisons could not come into their executive session. So I'm just throwing that out there so that whenever we go down this road, we understand that we got some issues that we gotta work through. That's all.
Any other question about the rules that you want to get? And I'll work on this real quick and get this back out to everybody. Okay, if not, remember the last item, in terms of whatever your discussion is regarding our goals setting. I know we were scheduled to end at 12. It's 11:42. If there are any objections to at least going forward now, and it may take us at least to 12:30 or so, since our consultant is here. Any objections?
Go at least till 12.
Come on.
Let's do a 5-minute goal session.
And the fact, we're
What'd you
sorry,
say,
but
Mr.
somebody's
Mayor?
important
That'd
business
be
to
a
take
bad
care of.
What did you say, Mr. Mayor?
Let's do a 5 minutes. Have your goals in 5 minutes.
I'm about you.
Or
Go
perhaps
ahead.
too, that we
Go
could
ahead.
do something now as relates to goal setting and then do a follow-up sometime real soon. If we can't get through what we need to get through now, that's another option too.
Goals in 5 minutes. Push it.
Or whatever recommendation you
It
need.
took me a minute to get what you know, I'm
You might
slow,
have.
I'm old and I'm slow.
Neither
Okay.
Okay, we're ready. And again, accept our apology.
You're fine, I understand. Okay, I'll try to take up where we left off yesterday. Thanks so much, Michelle was very helpful in terms of taking notes. When you reported out, you remember that you broke out into groups, and then we came back with some recommendations and thoughts and perspectives about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And last night I kind of compiled those so that you could at least see them on the slide. With the strengths, of course, it was the great people in the county, the great geography, caring, focused staff of the county, the new members of council, the institutional memory of those who've been on council for a while, the motivated labor force, Fort Jackson, the fact that it's in the capital city, the capital county, the institutions of higher education that are in our county, the natural resources, the high quality of life, the outdoor activities that are available. The diversity was felt that there was indeed a strength in our people, the financial strength of the county, the creativity, the mitigation bank, and the natural and man-made assets. Okay. The weaknesses, the unaddressed infrastructure issue, the lack of comprehensive vision, legal challenges that the county is having to deal with, the unfunded and underfunded state mandates, the council-staff relationships, tensions among the council members themselves, the tax structure, that is exempt properties and the burden on businesses with the current tax structure, the lack of opportunities for disadvantaged folk in our county, countywide image or the blight issue, the lack of affordable housing, the lack of collaboration with other counties and city or municipal entities, and our K through 12 education initiative. Opportunities, that is, there was felt that there were the best practices that are available, the growth opportunity in the county, the opportunity to remarket and rebrand the county. People want to be better. In other words, the attitude and perspective is that people want to do better. They want a better quality of life. The new administration that's in place, the turnover of staff and council, economic development opportunities, strategic, proactive rather than reactive perspectives, and the workforce that's in place now. The threats, the management of the penny tax, the utility challenge that the county is facing, the vendors, the business tax structure, boundaries, and I assume that had to do with annexation. Is that the issue? Was that the issue? I wasn't quite sure. Okay. Then overregulation, fractured council, and unfunded state mandates. Okay? I just wanted to have you review those, and of course they're in the recorded minutes so that you'll have those. And we can also make sure that they're available for print so that you can see them later on. That kind of leads us, I wanted you to just kind of go through some thought process about that, get some perspectives about some of the issues that you're facing, and then come back to being able to come up with strategic goals or priorities. And they're really strategic priorities, but ultimately they'll be the goals that you're going to be looking at for 2019. Now, some organizations, you know, you have annual goals, but you also have kind of longer term goals. For example, you may be able to initiate some things in 2019, but not necessarily completely implement them. So that you want to, I'm going to ask you in a few minutes to kind of go back into your groups and to come up with your top 3 goals for 2019, okay? Just for 20 minutes. I want you to spend some time on that.
No.
You don't want to do that? I'm sorry.
Can we do that just as a whole group?
Sure.
That way you won't have to.
Sure, it's probably going to be, okay, yeah, we can, okay. I can do it any way you want.
That was a question because when you said group, I heard,
Yeah, I did.
20 minutes.
I understand.
And the 20 minutes time.
Might have been better.
Well, see, this normally is a process, you know, those of you who've been engaged, you know that this strategic planning, because that's basically what this is, it's a process that takes hours, if not days, okay, to come up with. So we're just trying to make sure that, you know, what you come up with has some value in terms of what you really want to do. But we can, are there folk who, and Michelle, if you would help me out again and just jot down the goals that are coming out. My hope was that you would have an opportunity to discuss them with each other and then be able to come back with kind of a list that we could kind of go through and that kind of thing. In the interest of time, though, what we will do, and I just ask that as you come back with your goals to try to use action verbs. In other words, words like to implement or to initiate or to improve or to create or to enhance, that kind of thing, as you start to list the goals that you think ought to be there for 2019. So is there anybody who would think that certainly the number 1 goal ought to be what?
Resolve the sewer and water issue.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any others?
Pat, I did my, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I did my homework assignment.
Wonderful. Okay.
Oh, my God.
And so one of my priorities, I think the council should reduce the widening economic divide in Richland County. And as a part of that, I think we should take a leadership role in coordinating and developing a collaborative strategy to address multi-generational poverty and the rise in crime in economically deprived areas in Richland County.
Okay. All right. Reduce widening economic divide. Now,
I just started because I have been overwhelmed, and people on the county know that I've been talking about it. So then I think Ms. Myers like, so what can we do? And I said, it's so big, but the first thing we could do, because it has to be a collaborative approach, that we can commission an analysis, a study of where we are, and a strategic plan and how we can work with others to address the issues.
Okay. Okay, thank you, all right. Okay, so far we've got resolve the sewer and water issue and reduce the widening economic divide. Okay,
Improve regional communication and collaboration among governments and educational institutions.
say it one more time, Paul.
Improve regional communication and collaboration among governmental entities and educational institutions.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Let's open it again.
Make a superior hire at the county administrator level and empower that individual to write the administrative ship
Make a superior hire.
at the county administrator level and empower that individual and support that individual in their efforts.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Develop and deploy a county-wide economic development plan.
Develop and deploy.
Yes, a county-wide, not specific areas, but a county-wide economic development plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
The nuisance ordinance.
all right. Okay, how about anything else?
Well, so, as I understood our homework, it was to write 3 things, so if I can just tell you. So, my first one was for council to set a strategic vision for a vibrant and healthy community. And there are other adjectives that we could use. That, number 1, shows the constituents what we will deliver, and 2, guides the staff, daily, short-term, and long-term, as to what we want them to do. My second priority would be that we execute that plan with a level of excellence and transparency that begins to restore trust in the county.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
So the first one is, we need a strategic plan that communicates to the constituents what we're doing, but also communicates to our staff in a way that gives them clear guidance on what we're asking them to do. So that was one. The second one was that we execute that plan with excellence and transparency in a way that would begin to restore trust, the trust of our constituents in, a council as a body and also the county. And I have it written down, so I can give it to you. And then I debated, but then the third thing that I put down is that we prioritize better storytelling about the successes that we do have as a county in telling our story and building our brand.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, Jim.
I wrote mine down too.
Me too.
First one I wrote down was work to improve our relationships with the City of Columbia, the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Transportation. That's number 1. Second one is to, I'm not gonna repeat it because Bill, I think you said it, and it dealt with the infrastructure needs and challenges of that, to immediately address the water and sewer, county transportation, and penny project issues, number 2. And then the third one was to take a close look at and examine the funding and resources needed for public safety and law enforcement to ensure that they have what they need moving forward for the years to come as technology and systems change.
Chip, give me that last one again,
Sure.
please.
Work with law enforcement to ensure that they have the funding and resources they need to address the issues that they are addressing as technology and needs change in our future.
Okay. All right, okay. All right, so we've got 11 so far. Okay, yes.
To implement strategies to address blight in our communities countywide, and to address the concerns of constituents regarding the parking and the pilot program, to implement a pilot program dealing with nuisance and parking issues and vegetation issues.
Okay, that was parking, vegetation, and what was the first one?
And nuisance, is that
Nuisance.
nuisance?
Gotcha. Okay, all right. I've got shorthand here, so I hope I captured, or I hope at least Michelle captured it, probably better than I did. But okay, so we're now looking at about 13 different ones. Do we want to try to see if we could get consensus on what might be the top 3? And I'll repeat them to you as best I can without probably all of the information. But the first one that we had was resolve the water and sewer issues. Then to reduce the widening economic divide. 2 was to improve the regional communications among entities and among various governmental entities and educational institutions. The next one was make a superior hire at the county administrative level and support that individual. The next one was develop and display a countywide economic development plan. Set a strategic vision and make sure that that plan is implemented and make sure the staff understands those dynamics. The next one was execute a plan with excellence and transparency and in an attempt to restore trust in the county. The next one was prioritize better storytelling and building of the county's brand. Improving relationships with the city, SCDOT, and the Department of Revenue. Addressing the county transparency issues, and I think it was also a repeat, Chip, where you talked about the water and sewer issue, right? Okay. And then work with law enforcement as it relates to technological changes and to make sure that those things come about in a way that's qualitative. And then the next one, to implement strategies to reduce blight in the county. And then finally, to address the issues relative to parking, nuisance, and vegetation. Okay. So now, is there anything burning at this moment that you feel would be a top priority? Yes.
I
Jim.
would say about the hire of the county administrator, because if we get an unsuperior, all the rest of these will probably really struggle.
I concur with that.
Agreed.
And we have five there. I mean, that's a given.
Okay, all right. Okay, so top one, gotcha. How about number 2 priority? Oh, well, let me ask you this. I heard a couple of consensus. Do we have basic consensus about that? That would indeed be the number 1 priority? Is to hire an administrator?
I think that's the number 1 priority, but I would like to add a 4th priority because I think that's almost a given.
Okay, okay. So Yvonne, you have another one?
Yes, in working, the one that I recommended, trying to address the divide, working with the multi-generational poverty in Richland County.
Working with?
Yeah, I've already given it.
Oh, I
the
got you,
strategy.
okay, I got you, okay. Yeah, I know that you did. I didn't get all of that down, but I'm hoping Michelle did. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, so hiring the county administrator. How about number 2? Number 2.
That was the one
That was the one that you thought should be the highest
no, that's number 2.
Okay, number 2, gotcha, okay. Anybody else agree with that, or do you have others?
I think there are others that,
Or more
that
immediate.
lead to that.
I'd like to, you want to recognize?
I do. I guess I have a question.
Okay.
Given where we are, because again, this is a process that we could talk about for a long time. We have this list of 13 items, some of which, if we had more time, we would group together because they're supportive of one another, et cetera. I guess my question is, at this point where we are, what is the ideal and realistic outcome of what we can achieve with this conversation, with the time that we have left? And then if we have this is what we're trying to do, because again, it's a starting point. What are we trying to achieve to tie a bow around this conversation? Then that would help me figure out what to do next.
I will, okay, I'm sure you will
But you would
probably
like to
have a
have an
perspective about it as well. and
You
yeah,
let us know. I was just gonna say, I think we might let our facilitator tell us what she's trying to do and see
Yeah,
how
my,
ideas fit.
my hope, given that I know you only had initially 3 hours and now we initially had 2 hours, or maybe an hour and 30 minutes. But essentially, what I had hoped to do, and I actually have after this slide, I had like next steps.
Sure.
Okay, the idea was for you all to try to, if you could, kind of reach consensus about what you thought the next 3 top priorities would
Okay.
be. So you'd at least leave here with that sense
Okay.
that everybody felt like these were the things you were gonna be able to do next. Then after that, of course, you can't just come up with goals in this meeting and expect that everything's going to work itself out. So normally what happens is, after you all send this back to the staff, then there's to be continuous work between the council and the staff to create an action plan, okay, for each one of these goals. In other words, the first one you said was the county administrator. Okay, what do we do next? What strategies do we need to employ in order to make this work? So then and then what steps do we need to take in order to be able to implement, being able to have the outcome of actually hiring an administrator? So you'd work those things through together. You could either do it committee-wise or, however you choose to do it. But given the limited amount of time, that's essentially what I was hoping.
Sure, so then again, to tie a bow on this conversation today as an advanced starting point for planning, that you're hoping that we can come to consensus on, 3 priorities and then agree on the next steps to move forward.
3 major priorities, that's right.
Okay.
There are others, there are things that you have to do no matter what you come up with today. There's the core services that you provide, you still have to do those and that kind of thing. But as a council coming together for the first time, what is it that you think are imminent and preeminent in terms of your being able to do that now? And you leave here with everybody on the same wavelength, that those are the top priorities for this council.
And we could go ahead and at least do those 3, but keep in mind, and revisit this real soon, to follow up, at least leave here with something. Maybe may not be nice that you could do, but at least
Right.
do with something unfortunate because of time.
Right, so if you have some others, but of course, we'll pass on the 14, I think we're down to 14 now that we have, and we'll pass those back to you so that you have something to build on. And let me just show you this. This is kind of where I was going next with that. The goals and priorities should be followed up with an action plan, okay? Strategies to achieve each goal, the responsibilities for that, the timeline for the execution of each one of those goals, and a budget. Because, sometimes the budget won't allow you to do all these things you have pie in the sky, right? So you have to be able to match those things out. And then here, the strategic action plan then, which has to be done in conjunction with the staff. You know what I'm saying? So that you have data, you have information that you're basing your decisions on and that kind of thing. So it has to be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, all right? And then here, a major responsibility of council is to review on an ongoing basis the progress against the strategic goals, so that you set up a process whereby you're periodically saying, okay, we said this was going to be our priority goal. where are we 6 months later? Where are we a year later? Where are we 18 months later? That kind of thing. And you set that process up so that you will know what you're doing. And then based on that, and I guess we were all thinking alike, because I had put in here that one of the major responsibilities of council is you want to make sure that you're looking at the annual performance of the administrator as it relates to implementing the priorities and goals that you establish, okay? So that, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, but everybody should be on the same wavelength, that that's where you want to go with it. And then here, making sure, and Shakisha, you mentioned this earlier, that you're sharing your progress, sharing your good things with your stakeholders, making sure that the community is aware of all the wonderful things that council and staff is doing to move the county forward. And that's kind of how I had ended this, but that's where I wanted to be able to go with it, okay? So now, yes, Joe.
So back to the
Yes.
actual
Yeah.
strategy.
Yes.
I would suggest and put out there for conversation that there are a few of the 14 that could be rolled up under this attempt at a second goal, which would be successful review, implementation, and oversight of all critical infrastructure projects to include sewer and water, IT implementation, and the penny program. And there are others, but those are the ones that kind of jump out that I feel could be rolled up under one strategic goal.
That was sewer and water, penny tax, and what was the other one?
IT.
The IT initiative
IT.
and implementation. And blight could be
Black.
rolled into that same bullet point.
Yeah, that has to be, oh no.
Okay, gotcha. All right, anybody else?
I'd like to consider the one dealing with, trying to improve our regional communication and collaboration with other entities like Lexington County, City of Columbia, USC.
DOR.
DOR.
Communications, okay. Okay, I think I had, city, SCDOT, and Department of Revenue, and you were adding to that problem?
Well, I said
Educational institutions,
yeah.
uh-huh, okay.
Mrs. Livingston, which educations?
I mean, I was talking like University of South Carolina, things we used to do with them, whether it's, different institutions, like the school boards or whatever, just making sure we communicate with all those organizations.
I just wanted you to identify which
Yeah.
school.
Why don't you throw state government in there?
Right.
We got all them legislators that just take our money and that's
In the
it.
USC, so.
Pat, I'd add countywide economic, a plan and deploy the plan for countywide economic development and revitalization. We are collecting a lot of tax money from around the county to be spent in a couple, 3 areas.
Okay.
And I think there's some unfairness there.
Two don't get nothing.
The prison system, SLED, the FBI.
I think we could tie the economic development as well as addressing poverty and because that's all economic development, and that we in addressing the underserved in Richland County, multi-generation poverty, affordable housing. And the issue is so broad, as many of the other issues, that I don't think that we can address that. But we could establish a collaborative task force to begin to analyze the situation. So that's what I was thinking about coming, and Mr. Livingston, what you're saying, looking at all the other entities involved in establishing that task force, and that Richland County would take the leadership. Because nobody else is doing anything about poverty, and it is really rampant in Richland County. So when you say sewage, the problem is sewage is at the schools, well, people have sewages popping out of their bathrooms all over. They live with it daily in these underserved communities. So I can't put the sewage the sewage system at a higher level than people living with sewage every day.
I would leave those separate. I don't know that.
No, which one, sir?
I would leave the addressing poverty and pure economic development across the county separate, because one of them, you really do need a feasibility, say, task force to handle. The other one we can handle ourselves. One of them is, I think that I would leave them separate.
I think it's an economic development.
I agree with you.
issue.
No, I agree with you, but I don't think that it's only economic development. That's why I'm saying I would leave it
Well,
separate.
I agree it's not only, but I think that it's a major
I
economic
agree.
development issue.
I agree.
So if that's the only way that people understand in trying to serve those that have been underserved, is that we have to take it through economic development, so be it, as long as it's addressed.
Okay, okay. All right. Okay, so, all right, we've got hire the county administrator as number one, to implement a successful review and oversight initiative as it relates to water and sewer, the penny tax, and the IT initiative. To improve communication. Did I hear somebody? Okay, to improve communications and collaborations among the various entities as it relates to relationships with the city, SCDOT, Department of Revenue, and the various educational institutions. And then develop a plan for countywide economic development. Those are the four that we have so far.
I'm not hearing the one to address.
I've got it in there.
Okay.
I've got it in there. I just don't know whether that's what you.
You have it in within the four?
Uh-huh. I put it under the countywide economic development plan, which is
Okay.
where I thought you were putting it.
Okay.
But I understand that there might be some disagreement about where that should go.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I guess I'll just say, obviously, this is a compressed process, and so where I'm personally struggling and why I've decided to just be silent for a minute is because, to me, we're dealing with different types of issues, and I hesitate to say that they're tactical, because they're strategic and urgent, but in lieu of a comprehensive strategic plan that, I guess to me, all these things would roll under just having an honest to goodness, solid strategic plan. So piecemealing them out just feels a little bit unnatural to me, because of the things that we've said, they're all motherhood and apple pie and good and important. So it's just how do they tier up? How do they tier up to whatever the overarching priority is? So that's just where I'm struggling a little bit with this conversation. That said, within the framework that you have for item number 2, that's talking about, I don't remember the language, comprehensive and proactive planning, et cetera, and you have a list of items. To that list, I would personally add transportation, by which I mean we have many different important elements of transportation that are happening in this retreat. We've talked about the penny programs, we've talked about private roads, we've talked about dirt roads. There are a lot of things that are being addressed very systematically, individually. I guess I would want to make sure we're addressing them very systematically together in terms of knowing how they interoperate. So I would add transportation as a transportation to the item you already have on your list.
Yeah, I assumed, I might be wrong, I assumed.
Well, you had
that-
infrastructure, but then because it specified water and sewer, I guess I just wanted to be super clear.
Well, I think, was it you, Joe? I think the penny tax was in there. I assumed
Okay,
that the
that's-
penny
then I
tax
missed it.
was
But right, and
basically
I'm saying
issue.
transportation.
in general, not just.
The penny tax is
It's
one
under
part of
transportation.
transportation,
Right, I
and
understand.
private roads are another part, and then so I'm
Right.
saying.
So it need to be transportation, not the penny tax.
I got you.
Correct.
I got you, okay. All right. Okay, all right, it's been replaced. Okay, so now I've got water and sewer. It was providing a successful review and oversight capacity and plan for water, sewer, transportation, IT, and IT initiatives and blight. Okay, so we're at 4, y'all. That's not bad in terms of kind of where you want to go. I would just suggest.
Yeah, one is already done.
Yeah, I would just suggest that, you may want to provide a follow-up as it relates to developing a more extensive strategic plan, but that for sure, I think at least the one I know you reached consensus on for sure was the fact that you need to go forth and hire a county administrator on a permanent basis. And then.
And that's already in place.
Well,
That's
to address that statement, the process is in place. It's still incumbent upon us to not feel impressed
Right.
from a timing perspective. This is a strategic hire, and we can't be can't be hasty in that decision.
I don't
Because it
think,
impacts every other thing we're talking about.
and I don't think that we would be, I think that's why you have a process in place to keep from making a hasty decision.
Yeah, unless you
Yeah.
request to accelerate said process.
I
All
don't-
right, we're getting off track now.
Okay, all right. Let's see, well.
I mean, I think it's important now, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, so do you concur that with those basic four, that you feel some level of consensus in terms of going forth with those four at this point? Realizing that we need to probably put some more meat on the table as it relates to each one of them. And also taking a look at some of the other issues that everybody has laid out in the 14. Okay? All right.
No.
Okay, so.
I'm not okay with it. I think you need a whole lot more information than just 2 and 3 words written out on the line as to what we're trying to achieve, what kind of cost it may involve, and.
That's gonna be the follow-up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're only doing follow-up on 4 things that you put there, where you had 14 originally. That's what I say.
These are just the priorities, it's not, it's not.
Well,
we're
it's
not gonna consider
priorities
all
for
these
some,
things.
all right?
Yeah.
Priorities for some.
Yeah, right.
Right, yeah, we didn't eliminate them, these are just going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, but then we'll
Yeah.
have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, you know what I'm saying?
And you
So
may
we'll
change
make
them.
sure that
When
we
you gonna
incorporate
take
all of
up
that.
5, 6, 7, and
Yeah.
9,
Yeah,
10?
you might change it
Right.
too.
I don't get it.
Yeah, well, and I would normally do this very differently, y'all, but because we have a confined timeline.
And we should take some responsibility for that. too.
Exactly. We'll be here all day, I'm gonna do a normal.
You know, doing it this way, and I
Well,
understand.
mine don't get addressed.
I just wanted to
in
say,
there.
I think this last
Forget
one,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
no, that's all right, Paul. I had sharing progress with your stakeholders, and I mentioned it earlier. I just wanted to mention, and it said, who are your key stakeholders? I think you all mentioned it earlier when you talked about collaboration with other entities, because there are things that need to be done, but they may be more adequately being done by other entities. And so if you collaborate, then you can use your resources to do those things that are most important to you. And so that's really key to identify, you know, as it relates to the educational institutions, for example, you know, and working with them collaboratively, or working with Department of Social Services on, you know, poverty issues, or working with DHELC on health issues, you know what I'm saying? So that you are able to extend your resources by doing it that way and collaborating, so you don't expend your energy and resources on those things that you don't have to, and can spend your resources on those items and initiatives that are most important to the county in terms of what it is your particular mission is, okay? So, any questions or comments about where we are? And I'll be happy to work with you going forward if you find that we can, you know, contribute or benefit in any way as it relates to an action plan and trying to tighten up some of these things. But you'll need to have some time to do it. And I understand that you all have had a lot of information thrown at you over these last day and a half, so, okay?
Thank you for trying to help us.
Yeah, thank you, Pat.
Yeah, this was kind of
That was kind of a last minute, I just appreciate you for being able to do what you did last minute. Thank you very, very much. That brings us near the end of our retreat. Let me just say to my colleagues, I can't tell you how much I appreciate how cordial you've been, how, you know, you've been on time, you've been committed to the process. So I really, really, really appreciate that. I want to say to staff, really appreciate you all taking the time, putting together materials for us. I think it's been very, very fruitful, and give us something to move forward with. Of course, we have a whole lot more to do, but I think it is indeed a great start. I will follow up on the things that we discussed, that I made notes, reference what I need to get to you. But before we conclude, I'd like to, for any council member who need to add something or any observations, anything else, before we move forward in the retreat. So I'm gonna throw it out for any particular feedback, or something you need to say you didn't get to say, whatever.
I know we're wrapping up. I just want to say thank you. As a new member, everyone's always been welcoming. You were welcoming before, you've been welcoming now. And I appreciate the opportunity to serve beside you, so thank you.